Well, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back, everybody. We are just so excited to be here with you guys again and to kick off day two of the amazing Back from Broken Summit. My God, um, first of all, thank God. If you were here yesterday and didn't leave with something that you could sink your teeth into. If you were here yesterday and did not find just a little something that you could take and began to immediately implement into your life, you must have been sleeping. Because our speakers brought the heat yesterday. And today we have another chock full schedule for you guys, and we were just super excited. Again, I want to thank the Back from Broken media team. I want to thank the Back from Broken Nation, because it was a collective effort in order for us to get to where what we did on yesterday. And while we had a few minor glitches here or there, to God be the glory, because we pressed on through and we were able to still represent in style and excellence. That's RISE, y'all. For those that don't know me, RISE is to represent in style and excellence. And we did that on yesterday. And it could not have happened without the amazing support, prayers, and love of all that have come alongside, whether you are already officially a part of the Back from Broken Nation or not. We know the people on Clubhouse supported us like all day long, which is where this idea was birthed. And so we definitely want to thank you, those of you that are following, those that are even in the room this morning already on Clubhouse. And let me actually take a quick peek over there to see who's already in the building on Clubhouse and see what is going on over there. So they're starting to come in. And so we are just grateful, and super excited about what day two has for us. And so we want to start off this morning in a posture of spirituality to make sure that we continue the covering that we have. And we've got an amazing psalmist that is going to be with us. She's also going to be bringing her own presentation later on today as well. And so I am not sure, we were having some minor technical challenges inside of the space, because the devil know what's about to happen. He already know it. He is not happy. You heard me. He is not happy with what is taking place at the Back from Broken 2-day summit and beyond. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bid you guys a great day of transformation that will illuminate for you a roadmap to recovery, redemption, and restoration. It's day two, y'all. We live, we hot, and here we go. It's your man, Dr. Ed, the Urban Leadership Strategist, and I cannot wait to see you on the other side of the higher version of self. Sean, are we ready with Sister Queen Nick Keys? Is she live? Is she hot? Is she ready? Praise God. Amen. So we are looking forward. So talk to me, holler at me. Somebody say something. Bring up somebody. Hey, Sister Queen Tammy, good morning. Good morning. Is Nick Keys ready to go?
Hold on, I'm loading this stuff up right now. We've got 2 Clubhouse rooms going, so you might want to...
I only have one. I don't know what the deal is with that. I have one. Where are you at? Because you're not in the one that I started.
Yeah, you got to go. There's another one.
Okay, we can't do this on camera, so we live. So we need to figure this out in the back channel. So bring Nick Keys up and let's get this party started. The devil is a liar. I don't know who and what is going on here, but we need.
Yeah, you got two going. You got one that everybody's in that you're not in, and then you got one where you and Patrick are in. So shut that one you and Patrick are in down, and then move up to the one where everybody else is in.
Okay, so shut the one down and me and Patrick are in, so I'm ending that one. Now, where is this other one at?
Should be, you should see it. They were on top of it.
Co-host in it, because I only see one room.
Somebody ping Dr. Ed into the room, please.
whoever created this other room, Lord Jesus. Okay, there we go. The room is no longer available. Try starting a new one.
All right, so there it should be pinging you in.
All right, there we go. All right. And I see. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, now we rolling. Now we rolling. All right, let's do this. Bring the keys up, Sean. Let's go. The live is going. Let's go.
All right, so video file. Let's go.
The primary is our family on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube.
All right. We're gonna go live right now with Nick's Keys' video.
All right, here we go.
Why is my heart beating so fast? I feel so uncomfortable. And why have I been cleaning up like something will be different when I return? When that heat went up the middle of my spine, you know what? That heat covered what was coming next. Hallelujah. It all makes sense. I hear a screech. I better brace myself. Oh God, lean forward. I heard throw the dog forward. And what? Throw the dog forward. I did what you said, God. But why? Bam! Damn it. I knew it. I know that when I open my eyes, this something won't be the same. Oh my God. I'm going to open them slowly. Oh God, I can't see straight. What do you mean something's burning? I can't smell. Everything looks different. Why is glass all over me? But I'm not cut. My feet are not cut. Wait a minute. Get me out of here. Why am I in this ambulance? What do you mean intense cognitive physical therapy? Have you read my resume? What do you mean write my name again? God, hold up. Take me. Just take me now. I can't bear this burden alone. No, wait. No, wait. Breathe slowly in and then out. And then in, and then out. Because wait. Jeremiah 29:11 said, I have a plan and I have an expected end. I might miss my miracle if I let go. I might miss my miracle if I let go. Oh my God. I almost let go. I felt like I just couldn't take life anymore. Problems had me down. Depression weighed me down. But God held me close. Yeah. So I wouldn't let go. God's mercy kept me, so I wouldn't let go. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I didn't let go. Oh, hey, I'm here. Lean in. Come on. Grab my hand. I know you don't know me, but I connected with you spiritually. I could tell that you are a part of my rebirth. You know why? Because we both know what sorrow feels like. I'm Nikki. I'm your rebirthologist. Look, don't fight it. Don't fight it. I was the same way. Don't fight a new start. I can see in your eyes that it's time, because resilience is written all over your face. Come on here. Come on. Fall into my arms. That's it. I will carry you and you will encourage me as we take our last steps out of broken and into new normal. I can't stand it. Oh my God, I can't stand new normal. You hear me? But listen, why should we sit here and die? We can't sit here and die. I was so broken that I started wearing hats all the time because I figured if I covered up my eyes, then I didn't have to see the pain. But you know what? Dr. Mack and Dr. Womack, they talked me right out of that. Listen, hear me and hear me well. Stop chasing the old you, and I'm going to stop chasing the old me. The new will be more mindful. It'll be more resilient. It'll be more authentic, because we need to help some other people rebirth just like us. Come on. Let's lean into this rebirth. Let's lean into this rebirth before our cave becomes our grave. Now listen, in order to embrace rebirth, you have to accept some things. And I know it's not easy. I know, because I've been in a 5-year struggle trying to get it right, but it's turning for me and it's going to turn for you. You have to accept your new norm. And this happens against your will. You know, when this happened to me, and I'm sure your trauma is real too. When this happened to me, it's like that day that trauma slapped us in our face and instantly everything you knew changed. You know how it was. Everything must change. Nothing stays the same. All in life is change. No one and nothing goes unchanged. Listen, I could stay there all day. However, new normal is when you take off your grave clothes. You take them off, okay? And say, I can find a new possibility with support. That's right, with support, with prayer. And we're going to add a sprinkle of resources here. I went through counseling. I got talk therapy. The pastorate helped me, but it's well worth it. Come on, we going to cross this Jordan today. With the tears coming down my face, we going to cross it. Because somebody prayed for me. Hallelujah. Somebody prayed for me. You hear me? My therapist spoke life over me. And so did my ecclesial church village. I learned, and I'm learning how to develop coping mechanisms. And here I am with your new normal self. Get your life, sugar. I promise. Life will be better the second time around. You see me? Rebirthologist. Look up there. Look. I thought I was done. I was down for the last count. You hear me? Life, I said, will be better the second time around. But listen, we got to put in the work. And this is how we'll achieve it. We're going to develop strategies to get things accomplished. You know how they say it. Make lemonade or work what you got left. We can work what we got left. Now, additionally, if you're going to travel this path to rebirth, if you're going to catch this rebirth, embrace your new normal, please. Yield to the fact that you were resilient enough to overcome. So accept first and then catch a cup of resilience. In fact, hold it. You already have it. Remember, it's written all over your face. Look at you. Look at us. Champions, huh? To God be the glory. Tears grief, therapeutic process, failures, try again, keeping records of wins and losses, child please, and boy bye. If we are able to stare each other in the eyes, let's connect. Right here, come on, let's connect. Don't avoid me. We need each other to cross the bridge to rebirthology. Look, check this out. The pain of survival makes us abhor what we should embrace. And that's our resilience. If you're here to talk about it, if you have the scar to remind you, we made it and we are beating the hell out of being overcomers. We can't turn back now. Baby, the only way out is through. Come on, come on, come on. Come through the valley. Come on, come with me. Don't fear evil, for my Lord is with us. And he has our expected end in the palm of his hands. Right here, in his palms. He got us. Now here we are at closure. Before we leap, you ready? You sure you ready? Because before we leap, you really ready to move from diagnosis to destiny? Grab me by my hands. Let's jump. We made it. It was a long walk from New Normal Lane to Resilience Row. Now look, keep that in the Navy. Keep resilience in the navigation system. See that? Resilience hits different. You need that throughout your rebirth, like the days you don't feel like getting out of bed. Resilience will make you remember everything you've come through. And resilience, you might need to travel that one again. In fact, I travel that resilience toolkit daily. I'm strong. I'm the head and not the tail. I'm above and not beneath. I made it through the things that I thought I could not overcome. But right before we go, I still sense some resistance. Come on, come on, come on. Hand me those keys. Come on. Hand me those keys. If we really gonna catch this rebirth, I'm gonna need those keys. I'm gonna need the keys to negative village. Give me over that doubt. Hand me that fear. Hand me the resentment and the bitterness. Give it here. Come on, it's time to claw. It's time to cross over. All right, to the map. Yep, we made it. Make a left. Come on, let's take a walk. Let's make a left into the last path out of diagnosis into destiny. See, I don't wear that concussion. I put that concussion in a person who's more capable to handle it than I. Are there days that are a little different from me? Of course they are. But resilience and acceptance and new normal says forgetting those things. Press. It's a blessing. If you would just press with the rebirthologist, we could do this. Path out of diagnosis into destiny and rebirth. Here we are at Mindfulness Main Street. Now I'm going to put this hat back on and cover my... I'm going to put this hat back on because mindfulness, we have to guard our mind gate, right? We have to build that up. We're on Mindfulness Main Street. Did you catch that? Main. Keep the main thing the main thing. One of the most important things that we could do to stay free is renew our mind. Within the word renew, and re means to do again, and new means something different. So do it again different. Renew our mind under pressure so that we won't fall back. I know you hear me. Just come on and renew your mind. Now look, I have mixed emotions here because we're coming to the end of this journey. We traveled a little walk together just now, but I'm going to release you soon and you could follow up so we could continue to rebirth. But hear me clearly. To stay rebirthed, Have you considered shifting your mindset? My #1 bestseller advocated letting the mind of my higher power, which is Jesus, the Lord Jesus Christ, and it says rest in him. Renew your mind. His ways are not our ways, and his thoughts are not our thoughts. Lose your mind and take on his mentality, his thoughts, his fruits, the lovely things, the pure things, the things that be of good report. I know you're hurt, so am I. But come on, hold this rope with me. Hold this rope, don't let go. Hold this rope. God's mercy kept us. Hold the line. I can't let you die here. For every negative thought, replace it with a positive affirmation. I can't do that. Yes, you can. You can do all things through Christ who will give you strength. I will never recover. I said that. Forgetting those things which are behind, boo. Press to this new mark. Within renew, remember, is the word new. Are you ready to leap with me? This, you can begin again. Come on and leap. Begin again will catch us. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Now look, repeat this after me. Slow and steady wins the race. First, I want to welcome you to Rebirth, but repeat after me. Say, he makes all things new. He makes all things new. Come on, I see you smiling. Why are you smiling? I will follow him forward. Come on, walk it out one more time for me and with me. Why are you grinning? Welcome to Rebirth. He makes all things new. Yes, he makes all things new, and we will follow him. Where? We're going to follow him forward. I'm not going back, and neither are you. We're moving ahead. We're here to declare to you our past is over in you. All things are made new. Surrender my life to Christ. We're moving forward. Oh, yeah. Listen, you make all things new. Yes, you make all things new, and I will follow you forward. Anybody moving ahead with me? Help me say one more time. You make all things new. You're making me over. You made all things new. It's a different new, but I will follow you forward. Follow you forward. Can I have a hug? Accept new normals. There is triumph after our tragedy. There's destiny after our diagnosis. There's resilience to remind you that you are the true GOAT. You are the true GOAT. You made me feel better. Mindfulness to shape your daily rebirth process. That's right. Mindfulness. Now listen. Just remember this. Come on, get a pen and a paper and write this down so we won't lose this connectivity, because this has been quite a journey. But I would not have wanted to do this. I would not have wanted to make this shift with anybody else other than you all. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are Rebirthology, and I am Nick, your I am Nick. Let me try it again. Your rebirthologist. Welcome to the first steps of beginning again. When my heart was broken, my mom used to say, you can begin again. Lean in. Let me dry those tears, boo. Come on now. Come on. And like my father said, don't let your cave become your grave. I thank the Lord. And my pastor always said, expectancy is the breeding ground for miracles. And another pastor of mine that I value says, listen, don't insult God's intelligence. Thank you, Apostle Lance. Thank you, Bishop Carrington. Thank you, Mom and Dad. And most of all, thank you, Jesus. Come on, pinky swear me that we will keep in touch. Holler at me again at rebirthologist@gmail.com. I want to check on you. I want to help you extend being mindful. I want to help keep you accountable to your new norm. And stay tuned for my soon-to-be released first literary work, Navigating New Norms. Love you, see you, and farewell for now. Don't go back. We're moving forward. May God watch between you and me until we meet again. Welcome to Rebirth. Bye for now. I'm Nick Keys, and it is my distinct pleasure to serve as one of the entertainment ambassadors for today's summit. In life, there are times that if we can't find a readily available cheerleader, we might have to find the strength to encourage ourselves in the Lord. I would like to encourage you to build yourself up with positive affirmations. And if you are a faith-based, believed individual, wash yourself with the word of God daily. Repeat this after me. I will speak over myself and into my atmosphere and encourage myself and others in the Lord. Won't you join me? Be uplifted. Oh, sometimes you have to encourage yourself. Sometimes you have to speak victory during the test. And no matter how you feel, speak the word and you will be healed. Speak over yourself, encourage yourself in the Lord. Oh, sometimes you You gotta pat your own self on the back, yeah. Oh, you. And no matter how you feel, no, speak the word. You will be healed. Speak over yourself. Encourage yourself in the Lord. Oh, sometimes you have to speak a word over yourself. Depression had weighed me down, but God was a present help. See, the enemy created walls, but remember, giants, they do fall. Speak over yourself, encourage yourself in the Lord. As I minister to you, well, I minister to myself. Life can hurt you so that you feel there's nothing left. And no matter how you feel, speak the word over your life and you will be healed. The power of life and death is in your own tongue. You are more than a conqueror, yes, you are. You are the head and not the tail, above and not beneath. Whatever you need, the power is in your mouth. Speak it over yourself and be encouraged. Remain encouraged. It won't always be like that. You're looking at a miracle, and you can have the same thing too. Remain encouraged. Be encouraged. Stay encouraged. Wake up encouraged. Go to bed encouraged. Remain encouraged. God wants you to be healed more than you want it for yourself. And I'm rooting for you. Be accountable. Pray without ceasing. Fast. Get people to assist you in your journey like they did me. I'm encouraged and I'm living again. I cried out to the Lord and he heard my cry. And he pitied every groan and he'll pity yours too. Give it to Jesus. You don't have to do it by yourself. Cast all your cares on him, for he cares for you. Be encouraged. Stay encouraged. Don't be defeated. If you're still here, there's still something for you to do. From diagnosis to destiny, tragedy to triumph, pain to purpose, whatever it is, somebody's waiting on you. You're the aspirin to someone's headache. Don't procrastinate, but step on the devil and get into purpose. The time is short, and you're being waited for. Speak over yourself. Carry yourself in the Lord. Oh, we made it. We made it. You can make it. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Well, great morning, great morning. Thank you for taking us to church. Sometimes you need to just be able to go to church. How you doing, Sister Queen Nick Keys?
Blessings, Dr. Mack, and It's the first time I think, Dr. Mack, that me and you are probably snackless because it's
Well, I had my snack before I got on this morning, and I'm excited. I couldn't wait because I said, "Oh, Sister Queen Nick Keys is going to be leading off this morning." And you know what? You always have a way of taking us to that place of rebirth, to that place of new beginning, because we don't have to stay stuck. We don't have to stay broken. We can be reborn. And your message about rebirth, your message about, and you as a rebirthologist was so very poignant and powerful this morning. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're so excited because now we're having an opportunity to come back from broken. And in that process of coming back, Sister Queen Nick Keys just shared what that process means. It is a rebirth. And as a rebirthologist, I want you to just share with us what just give us a little bit more of an understanding of what is rebirthology and how we can become we can learn more about this concept of rebirthology, because everybody knows about getting saved, about being born again, but you've taken it and put it into a methodology, to an understanding. Share that with us.
absolutely, Dr. Mack. When I think of the concept of rebirth, it's a journey of reformation. You know, we are conceived, we're born, we grow, and life begins to happen. Trauma occurs. We navigate and we get stuck. My father made a statement that became very poignant and very grounding for me. In the middle of our plans, life happens, and that restructures me every time, because life can find its way into what we had set, and we have to know how to adjust. So within the confines of rebirth, of course, God was my overarching theme, but it really was rather simplistic and maybe less divine. More is to do again a new way, to forget what's behind, yet press. That's what got me out of the bed and what my dad called out of those grave clothes, because I kept chasing the former individual and I couldn't find her. The doctors could not locate her. So I had to be intentional about, like when they say, you know, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. And so just doing it again, it's doing it a new way. It's doing your life over with faith base, with Jesus, having accountability partners to keep us present and relevant and encouraged. And more importantly, now with what the world has served many of us, it's pivoting after pandemic. My dad said the pivot is like in sports, and I'm not the sports person, but my brothers both, my father coached. It's like that foot that stays, but it's like you move the rest of your body. So it made me feel like that, having done all to stand, but work everything else around that thing that causes you the pain or inconvenience. So that's just really my concept of rebirthology. Do it over again, even if it's different. Lean into the do-over.
You know, that's so powerful. You know, that simple game of jacks, you can call overs, you can do it over, so that you, whatever that mistake is that got you broken, whatever if it's something you did or something that happened to you. So many people get stuck on the pain of the problem that got them broken. And they're so stuck up in that brokenness that they don't have an opportunity to be able to move forward, to go on to the next level, the next iteration. So you're saying that rebirthology gives us that chance, gives the opportunity to start over and to not be stuck.
Yes.
That's so very powerful. Can you assist me in understanding some of the mindfulness techniques that you were talking about? Because that's a major buzzword on the spirit today, and we can mess around and get kind of confused there. So
Hey guys, hold on for a second. Dr. Mack, mute your other device. Somebody has another device going on, and it's disrupting the amazingness that is going on right here. And I want y'all to bear with me here for a second, because Sister Queen Nick, woman of God, when I asked to set the spiritual tone of today, I didn't know what I was asking for. And first and foremost, to God be the glory, because you just became the vessel of vessels and the back from broken nation is rejoicing. The angels in heaven are shining down on us. I'm going to go ahead and get out the way, but I unapologetically had to interrupt and come in here and tell you that live.
May I, before you leave, Dr. Ann, I know you always say you would be remiss, but this clubhouse space, along with my accountability and the people from Ecclesia who have tugged and pulled on me, it's like my dad has never formally met you all, but I render you from my mouth daily because you were the ones that told me, take my hat off my profile picture and let the light shine in my eyes. And I didn't quite know what I signed up for, but every time I hit the space, you honored me, you modded me, you pulled on me, you adjusted the weight. And I'm thankful because somebody may not have made the journey if you had not been so intentional about laboring with us who needed it the most. So I pray a spirit of reciprocity. I pray that your Cinco de Mayo release date will supersede your expectations, man of God, just because of your tithe, of your time into us. And I'm humbled and I'm grateful. And I was getting ready to say, I yield my mic. You know that clubhouse. I take in the kitchen. I pull the refresh when I'm cooking. It's what we do. So, you know, I'm not going to cut up. We're going to behave. I honor you. I honor you, men of God, for trusting and believing and not letting me out of this because I tried to get out of it. Absolutely not. So I thank you.
She sure did. And during the interview, she said, well, Doc, can I just sing? I was like, nope. And that message, my God. We chatted casually, but we need to formally get this rebirthology ecosystem fully developed.
Yes, sir.
Because eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and the rebirths that are necessary are waiting on you. Now, I'm going to further disrupt things this morning and ask once again, I need to hear his eyes are on the sparrow.
I'd like to hear that myself.
So we're going to do this, Dr. Mack. We're going to get out the way and let Sister Queen Nick do her thing. And then you can come back and complete your moderation. Our next speaker is due at 9 p.m. So we got about 17 minutes.
We got enough time to get on the sparrow.
So Sister Queen Nick, the mic is yours.
Why should I feel discouraged? And why should the shadows come? Why should my heart feel lonely and long for heaven and home when Jesus is my portion? A constant friend is he. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches over me. I sing because I'm happy. Oh, I sing because finally I'm free. Oh, his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches over you and me. I'm complete. Clubhouse again. I'm complete. I'm happy for real this time, like I told Shay and some of my friends. I'm happy.
Well, that's exactly one of the reasons why we're here. And one of the reasons why you have the keys to helping other people to unlock the doors that have got them in prison, that are preventing them from being able to be the best version of themselves. Nick Keys, as you're talking about this whole rebirthology mindset, the mindfulness, being able to get an understanding of how to be able to move forward from the stuckness and the brokenness and the problem and the pressures of our past to move forward into a bright and beautiful future. Thank you. Thank you for the song, but thank you for the ministry. Thank you for allowing us to be able to just connect with the divine so that we'll be able to be reminded that we don't have to stay stuck. We don't have to stay broken. So this earlier you were talking about from diagnosis to destiny, being diagnosed with the pain and the problem and the brokenness, to go into your destiny. And that's what rebirth is all about in a nutshell. So uncrack that a little bit more and let us get some of the flavor of that deliciousness.
Let me say something in full transparency, right? Diagnosis to destiny. I don't look like what I've been through at the top of the bottom of my banner. I'm going to get to you the car that I walked away from, that the adjuster said, I'm sorry for your loss. I made a lot of adjustments. My resume, you've read it. You know what I have to my career. I would have never thought 5 years ago that I would be writing my name again. Adding and subtracting. Going places and I couldn't figure out where I was. And there are days where I had those things. But things don't have to have you.
You better say that again.
Destiny. My father told me that Wilma Rudolph pushed a stick and a rock and ended up running. So for somebody, I'm going to get you out. Use what you have. Work around it. My handwriting is affected because of, Dex. No. We change our speech. It would appear that my hands are affected.
Okay.
But adaptation and modality takes you around effect. I use the computer on the days my hands don't want to work effectively. So for the person that thinks you can't, look at everything I did today. In the clubhouse streets, I have done things that I know I could not physically do. And on the days where at church, I hold on to the mic stand to hold myself up. I got to kick my stilettos off because I couldn't walk long in them. But God found the clubhouse where I could lay here in a nightgown. And I didn't have to worry about whether my legs wasn't working. All I was open up my mouth. And the Lord did it for me. And the same way God did it for me. And he did it for Marla. He's going to do it for you. So step over diagnosis. Whose report will you believe?
Come on.
Come on now. It says as they went, what? They were healed. And the reason why that night, 3 o'clock in the morning, when I was signing out, the Lord told me to go to Instagram, and Christina Johnson, CeeLo's baby's mom, was sitting on Instagram. She had pulled on the side of the road and said, I don't know who this is for, but God told me I gotta help save somebody's life. It was I said, the day I give up, I might miss my miracle. So expectancy is the breeding ground for miracle. If you don't want it, don't claim it.
Don't want it, don't claim it.
Then get over it. Get over it and get busy, because Job got it when he was praying for his friends. I've been in the clubhouse streets loving on people that's broken, and they've been loving on me. And some of the things I couldn't manifest in my own right. Something is turning, slow and steady, but it's turning. And I gotta see this, because Jeremiah 29:11 is my diagnosis to destiny formula. You might get some harm, right? But there's an expected end. Are you gonna hang around to get it? If you can let the devil get his part in, then you better go to the line and get all your stuff and take your spoils. That's it. That's it, Dr. Matt.
No, that ain't it. That ain't it.
Dr. Matt, you had me rubbing my nose.
I ain't trying to get you crying and blubbering and everything.
That's what we doing today. That's what we gonna do.
No, that's how we do it. Because see, what your release is someone else's the key to open the door for somebody else. You talked about jumping, and it jumped in my spirit that jumping means just understanding my purpose. So
Come
when you jump into that purpose, you are going to be able to do what you're doing right now. You're going to be able to release. When you jump, you just jump with that key and say, oh, your door is open. Your door is open. Your door is open. You feel like Oprah up in here, opening everybody's doors. And that's what I'm feeling, and I'm understanding that rebirth is all about, that you can jump into that destiny, that you said also resilience will make you remember, hey, all the pain, all the problems, the brokenness in your body and almost sure death, all of that. You said, hey, I'm resilient enough to come back through. I've been reborn as to the purpose and to the plan that God had for my life. And part of that is to bless somebody else. So with your song, with your testimony, with all that you do and that you've done, you're blessing people's lives and allowing them to transition into their own destiny as well. You also said, and I want you to unpack this a little bit because we only got a little bit more time. And look here, all you guys over there on the clubhouse, just listening to this, hey, she's tearing this place up. People are crying. People are responding. This is the type of thing that we were searching for and looking for in Back from Broken. We want you to not stay stuck in brokenness, but you look back on it and say, that's my past. But you said the only way out is what?
Through.
You better unpack that.
Listen, and my therapist was a great man of Jewish descent, and he said, I'm going to tell you something. I get so many people in religiosity. They can't even come through all of that Bible toting, all that praising and worship. Where is it? He said, and I could have a Medea Bible moment, so charge it to me. Don't set me up now. I walk. Come on. He said walk through. He didn't say build a hotel and through. We'll lay down and make a tent and through.
No.
The only way out of there is through. Go on through. Drudge in it. Get in the mud. Get out. And take off the cave and grave clothes and let them give you a garment of praise. Let them give you beauty for your ashes. Don't live in, I lived in through.
So don't live in your past, live in your purpose.
We don't have time for that.
We're gonna have to circle back here in the clubhouse or someplace and just unpack all this. Hey guys, we're right now live on Facebook, on YouTube, on the clubhouse, and we're streaming this through all sorts of mediums. This is a powerful summit. Yesterday was beyond incredible, and today you already seen what we're starting off with. Sister Queen Nick Keys, Dr. Ed was mindful. He said, look, we want to start her off with a song. We want to start her, bring her. She brought us to church. So you've had church. We're not even asking for an offering. We just want you to offer yourself to come back from this brokenness. Now, one last question that's on here says this, how can you help me navigate my new normal? That's a 2-hour conversation right there. Could you truncate that?
No worries. Listen.
What?
I admonish someone to take their pain space. Dr. Fred Jones, the worthologist, played a pivot. In fact, you were in that room and I followed you that day, Mac, to the book room the first time you had it. And it was the day that Amy was there talking about the TV piece. And I ran into Dr. Fred in that room and he said, what is your worth? I sang. He said, put a price on your worth out. He birthed the worthology portion of me getting to this next step. Then the interview started to come after that. He said, your highest pain point is your highest paying point. Make the devil pay you back for your pain. If it's your book, if it's your campaign, if it's your advocacy, If you want to walk this new normal, I walked through this house and found all of the journals and notebooks where I wrote my pain out. When I wrote it out, and that becomes the compilation of the first literary work of navigating new normal. We can talk about that with 10% off of it when you purchase it, because we're going to take a journey, a master class, some soaking in prayer. I have some strong people in these streets. Prophetess Smiley, Lady Gore, Shay, my whole gratitude space, Christina Johnson. We're going to walk some spaces to get you in, over, out, and through new normal. Did I not say I like it here? I don't like it. I would find the old girl, but God doesn't need her anymore. He needs this one. And on days I'm weak, your strength is made perfect in weakness. So I'll say this with that navigate new normal. While you're in it, this is what gets me out of bed. I know how to be full. I know how to be empty. I know how to have much, and I know how to have a little bit. But whatever state I find myself in, I can navigate normally because I can do everything through the God who will supply me the strength. Don't be a little G. You got a big one. Let him do it.
Okay. Sister Queen, time is, like Dr. Fred Price used to always say, I'm not out of word, but I'm out of time. So we've got a couple of minutes left. Tell them how they can connect with you to get some more of this awesomeness. Tell them what you want to share with them on the contact points. And, then we want to get back, hopefully, no. Dr. Ed said that we're going to redo this in December. So the next Back from Broken, there's no question that you're already a part of that. So just tell them how to get in touch with you and what you want to offer.
You can reach me at I made a special email. It's rebirthology.com.
Okay.
Favorgirl@gmail.com, right? Favorgirl 5'2" at Gmail, at Instagram. Sorry, charged it to my head, not my heart. I will follow up if there any, if I messed that up. I told y'all I had a little rep, so we're gonna get through this document. But let me repeat that for the sake of the camera. Favorgirl@gmail.com. Favorgirl 5'2" at Instagram. And in the clubhouse, come into the gratitude room if any of those were faulty, and I will tell you exactly what they should be.
Well, great. It's been an absolute pleasure and privilege to be able to have you on and to have you present. No, you didn't present. I think that you came and you allowed God to use you. And when you're being used by the divine, that's what becomes the headache solution to people's headaches. So thank you. And we are just so honored to have been a part of your being and your rebirthology. So guys, hop over to Facebook. It's being streamed live all over Facebook. It's being streamed live on YouTube, but also we're broadcasting live in the on the Clubhouse. And look here, you have an opportunity still to click on backfrombrokensummit.com to be able to get the replay at your leisure for all of these amazing, incredible speakers. And next we've got coming up, we've got a young lady that's equally, the diversity of perspective is so great. We've had so many awesome speakers yesterday and today as well. So we're going to be coming up with another amazing speaker here in just one moment. So thank you, Sister Queen Nick. What's your parting word? You got 1 minute. You got 60 seconds.
What's my parting word? Be encouraged. You can make it. I'm just shooting from that. And the day you give up might be the day you miss your miracle. Hold on just a little while longer.
Dr. Ed.
Sister Queen Nick Keys, once again, I just want to thank you for setting the tone today and always every space that I'm in, be it the gratitude room, be it the coming back from setback room, you constantly are in a position of edification of others. And I think that is just so honorable because the rent that we pay to be on this planet is service to others. And so my friend, my queen, my woman of God, put on your seatbelt. Rebirthology about to go to heights you ain't never even imagined. That being said, we cannot bring my sister next without anything less than the amazing due honor. This whole summit began because she decided to slide up into my DM. We were merely in a clubhouse room, and I simply asked a question. If anybody would, if we were to put on a summit, would you guys show up? And next thing I know, she slides up into my DM. She's like, Dr. Ed, we got to do this. I'm like, do what? She said, boy, quit playing. The summit. And I'm going to help you. I was like, well, I just be doggone. She done took the procrastination factor out of it. And, sometimes people, they say they going to help. And then when it come time to do the work, they ghost. Not this queen right here. I am so, so grateful to God for sending this angel to come alongside of me and the rest of the Back from Broken planning team to bring you this amazing, amazing, life-changing experience. And so now, without further ado, y'all go ahead and welcome to the stage my sister from another mister, Sister Queen Sherry Cook. Brother King Sean, take it away.
Hello, and welcome to the Back from Broken Summit. I'm here today to share with you the day I woke up and found purpose. In this journey, I sing the song all the time. I just won't give up now. I've come too far from where I started from, and I just won't give up now. What is that one song that you sing that brings you joy and inspiration and motivation? Well, that's definitely the song for me. I won't give up now. I've come too far from where I started from. So, as we go along this walk of purpose, it's going to be uplifting and fun, but most of all, you'll come out with a whole new attitude of gratitude. I'm excited to share with you today. I'm Sherry Cook, the Chief Creative Visionary of Keon Works, which stands for Keeping Each Other Motivated Works. Yep, that's me. I love to encourage and motivate because, see, it's a very intentional move that's made in that process. As I encourage you, it encourages me. So let's go on this journey together. At 23, I found myself away at school, living life, and boy, was I having fun. I mean, honestly, maybe I was having too much fun. But either way, I was living life. And at 23, I also found myself pregnant with my twins. Wow, not one baby, but two, all at the same time. And I knew then that I had been blessed by God. And I promised God on this journey that I would do the best job I could possibly do at raising these two little people. Boy, I tell you, they were the light of my life and still are, but they're grown. So now I just want to tell you a little bit about the one day that I woke up and found the purpose within as I journeyed along this life with my babies. And early on that Sunday morning, when I woke up at 6 a.m., I was awakened by an interview being held by the local radio station. And the guy was interviewing a lady from the Life Coaching Institute here in the DMV. And I woke up and I'm listening to this, and I'm listening to her talk about this coaching institute. And I'm like, wow, I like this coaching thing. Not realizing that I had been coaching all of my life. I've always been like this motivator, encourager that people came to. And I was wondering, how am I encouraging and motivating others when I can't motivate and encourage myself? You know how sometimes you know better, but you just don't do better? It was the craziest thing. But yes, I was always that motivator and encourager. So as I'm hearing the interview talking about just Life Coaching Institute, I was curious. Let me look into this thing. Let me find out what this coaching is all about. And this was well before coaching became like the popular thing to do, right? Before it was given an actual title. So I went ahead and contacted the lady, Coach K, and it absolutely changed my life. It was a huge, huge sacrifice, y'all. I don't think you understand that this was not cheap. And as a single mom, who am I to go and invest in something like this? Who am I to invest in me like this when I have these two babies who are totally dependent on me? But I realized that God woke me up at 6 o'clock on a Sunday morning on purpose. So, long story short, I went to class every day with the Coaching Institute, and I was absolutely amazed. I cried every day because I realized that, wow, I had been doing this all this time and didn't realize that I was a coach, that I was really walking in my path of being a motivator. And that as I had sat there and prayed and asked God for years, help me find my purpose. What is my purpose? I was actually already walking in it. He was ordering my steps, and I didn't even realize it until that day that I woke up. So I went to class every day and passed all of my written tests with flying colors. Excited. Wow, I finally found purpose. And I'll tell you, my children were my biggest cheerleader. And that was a whole nother talk that I could give you. How they cheered me on every single night to do my homework. But listen, I had an amazing experience with that. And I have been walking in purpose ever since. It's been very intentional because oftentimes we can be dealt a bad hand. And that bad hand that is dealt, we have to learn how to play it, right? Similar to those of you that play spades. If you play spades, Uno, Tunk, I don't care what it is, okay? Whatever card game you play, if you get dealt a bad hand, you're going to play the heck out of that hand. Am I right or am I wrong? Or you're going to throw in the cards and give up. Or you're going to play that hand until the end, no matter how it turns out. You're going to give it your best effort, right? That's similar to life. No matter those bad hands that were dealt in the process, the bad relationships, the dumb mistakes, being fired because I was in my own way, losing my best friend who died suddenly on her birthday, literally as I'm texting her, had no idea that my friend had passed away. Literally, those things that get thrown in your path, how did you move around them? How did you deal with them? How did you continue to press forward with them? So I encourage you today to adopt the resilience factor. It's the bounce back thing, right? Resiliency is about bouncing back no matter what. It's not that we forget. It's not that we don't address, but that we continue to press forward no matter what hand we're dealt. Listen, I've had many bad hands dealt, okay? Many. And I tell you, sometimes they were self-inflicted. Sometimes they were hands that I had no choice over. But no matter what, I adopted the bounce back factor because I realized that life still goes on no matter what. I just won't give up now. He brought me too far from where I started from. So I'm so glad I don't look like, you don't look like what we've been through. And that's why we're here today at the Roadmap to Recovery, Restoration and Redemption Back from Broken Summit. Because we want to continue to invest in ourselves. So I'm so glad that you're here. But let's go ahead and continue with the story, okay? So I went ahead and became a life coach. After becoming a life coach, I realized a couple of things. I was figuring out what my niche was. I was trying to figure out who exactly did I want to talk to, because believe me, I could talk to everybody. Okay, I am so community. I love community. I love building the community. I love encouraging the community, but I had to narrow that thing down. And when I realized that my niche was definitely working with single moms, I was a single mom. I wear the shoes. I can walk in them, right? I went ahead and narrowed in on my niche of working with single mothers, and it has totally been the joy of my life. Finding something that makes you happy, that you could do every day, that doesn't stress you out, yep, that's when you found purpose. That's it. That's it right there. If it's baking cakes and you don't mind being in the kitchen, baking cakes and baking pies, if that brings you joy, then that may be your purpose. Wow, if it's out feeding the homeless, and every Saturday you find yourself being able to wake up and say, you know what, I want to do what I can for the homeless. Or every day during the week, what can I do to give back to the homeless? How can I create a clothing drive or food drive or whatever that is? That's your purpose. You understand? We all have a lane to be in, and it's important that we find that lane to be in. So guess how I did that? Guess how I figured out that not only was I the motivator and the coach, but I had sat myself down for maybe several months, and I was figuring out the things that Sherry loved to do. I had to tap back into me. So as you're tapped out, I want you to tap in to purpose. And the way that I did that was, here, get your pen and pad, because now we're going to talk about these 3 simple C's. The 3 simple C's that I totally applied to the life, okay? And it really goes in every area, all right? So what I did was, for several months, I sat myself down. I wasn't in a relationship. I was steady being mommy, but I was focused on Sherry and what makes Sherry happy. Is it the volunteering? Is it the dancing? Is it the motivation? Which one is it? Is it the creativity? I had to figure that out. So I had to stay clear, find peace with me. And what I did was, C number 1, I had to change my network. I realized that the circle that I was with wasn't motivated much to move beyond the comfort zone. And in changing that network, I began to be open to a lot of different things. I tapped into the creative side. I used Google. Google was my best friend. I tapped into the creative side and got involved in scrapbooking groups. And I love art, and I love all kinds of things creative, DIY groups. And as I got around those people, wow, my mind began to just go. Totally changed my thought process. And that's C number 2, changing your mindset. See, as I began to stay in those networks of creativity and seeing women who were doing creative things and smiling with joy and just at peace. I don't care if we were at a scrapbooking brigade. Am I saying that right? We were just having a ball. And we were having all kinds of conversations, and people were talking about all of the things that they were involved in and what they were doing. And I was like, I love this. I love this growth. I love this motivation. This is what I want to be around. So it started to change my mindset. I started to believe just a little bit more in what I was totally put here for. And then after I changed my mindset, I began to change my response. That's right, I began to change my response to life. Because now I realize that life isn't as overwhelming as I thought it was. I was the one making it overwhelming by being stuck, by being just tied into not growing and being stagnant. You know, I was the one that was in my own way, and daggone if I could get out of my own way, I could begin to grow. So in that, changing my network, which changed my response, which also, I'm sorry, changing my network that changed my mindset, that then began to change my response, it worked in every area of my life. It worked in purpose. It worked in relationships. That could be with your mother, your father. It could be with anybody, and especially an intimate partner. So I encourage you to apply those 3 simple C's. And as you apply those 3 simple C's, say, I'm living that 3C life, y'all. You let your friends know as you're encouraged every day. Say, listen, I don't know about you, but I'm living that 3C life, y'all. 3C life. Say it with me now. Change your mind, your network. Change your mindset, and it will change your response. I promise you. So I hope that I've left you with some nuggets today to apply in finding purpose. Because one day I woke up, and it has been a blessing ever since. I know I didn't come this far for no reason. God is with me. God is with you as He continues to order your steps. Be intentional in your walk. Live on purpose and love life. Remember, life stands for living in focus every day. And I know it may be difficult at times, but I promise you, as you go through it, you'll grow through it. So I appreciate you for hanging in there with me today. Remember, I'm Sherry Cook from Keeping Each Other Motivated Works, which is hashtag KEOM Works. That's me, your girl, the motivator. Get in touch with me on any IG, any social media platform, and we could definitely connect as I aim to motivate you in your journey called life. Live in focus every day. Have an awesome day.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. So, okay, oh shoot, I got this thing in. I'm like, why am I hearing extra voices? Because I had the clubhouse in my ear. I'm like, wait a minute, something going on. Well, you muted, Sister Queen Sherry. Let's do this. Let's unmute you. You are muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay, there you go. There you go. So I had to unapologetically interrupt because I was like, first of all, we needed some backroom adjustments to be made. But I'm like, hold on, can't nobody else mod my right hand? I got this one. Ain't nobody else worthy thereof. And so first and foremost, again, I want to just thank you for not only acting, but being committed to the action. And the only reason that this summit is happening is because of you. And so I salute you. I applaud you. I appreciate you. And we about to make sure that Sister Queen Sherry is all the way woke up. You heard it here first, folks. One day she woke up, launches June 26th in the DMV area. And I'm just going to employ upon you. You need to change your plans, rearrange some stuff so y'all can come support and make certain that one day she woke up, hits the market like nobody's business. And that being said, I I was listening to the 3 C's, and I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. She done dropped some new stuff in here, and I love the 3 C's. I want to know, when people actually go through the 3 C's, what's the most gratifying thing for you when you see the light come on for them as they go through that process?
I think the aha moments, of course, happen many times in life, right? But when you begin to see that just simply by changing the people that you surround yourself with, um, can do amazing things in your life. I think that's been the biggest thing for me, is seeing when people say, you know what, if I just simply begin to think outside of the block. I call it the block, not the box. I call it the block, because oftentimes we get stuck on that block and we just can't see down the street, right? So if people just realize that just simply by changing their network, how it begins to change their life, it's powerful things, amazing things. Doors will continue to open, like Dr. Max said earlier in his Oprah voice. You get a door, you get a door, everybody gets a door if you begin to change your network.
I love it, because as we move through this journey, sometimes, especially depending on whatever our past may have been, and it doesn't necessarily have to be tragic, but as we grow, we tend to outgrow some of the people, places, and things that once were attractive, once were vital, once were instrumental in our respective paths. And so I just love that you mentioned how you began to immerse yourself in different things. And then you woke up and realized, wait a minute, this is what I really want to do. So for that person that's sitting out there and back from Broken Nation today, go a little bit deeper on what it was like getting to that place where you were introduced to the real Sherry Cook and began to walk in that thing that you were destined to be, that thing that you were ordained to do, not trained to do. Put some extra mozzarella on that pizza for us, if you would.
Listen, it comes twofold, right? Because you have a lot of the things that sit on this side of the shoulder and say, no, this is not for you, this is not you. But then you have this side of you that's like, let's go. Right. And you're like, you know what, I'm going to go get it no matter what. If it's not paying me, if it's not whatever, I'm still going to go. I'm going to volunteer and I'm just going to do it. And you find that happy space and that peace space, and nobody can tell you any different. Even if you don't believe, even if they didn't believe that it would actually work for me, or they didn't believe, those around me, though, may say that, oh, everybody else is doing it also. What's going to make you any different? It was just that side of me that just said, go. It was like, just go ahead and do it. No matter what you're feeling. Stop talking to yourself, Sherry, because you are destroying yourself. And I had to get out of my own head. But in that process, that's what it felt like. It just felt like peace. It felt like joy. And I just absolutely loved it. And that's why people always say, they call me sunshine sometimes, because I always walk around with a smile. Because when you find peace, it just hits different, right? Hit different. That's how the song says. It just hits different. So that was it for me as I went through those 3 C's. It just felt different.
I just am so proud of you, Sherry, and the elevation that has taken place already. And there's a whole lot more to come. But as you've been working with the different people within the Back from Broken Nation and inside of the Coming Back from Setback Room and the extensions thereof, what's been your biggest moment? What's been your biggest aha moment as you've been interacting and engaging with people outside of the rooms that you participate in on what your mom calls the treehouse? She had me cracking up, y'all, when we chopping it up. She's like, Mama, she's like, girl, you up in that treehouse again? So what's been your biggest aha moment, Sherry?
Wow. I've had so many aha moments in our Back from Broken room. Whew. I can't even put my finger on one of them, but I tell you this. When someone tells their story, but not only just tells their story in great detail, but to say how they got through it and that there's life after triumph, and that there's life after abuse. And just hearing how they just push through gives me a chill every time, just to know that there is life after all that we've been through. We've heard stories of people who've been through abusive relationships, even down to their parents in foster care, and just understanding that these people are bringing the truth. I mean, just the truth. And of course, I've never experienced some of those traumas, but to hear them push through and make it on the other side, and they have joy inside, I'm having joy inside with them. Like, yes, God is real. He shows up on purpose, intentionally in our lives every single day. And we have to just be open to it and be ready for it. I tell you, he may not come when you want him, but he always right on time. So I've had so many aha moments in the room. It's been amazing. This is my book right here, right? This is my book, my club. This is my clubhouse notebook. The first section is a 5-subject notebook. The first section is for my back from broken room. The second section is for my gratitude room. And the next, listen, I'm getting so many gems. It's just absolutely amazing, and I'm loving it.
You know what? And we are so grateful for you. Speaking of the gratitude room, and let me just take a quick technical moment. Brother Price, please resend the higher version of your video. Please resend the higher version of your video ASAP. The original version, we can't use that. So send me the better version of a higher version ASAP. And don't go nowhere. Hang out. We are going to do a replay to give you time to get that over, and then we'll get that mixing. So and I apologize for like holding my head down as you were speaking, Sherry. You know, I'm always moving.
I'm trying not to look at my phone too. So go ahead.
Know, right? Because we got our pulse on so many other things that are going on. And, you know, again, I just want to really, really extend my gratitude and also the elation that I feel as I watch you grow. You know, sometimes we were in the keynote training room and you're like, well, I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know. And I'm like, girl, you got this. Quit playing. And, you know, it's really, really elevating me to see you grow. And your keynote was just thebomb.com, by the way. So I don't know what you was tripping on, but you pulled it off and got it popping this morning. So I believe that the nation was definitely blessed by that. And so what's the next big thing? So I kind of threw a shout out there, but what's the next big thing that's coming for the amazing Sherry Cook as it relates to One Day She Woke Up?
Okay, where's the drum roll? I need some excitement because I am too excited. I didn't even think you would ask me this, but I was just sitting here this morning saying, I cannot believe I'm actually going to be an author. 7 years ago today, in my Facebook memories popped up and said that I wrote that I wanted to be an author, and thank you, Lord, for making this thing happen. And guess what? On June 26th, my book will actually be released, and it's titled One Day She Woke Up. So I'm so looking forward to that. I'm having a huge Chucks and Pearls event here in the DMV, June 26th. And let me tell you, it's going to be amazing just because Dr. Ed is going to be in the house, and I'm so excited. I can't sit. I'm telling you, I'm just twiddling my fingers, just ready.
You know, it's going to be off the chain. And so one more technical adjustment. Brother Fortune, we are not going to be able to interview you from your car, player. So we're going to need you to get someplace appropriate because we rise up in here, which is representing style and excellence. And from your car is not going to be the move. So we know you were typically scheduled for 10:30. So if you could actually be somewhere appropriate at 10:30 other than your car, we will more than happily be able to interview you at that point, but we are not going to do an interview with you in your car. That's just not how we doing it up in here.
Tell him to go ahead and DM me when he's ready.
Yeah, we'll keep him under 10:30. We have a couple of audibles that we can pull. I think we're going to pull up the amazing Brother Ghazi, whose message was phenomenal on yesterday. And we're going to do that because what I promised every single person on this platform is that we will represent you in style and excellence. And so we have been consistent with that thus far, and we're going to continue to be consistent with that.
That's right.
I had a few people that I love dearly, but because they didn't cut the mustard, you won't see them. It ain't happening up in here, because we are totally committed to, if you rise and I rise, then we rise. And so with that being the premise, we will not blemish or compromise that element of the We Rise Media brand. Sherry, I am again beyond grateful for all the work that you do, and you still do, even aside from just the summit. And a lot of you guys don't get all the back end stuff, but Sherry and I talk every day, because she has now been elevated to my executive assistant of We Rise Media. And so it is just a plum pleasing pleasure to have such a leader as yourself on board, because I keep telling you guys, I don't want followers. I'm not into the vanity. I want to develop leaders. And you are definitely stepping up to the plate and taking that on like I had no idea was possible. And so I just thank you. And before we let you go and get back to the other things that we have our pulse, have our fingers of the pulse on, what is the way that people can connect with the amazing Sherry Cook?
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ed, for first allowing me and giving me so much believing in me, right? I thank you for that. And even though I'm not as tech savvy as many, I've still been able to hang in there with you and understand this thing. And I'm totally growing a lot. I did it afraid. I just reached out and was like, hey, let's do this. Let's go for it. So yes, we're building this airplane, and I'm so excited. But you can definitely get in touch with me via email at keomworks, that's KEOM works @gmail.com. Again, that stands for Keeping Each Other Motivated Works. And I'm on all social media platforms. If you just simply use hashtag KEOM works or hashtag SM Cook, Sherry M. Cook. That's me.
Awesome. So I know you got stuff to get done. I got some stuff to get done. Again, Thank you. And guys out there in the nation, please make sure, if it is at all possible, that you clear your schedule, rearrange some stuff, and meet us in the DMV. And actually give them the actual address, Sherry, just in case somebody want to book their flight right now, because I know we got a few action takers in the back from Broken Nation. So what's the actual address of the Chucks and Pearls event?
It's gonna be, wait a minute, West Bowie.
She wasn't expecting that, but that's okay.
I wasn't.
We're gonna take our time. We're gonna take our time.
It's the West Bowie Hall.
So tell you what, here's what we
it's
can do.
It's the West Bowie Village Hall at 13711 Annapolis Road in Bowie, Maryland, June 26th.
And she's going to also post that in the comments, so you guys have your face in the place for the Chucks and Pearls event on June 26th. It will also be the launching of One Day She Woke Up. And we about to wake her all the way up, y'all. That's our new internal thing. We wake her all the way up, and you might be awakened as well if you get on board with this. So thank you, Sherry. I'll let you get back to all the various things that you are doing. Clubhouse family, she probably coming back over there because she love hanging out in the treehouse.
The treehouse.
You know what? Before I let you go, you got to share what Mom be talking about with regard to the treehouse. So share that for the people real quick.
No, so my mom will call me. Y'all know that it'll disrupt us if we on the Clubhouse. So I click over. I'm like, yeah, Mom, what's up? She's like, are you on the treehouse again? Mom, it's not the treehouse, okay? Put some respect on it. It's the Clubhouse. She said, we go ahead back to the treehouse. That's what she calls it.
And I can't wait to meet your mom in person, because she probably more excited about this book launch than you are. She doesn't took over the logistical stuff, which is a major blessing, by the way, to have Mom on board. And so I cannot wait to meet her face to face when we get to the DMV. We will also be streaming that event live. I actually got confirmation from the owner of the facility that they're going to give us access to the private Wi-Fi. So that is locked and cocked. So y'all stay tuned. If you can't, but if you can, we need to see your face in a place.
We need to see you.
If you can't, Don't worry. We're going to be streaming live from the Chucks and Pearls event on June 26th. Sherry, thank you so much. And I'll holler at you later on this day.
See ya.
All right. Here we go. I took the wrong person out the stream. Here we go. So we have a little bit of an audible going on, and I don't mean to embarrass people. So don't think that, oh my God, Dr. Ed just rude. No, Dr. Ed has standards, and we have audibles and ways around making sure that those standards are met. And so please do not take offense if I tell you something is not necessarily up to snuff. It's just so that we can, again, remain true to our internal standards of operation. So the next thing that we're going to do is, in light of some of the adjustments that we need to make, we're going to go ahead and give you guys one of our most coveted replays of yesterday. Now, obviously, the post show won't be there, but I think you might find something super applicable within this next message, regardless of whether or not you caught it live or not. And let me just double check and make sure that I'm not putting my engineer on the spot. So Sean, give me a thumbs up if you are ready to roll, Brother King Ghazi. If not, I can pontificate with the best of them. We're good to go. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and check out this replay by the amazing Brother Ghazi, who is my brother from another mother, who is just absolutely phenomenal in many, many ways. In fact, we're going to be doing the December event at his ranch here in Atlanta. We'll be doing it at his ranch here in Atlanta. We got that confirmation during the pre-show yesterday, because my favorite book, the undisputed #1 bestseller, said we have not because we ask not. And so I just went ahead and put it out there on screen, and he even followed up with me afterwards and confirmed, said, man, I'm so excited. I didn't expect you to do that. I said, I didn't either. I just let the spirit move and see what was going to happen. And it worked out pretty well. Also, you guys are hearing us refer to the clubhouse on numerous occasions, and I want to actually go over there and actually shout out a few of them before we actually pull up this replay, because they are hanging in there with us. And I mean, yesterday was amazing. And so let me pull in my headset so I can actually see who's good. Goobly woobly. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Look at here, y'all. In the clubhouse right now. Marla B, Sister Queen Chandra, Sister Queen Cecilia, holding it down in a moderation capacity. We got Kelly, Marvelous. We got Dr. Tanisha Hilton up in that building. We got Tammy in the house. We got Sister Queen Nikki. We got Nick Keys. We got Shay, Veronica, Brother Ghazi, Ariel, Meek, Cherie, Ingrid, Dr. Barry, Auntie Millicent is up in the clubhouse. Janelle is in the clubhouse. Brother Fortune's in the clubhouse. Patrick, Tanya, Katie, Tunja, Sear Berry is in the clubhouse. Kiera, Bernice, Christina, Charlotte, Dr. Annette is in there holding us down again for 2 days in a row. Stephanie is in the building. Season, what's going on, young goddess? Mona, Kisa, Latoya, Lavonda, Katrina, Angelia just popped up in the clubhouse. Hold up, here they add them as I'm speaking. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Monique is in the building. Sherry's in the building. Here we go. We're going to test the brothers hooked on phonics. Okay, I'm going to go with Charlene. Charge it to my head, not my heart, if I mess that up, because I hate destroying people's name. Let's see. Setting Standards is up in the clubhouse. Veronica is back up in here. My God. So we are so grateful to our clubhouse family. And know this, you can still go to backfrombrokensummit.com and reserve your seat in the front row if you want to. But we loving y'all over there in the clubhouse. And want to again thank Sean, the man on the controls, for helping us be able to simultaneously pipe the broadcast through Facebook, today LinkedIn, and also Clubhouse at the same time. So that being said, y'all, we are just super, super grateful for what God is doing with the Back from Broken Nation. Now, I'm seeing a couple, 2, 3 things. Let me double check the schedule here. All right, so Sister Queen Tammy, you're not scheduled till 1 o'clock. So I see her in the studio. Okay, let's go ahead and Sean and roll Brother Ghazi. It's Dr. Ed. I'm done speaking.
Greetings. My name is Brother Ghazi Muhammad. I am the founder of Felon 2.0 and GhaziSpeaks.com. I want to first of all thank my big brother, Dr. Ed Womack, and the entire Back from Broken team for putting together such an amazing conference. It is something that is absolutely needed in the hour such as this, when so many of us are dealing with health challenges due to COVID-19. We're losing our families and our loved ones and our friends who are falling victim to this global pandemic. Hundreds of thousands of people losing their jobs. We seem to have a sense of brokenness, not only in America, but the entire human family. So we are in dire need right now of strategies and tactics that would teach us how to deal with, face, and overcome this period, this phase of brokenness. So thank you all for organizing such an amazing conference. Now I want to talk about the value of brokenness, the value of being broken. I remember when I was a young boy, my grandparents used to have this floor model TV. You remember that old raggedy floor model TV that the antenna broke, and the antenna that you adopted was the one that was made out of a clothes hanger, where we had to cut the clothes hanger up and stretch it out and then put the clothes hanger in the back of the TV and move it around a little bit just to get a picture. It had to be right at the right place, and then when it was real bad, you had to put some aluminum foil on top of the clothes hanger and then move it a certain way just so you can get a picture. Well, we had that TV for many, many years. And I mean, the TV, the sound didn't barely work. All of the channels didn't work. We didn't get a picture on every channel. And I remember sometimes the sound would be low and you had to go to the side of the TV like Fred Sanford used to do on Sanford and Son. You had to hit the side of the TV, hit it on the top, and the picture would come in and the sound would come in. And we had that TV. We kept that TV until it completely died out. When that TV was completely broken. When that TV, when the sound went out, when the picture went out, when it was completely broken, it forced my grandparents to get a new TV. See, all that time, as long as it was barely making it, as long as we can use it just a little bit, as long as it was functioning, no matter how dysfunctional it was, as long as it was functioning just a little bit, we held on to it. But we didn't think about getting nothing new until it went through that phase of being completely broken. See, the Bible says it like this: behold, I make all things new. Well, in order for God to make something new, it must first go through that period of brokenness. It got to go through that phase. So brokenness is that final stage that we go through in our development, in our transformation, right before we hit that mark of the process of transformation. Right before that shift takes place, the last phase is always darkest before dawn. See, that darkest period is that brokenness. It's always darkest right before dawn, and it's that broken period that we're going to go through, all of us going to go through, so it's value in being broke. When I was a single dad, raising my 4 children, I had my 3 sons and my daughter. I had a car, a Lincoln town car. We used to call it a stinking Lincoln, right? It was one of them big long ones. I loved that car. It was one of them kind of Lincolns where, just in the In the front seat, it was one row. I could put myself and all 4 of my children in the front seat. You know, we didn't have everybody didn't have on seat belts. You know, that was on me. But I'm saying everybody can fit in that front row. I could put 4 or 5 people in the back row. I loved that car. It was good on gas and everything, right? But the Lincoln had some problems. It had some mechanical problems, right? Some electrical problems. But as long as that Lincoln was functioning, as long as it was functioning just a little bit, I held on to that Lincoln. I rode it, as my people used to say, till the wheels fall off, right? I kept on going and it kept on riding in that stinking Lincoln, right? But when it completely malfunctioned, when that electrical problem that I overlooked and neglected, when that problem right there led to other problems that caused the engine to die out and it was completely broken, it was at that point right there that it forced me to get a new car. So what's my point with saying this? See, a period of brokenness is a blessing because that period right there forces us to get something new. It forces us to look for something new. How many times you been in a relationship that was dysfunctional, was all get out? Arguments, sometimes fights, disagreements. You sleeping in one room, they sleeping in the other room. You ain't getting your dinner, bills not being paid. We staying out all night just to stay away from that person. I mean, the relationship is just straight up dysfunctional. But when it's functioning just a little bit, we want to hold on to it. We want to hold on to it because it ain't complete. We have not been completely broken. But when we reach that point where we just can't take it no more, when we say enough is enough, what do? We break up. It's a period of brokenness. We got to break up. And brokenness only means I'm disconnecting myself now. I'm separating myself from it now. See, when you break a leg, all you're doing is disconnecting and separating yourself. It's a separation in your joints. That's all it is. It's a separation and a disconnection. So sometimes the separation is absolutely mandatory. Sometimes that separation, that period of separation, that period of divide, that period is absolutely necessary in order for us to go to the next level in our lives. We must go through it. See, I'm a man who's been married a few times. I'm not proud of that, but I'm not ashamed of that either. Because I attempted to do some things. I attempted to make my word bond and be true to it and things like that, right? But it came to a point in my life where I had to realize that it just ain't working. It was just completely broken. And a separation took place, you know, and a divide took place. And when that separation and that divide took place, it put me in that place, in that position where I can say, like the Bible say, behold, I make all things new. From that period of brokenness, then I saw something new. And right now I got a beautiful wife. I wound up getting remarried. But what if I would have never separated from the old? What if I would have kept holding on to it and holding on to it and holding on to it and refused to let it go when I know it was broken? I know it ain't going nowhere with that. I know it's not taking me from point A to point B no more. As a matter of fact, sometimes we digressing rather than progressing. Sometimes we going backwards rather than going forward, right? So look, we hold on to things too long. I had a cell phone once. That cell phone was cracked all up, but I can barely see the numbers on it. I can barely see who was calling me, but it was still functioning. I can still answer it a little bit, even though it was messed all up. But the sound was coming in now, right? Because I had dropped it too many times. The sound was malfunctioning. I can barely hear you, but I can hear you every now and then, every other word. I can see my text messages. I had to call and say, what you're talking about, what you say, right? But as long as that was barely functioning, that cell phone, I held on to it. I kept it until it was completely broke. When I couldn't talk on it no more, when I couldn't text on it no more, it was time to get something new. What's the moral of the story? The moral of the story is that there's a blessing in being broken. So those who find themselves in that broken state right there, it's really a blessing for you. You really right at that point right now. You right at that point in your life, in your development, your transformation, where God's saying, okay, here comes the breakthrough. That's why it's called a breakthrough. It's a breakthrough. The breakthrough is right after the brokenness. Then you have the breakthrough because you break or you separate, right? You disconnect yourself from the old. Then you have the breakthrough after you go through that period of brokenness. After you've been broke, then you have the breakthrough. You break through something new when you leave something old behind. Broke people and broken people tend to judge and gravitate towards other broken people. My mother, she transitioned to the ancestors a few years ago. Bless her soul. She was a phenomenal human being. My mother was a strong black woman, right? My mother was the type of woman, she come up in the streets. My mother was a hustler. When I say hustler, I mean pistols, Cadillac, gold teeth. From St. Louis, Missouri. My mother had her first child at the age of 14. She had my twin brother and I at the age of 16. My other brother at the age of 18, and my other brother by the time she was 20. So by the time she was 20 years of age, my mother had 5 children and had been married twice. So my mother had to drop out of school. So needless to say, she didn't have an extensive amount of formal education, but I would like to say that my mother had a PhD in streetology. I mean, the woman knew how to make money. She knew how to hustle out there, right? And my mother, growing up, my mother was the go-to person. She was my shero when I was coming up because she was strong. I seen her mama fight. She was fearless. She knew how to make money. She knew how to handle her business. She didn't back down from nobody. She was always there helping everybody. If your daughter got pregnant at a young age, man, call Cherry. She knew what to do about that. She was an OG at getting pregnant. She had 5 children by the age of 20. She knew exactly what to do. She knew exactly what advice to tell your daughter, right? If you had some static, call Cherry. She come with them things in her hand. She come with them 2 guns, right? Call Cherry. Man, my mother was the go-to person. And I like to joke and say, here, if your water got turned off, call Cherry. She knew how to cut your water back on too. My mother was that kind of person. She knew how to make it happen and survive in the heart of the ghetto, right? So I grew up looking at my mother like she was my shero. My mother was strong. She was dominant. She was a courageous woman, right? So I grew up watching my mother. Everybody relied on my mother. Well, I wasn't the best child coming up. As a matter of fact, my siblings probably would agree that I was my mother's worst child coming up. And I stayed in and out of trouble, in and out of juvenile, suspended I don't know how many times from school, kicked up out of schools. I mean, I just stayed out, getting my mother's house shot up, people trying to kill me at a very young age. I mean, my life was just reckless. So because I lived that kind of life as a teenager, by the time I turned 16 years old, I was facing 50 years in prison. I wound up getting 15 years. And I did over 7 years in prison. 48 months total in solitary confinement, 6 different prisons. And during this time here, I would write my mother letters, but I would never get a response. I would collect call from the Department of Correction. Will you accept this call? Click. I will call again. You have a collect call from the department. Click. Thinking like, man, I watched my mother there for everybody else when I was coming up. Why she ain't there for me? I seen her put herself on her life on the line for other people. Why won't play me like this? I'm my oldest boy. I know I got in trouble, but I mean, you was there for everybody else. I mean, why not me? And because I was in a state of brokenness, I began to judge or misjudge my own mother. So I grew a bitterness and a hatred towards my own mother. That hatred became concretized in my soul because every letter I wrote, I didn't get response. Collect calls year after year, click. No money coming to my books. Oh man, everybody else enjoying family support that I'm seeing. Not everybody, but many other people in the prison was getting family support. They was getting their letters and this, but not me, not for my mother. And I grew hatred. And that hatred became so intense. It became so intense that I became subhuman. And I would tell people that if I function in prison, I function robotically. I didn't have no emotional connection. I had to kill and destroy all emotional connections to the outside world because I felt the one person who should have been there for me more than anybody else, my mother, was not there for me. I misjudged her, right? My mother and my young brother came to pick me up the day I got up out of prison. I'll never forget it. It was a strange ride home from prison because I had this bitterness, this hatred in my heart for this woman. I'm like, I don't even like you no more. This is what I'm in my heart. I didn't say it to her, but it's my heart. I don't mess with you because you wasn't there when I needed you. When I called you, you wasn't there. I wrote you. You didn't respond. Man, I love you, son. I needed something, right? But you wasn't there. So I got this hatred in my heart. So that ride home I love being free, but it's very awkward. And I carried that in me for years after I came home from prison. And one day I was blessed to be listening to a message, a very deep spiritual message from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan on atonement. And he was talking about the whole process of atonement. And he said that if somebody did you wrong or ill affected you, go to that person and atone. Get that up off of you. Don't hold that on yourself. No more. It's a burden. It's something that weighs you down, right? I never forget this day. I called my mother. I said, Mom, I said, you at home? She said, yeah, I'm here. I said, I'm on my way out there. I go over to her house. I never forget it. I walk in. My mother was cooking some chicken. She was making some macaroni and cheese. She had some cornbread. And, I walk in the kitchen and kiss on her face. Say, hey, Mom. She said, hey, baby, how you doing? Right? I look at her and she frying the chicken. Psst. I see the grease sizzling and everything, right? I look at my mother. And I say, Mom, I want to tell you something. She said, what, baby? I looked my mother in her eyes and I said, Mom, I hate you. My mother looked at me. And it's Cherry now. Pistols, Cadillac, gold teeth, right? She's straight from the streets. My mother ain't no chump now. She looked at me. She said, what? I said, Mom, I hate you. First of all, she put her hands on that skillet. Because in her mind, she like, I don't know if my boy came up in here and lost his rabid mind, but if he did, I bet throw this hot grease in his face and bust his head with this cast iron skillet, right? So I say, oh, hold on, before she attacked me, because it's Cherry now. I say, Mama, let me explain to you why I feel like that. I say, Mom, when I was growing up, I watched you put your life on the line for everybody. Mom, I watched you support everybody. They called on you, you came. Late at night, early in the morning, you was there. People needed advice, you was there. People needed help, you was there. People needed some money, you was there. But Mama, when I got locked up, I called you. You weren't there. I wrote you. You didn't respond. You didn't answer. Mama, I needed you. My mother's eyes started watering up. She started crying. And my mother looked at me. And what she said to me blew my damn mind. My mother looked at me with tears streaming down her face. And she said, son, when you got locked up, I tried to get a lawyer. The lawyer told me that I'll be wasting my money, that you was going to prison. It wasn't nothing I can do about it. She said no amount of money, no street connections, nothing I could have done was getting you up out of that situation. And she said because I wasn't the most spiritual person, I wasn't really that religious. She said, so I didn't start praying to God. I didn't go to church and start praying to God and seek refuge in God, none of that. She said, to escape the pain of what I believe my oldest son was about to go through, to escape that pain, I started getting high on my own supply. See, she was a hustler selling drugs, but she started getting high. And she became a straight up crackhead, out there bad, on drugs, out there bad, doing the most horrific things you can think of the person do when they out there on drugs, selling her body, stealing, all kind of criminal stuff, very immoral, doing it all, right? And here I am, I looked at my mother. I say, damn, all these years, I felt justified in my anger. I felt justified in my pain. I knew this is righteous indignation. I should hold on to this. I deserve to hold on to this, damn it. Because you my mother, I'm your son. I called you, you didn't answer. And now you telling me that one of the contributing factors of you becoming a straight up drug addict was to escape the pain of what I was about to go through. You didn't know she said, I didn't know if I was going to ever see you again or not. If you was going to live or die, you going to get killed up in penitentiary. I didn't know. So I couldn't deal with that. So I started smoking drugs because I tried to escape. I wanted to run from that pain right there. And here I am thinking like, damn, I judged my mother all these years, thinking that she didn't love me, that she abandoned me. See, I was broken. And because I was broken, I misjudged my mother, who was also broken. Broken people attract and misjudge of what we think is judging other broken people. And from that point on, I started realizing that I'm not qualified to judge. I'm not qualified to judge. And I live by that motto from that point to now. No matter what a person goes through in life, no matter what mistakes they make in life, I'm not qualified to judge. So listen, we all gonna go through a period of brokenness, every last one of us, because that's that phase that we have to go through before God make us new. We got to be broken away from the old person that we know in the streets, that old mindset, that old hustler, that old gangbanger, that old drug addict, that old thug, that old criminal-minded, immoral person. We got to break away from that person right there. So we got to go through a period of brokenness. We all going to be broken at some point. So it's a blessing in that brokenness. But the blessing is when you can endure that phase of brokenness and prepare yourself, open your heart, your mind, your soul, and keep your eyes focused on the prize, on the God. Keep your eyes focused on transformation, on change. Shift your thinking, change your ways, and you go through that period, you endure that period right there. Then watch, behold, God's word is true. I make all things new. Not some things, not most things, not many things. He said, behold, I make all things new. So don't be afraid of going through that period of brokenness, family. When you see somebody in your family that's broken, praise to God, because they were right there at that point. Encourage them to endure it, not to crash and collapse under that broken period, but to keep their eyes on something different and let that brokenness cause a shift to look for something new. Like that broken Lincoln I had made me get a new SUV. That broken TV we had made us get our first nice color TV, right? See, let that period right there, if we encourage one another, see, if we support one another during that period right there, then it will help us get from point A to point B in terms of a period of brokenness to a period of transformation. So I want to end with this. I thank the God for not just the one time that I've been broke and broken, but the many times that I have been broken yesterday, today, and the time that I will be broken again tomorrow. I'm appreciative of that, and I thank the God for that, because now my mind is crystal clear in my mind and my spirit, that when I go through that phase right there, when you reduce me down to nothing, and I'm broken, and I got to break away from the old, I know that you ain't doing nothing preparing me for something that's new, preparing me for a greater change, and I'm grateful. So I want to thank you all for blessing me and allowing me to share these few words. Thank you again, Dr. Ed Womack. You my big brother, man. You know I love you. I know your trials, your tribulation. You've gone through a lot. I don't know nobody that's more qualified to speak from being back from broken than Dr. Ed Womack. And brother, I appreciate you. We love you. We support you. And everybody who were part of this conference, everybody who will hear the words of every speaker, embrace it, enjoy it, be inspired, but shift, transform your thinking, and take decisive action. My name is Brother Ghazi. I love you all. Peace.
Unmute your mic, Dr. Mack.
Maybe if I just go to the right spot, it will do it. Man, Brother Ghazi is such a powerful, powerful champion of speaking and sharing information for transformation. And this summit, guys, this has been an incredible ride so far, and it's getting to be good. It's getting ready to get gooder and gooder. I can understand why Dr. Ed was just so rapt to get on and just chop it up with Sister Queen Sherry, because she is definitely the reason why this whole thing happened, because she pushed him as a result of the question that he asked and just put out into the whole room. So when he was sharing back with her, my mind was just like, oh no. But she had so many other major points that she wanted to share. So hope you guys out there in Clubhouse land, you guys over there in LinkedIn land, Facebook world, YouTube world, all over, even those that are listening on a private channel, we want to make sure that you get the most out of this event. So make sure that you replay it, that you every one of the speakers that actually resonates with you, you want to get their contact information, hop up in their DMs, just make sure that you connect and contact so that you'll be able to grow and come back from broken. You know, when you're talking about brokenness, I'm reminded of the fact that when Nelson Mandela was in that prison on Robben Island, he was broken, not because of what he did, but because the system just conspired to put him there. And he wrote on the wall a poem called Invictus, and it goes like this: out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank God for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And when that is a mantra that you adopt for your own self, and you look at your own situations, you look at your own circumstances, and you begin to realize that, yeah, there's been people that have done things. There have been situations that have been out of my control, but I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And when you begin to captain your own soul, you can bounce back better from your brokenness. You know, I love what Queen Sherry was saying when she said that she woke up. You know, she woke up, and then as a result of waking up, she was able to bounce back from her brokenness. She was able to bounce back from her setback. So things that hold us back and things that cause us to be in that state of brokenness, we have control over how we respond to that. I love the 3 C's that she shared. You can change your network. She said, change your network, change your well, I got it written down right here because it was good stuff. Change your mindset, and then change your response. All of that. There's a Japanese concept called ikigai, and I guess it's IGI ICIGAI. Look it up, ikigai. But it says when you look at the things that you are good at, and the things that you love, and the things that you get paid for, that they need to all come together and become congruent. Because the things that you're good at, you may not be able to do. You may not get paid for it, so you put those to the side like a little side hustle. The things that you love are things that you'll do even if you don't get paid. And the things that you get paid for often are things that you do that you don't necessarily love. And you're not necessarily, well, you've gotten some degree of efficacy and skill set at, but it's not something that you like. It's only when what you love, you become good at, and therefore you start getting paid for it, that life seems to all come together. And that's what I saw in the 3 C's that Queen Sherry was talking about, that ikigai. And if you look at that Japanese concept of ikigai, and it morphs into several other components, but ultimately you need to find what you're good at. When you wake up and find that purpose, when you wake up and begin living life on purpose, then you'll be able to find joy and pleasure every day you wake up. One of the speakers yesterday was talking about joy, and she said you need to find Jesus, and then you need to focus on others, and then you need to focus on yourself. And so when you have that as a priority, you'll be able to do things in a more consistent way. Hey, everybody finds themselves at some point along the way that they're either broken, they're coming out of brokenness, or they're going into a brokenness. And so the key is, how do you navigate that brokenness? Dr. Ed found himself in a very vulnerable and broken situation. And the ultimate response that most of us have, the go-to response, the default response, blame others. Just like Brother Garza was just talking about right then. You know, he was looking at his mom. He's in prison. His mom, his nurturer, his caregiver, the person that brought him into the world and that taught him how to survive and and navigate through the treacherous valleys and peaks of this world. She was not there for him at his most vulnerable and difficult time. She wouldn't respond. She didn't visit. And he was saying, this is my hero. This is my champion. And she's abandoned me. If she abandons me, what do I have to live? Well, where's my strength? Where's my power? Where's my foundation or my base? And so the judgment and the blame that because of his brokenness that he began to ascribe to somebody else, because we all are looking for someone to come and rescue us. But guess what? I think that what we're going to take out of this conference, this summit, is this: that when we are in that brokenness, that when we're in our valley experience, that the person that we need to come and rescue us is not somebody over here. It's not our mama. It's not our spouse. It's not the people that we love and care about. It's ourselves. We have to participate in our own rescue. And I think that Brother Garzi just eloquently expressed that, because you could feel the authenticity. You could feel the realness that was coming from his heart. And as he was sharing, he was telling us that sometimes we have to stop pointing that finger, because every one that we point at someone else, 3 more point back at us. Dr. Womack always talks about the 3 at me. Guys, we're in a pivotal point in life. Queen Sherry was just talking about that pivot. That when you put that pivot foot down and you look around and you look up and you look down. I think that was earlier with Nick Keys. She was talking about that pivot. We have to sometimes pivot and stop pointing at someone else, stop blaming someone else, and realize that even though that they may have participated in our pain, they may have precipitated that pain, that ultimately when you blame someone else, you give the power that you have within yourself. You give your power away to them. And so when you just get to the point where you're strong enough to say, hey, I'm broken, but I'm going to get better. I'm going to bounce back better, and start employing some of the techniques, the tactics, and the foundational principles that are being shared all day yesterday and will be for the rest of today. You will find yourself, because now you're participating in your own rescue, that you can wake up. I'm so excited for Queen Sherry, her book coming out. One day she woke up. As she wakes up, you get to wake up as well. And when you wake up, you have to wake up with the mindset to win. And you have to wake up with the mindset that yesterday, as Shakespeare said, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace of day-to-day life. And all our yesterdays have lighted way to dusty death. Then he says, out, brief candle. Life is but a vapor. Life is a vapor. And if we spend it blaming, shaming, being embarrassed, or just being petty about all the problems and the people that participated in causing those problems for us, causing those headaches, without realizing that your mess becomes your message, that you were blessed with a mess because now you have a message. You were blessed with a test because now you have a testimony, that you were blessed with a trial because now you get to triumph over that trial, and that your struggle can become your story. And that story is what can make a difference in not only your life, but the lives of all those around you. Hey, we are so fortunate and blessed to be at a time, even right now with the pandemic. The pandemic has blessed a lot of people, and it's also hurt a lot of people. And I don't want to diminish or demean what's happened, because this global crisis has caused everyone to pause and to have a new normal, has caused everyone to just take a step back and to begin to realize and to begin to recognize that there are some things that we need to do. Hey, for all intents and purposes, we're coming out of that setback. We're coming back from that brokenness. But guess what? The next quarter, July, August, and September, we're pretty much will be at a point where we're pretty close to being back to some sense of normalcy. What have you done during that time period? Have you been listening to the type of information for your elevation and for your consideration that has been poured out to you these last couple of days? Please take it into heart. Please begin to understand that you still have time right now. This next quarter, these next 90 days, you can write a book. These next 90 days, you can start your business. These next 90 days, you can get past that stinking, shrinking thinking that's having you just step back and not step into the awesomeness that you are. You know, Queen Nick Keys this morning was saying that Dr. Womack and I implored her over time to take off the hat, stop hiding from her authentic and true self, and to step into the greatness, the power, the awesomeness that she was all about. And that's what I'm imploring you today. Listen, wherever you're listening from, Clubhouse, Treehouse, Outhouse, we want you to understand that you get to make a difference. You get to make the decision as to what actually you're going to participate in life. And they're sending me messages. Guys, when you look at that icky way, that icky way that I talked about a minute ago, you need to find out what you're good at. And what you're good at may not be what you're getting paid for. And what you're getting paid for may not be what you love. But when you exercise those 3 C's that Queen Sherry was talking about, when you find that your just your network, and this becomes your new network, this becomes your new family. The Back from Broken family is here to support you, here to lift you up, here to allow you to take advantage of all the new information that's out there that can help elevate you to a new station in life. So change your network. When you're around, someone said that the 5 people that you hang out with will determine the next level of your life and determine where you go to. And y'all stop me when I need to. But there you go, Dr. Ed.
So, I want to take this moment to also thank you, Dr. Mack, because you my ride or die. You've been there through the good, the bad, and the ugly. You're my co-host in the Coming Back from Setback Room every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. You're my business partner. And I just thank God for you, man of God. As I had reconnected to the National Men's Prayer Call every Tuesday and Thursday, as we get to chop it up every day pretty much, I am just 100% grateful to God for your presence in my life. No judgment, no co-signing to my craziness. You have enough love for me to tell me the truth when I'm out there in left field. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to also come on and publicly thank you, man. I'm not sure who's up next. I know what was on a schedule, but I'm looking at the studio and our next speaker is not in the studio. But we're going to chop it up here for just a minute, Dr. Mack, about some of the things that we got going on until somebody shows up or the audible comes down from on high.
The divine download.
Yeah, the divine download. That's what we gonna do. So what say you, man, about this whole coming back from setback room birthing area that has created this summit?
Well, I think that ultimately one of the most important and powerful things that have come out of it is that as people have come into the clubhouse room and we've chopped it up, I've seen in the last 90 days some people that came in hiding and broken and shameful and embarrassed and just trying to hide behind a mask. I've seen them take off the mask. I've seen them grow. I've seen them flow and just allow their gifts to be used. And because of that, I think that's what birthed this, that the family connection that's been created, the authenticity and the reality that's been developed has allowed all these people to come back and say, hey, guess what? I'm following this is a movement that I'm proud to be a part of, but not only proud to be a part of, this is a movement that has helped me grow. And my growth is important to me because as I'm looking at Queen Sherry, she's woke, and she was already woke, but she was still kind of held back and thinking maybe nobody wants to hear my talk about my growth and my wokeness. Dr. Ed, I think that when you really look at it, that platform and this platform is allowing people to be able to stand up, to step up, and to look back at that brokenness and say, okay, yeah, that was real. But guess what? I don't have to live in that brokenness. I don't have to exist in that brokenness. And because of the methodologies, because of the push that I'm getting from my family, the support, the leverage, I'm now not only back from broken, but I'm back better. And because of you, now I'm able to live out the true meaning of why I was here. And that's powerful. Icky way. Look that up. And I see that I know you got a whole lot of hats that you're
No,
wearing this
brother,
weekend.
brother
Is your
Ghazi.
head hurt?
No. So brother Ghazi just finally responded. So
Okay.
let's see if Sherry can shoot the link over to him, so we might get an opportunity to chop it up with him before we actually bring up the next speaker.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I oftentimes say in the space of the coming back from setback room, while people are offering accolades and lifting me up on a pedestal, and I'm beginning to learn how to be more humble and receptive to that.
Mhm.
But I'd be an absolute fool if I didn't convey how beneficial that room has been to my own growth
Hello,
and
mine too.
development. And so a lot of times we don't realize that once we're willing to share our respective journey, we don't know who's listening
Have
and we
no.
don't know who's being impacted. And so I have just received far more than I've given in the coming back from setback space. And that's the beautiful thing to me, is being able to see people evolve into that next version of themselves, be willing to open up, be transparent, and again, not even knowing that as they share, there's others that are being liberated.
you know, one of an important caveat is that it forces you into excellence, because every time you get on that stage, realizing that you don't know, there could be hundreds, there could be two, there could be thousands of people listening, and because you're on that stage, you show up as your authentic self, but you show up as your best self. You want to make sure that the words that are coming out of your mouth convey and express the feeling that's on the inside, but in such a way that that you don't have to look back and say, "Dad, come, that was dumb, that was stupid." So you come up and you show up in that room and in those spaces and on that platform as your best self. So you have to practice excellence. That's the divine download. Let's chop that up a minute. It gives us an opportunity to practice excellence. Excellence is doing your best, but sometimes we're lazy. Sometimes we've got caught up in just the day-to-day operational aspects of things, and we don't push ourselves to excellence. One thing I want to publicly acknowledge uh, about you is that you show up authentic and on excellence mode at all times. And so sometimes when we have dreams, we have visions, but we don't really push ourselves to acquire them. Sometimes it's just good enough to say, "Hey, I've got a vision," and you can talk about it, and people say, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." We are working with one of our authors on his book about the glory years of in sports, and it's easy to talk about what happened and what was, but to be able to push yourself, to leverage yourself, to go to that next tier, that next level, which requires excellence, that's something that's important. And those stages, when we step on them, when I step on them, I don't want to misstate, I don't want to misspeak. I want to make sure that what I'm saying is not only correct, but is said with such excellence that it goes and does what it's intended to do. So thank you for pushing me toward that excellence.
It's a plum pleasing pressure because we push each other.
Yes,
And that's the power of having, like you said, that circle of influence,
yes.
where you know that you're not the only one that's giving. And Dr. Dennis Kimbrough said it best: if you're the smartest person in the room, you need to find a new room. And
Because
so
you're gonna
I'm
get
so
dull.
grateful. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and so the coming back from setback room, the back from broken nation, is clearly a room of elevation, a room of transformation, a room of support.
Yes.
room of love, depending on what's going on with you. And so I'm just really, really grateful and look forward to what is yet to happen. As my grandma used to say, I'm gonna run on and see what the end gonna be.
Grandma, I want to know about the cockles of her heart there. You know, earlier when Queen Sherry was talking, she said something I think that resonated deeply, and I was kind of like was glossed over. But she talked about playing the hands that you dealt with, the spades, Uno, and Tonk. I remember all those times when I would play Tonk, and the way we played it, if you lost the game, they would bend the cards and hit you on the knuckles. I didn't want that. The consequence of that to happen, I didn't want it to happen. And the consequence, when we're dealt a hand in our day-to-day life right now, we get that hand and we look at it and say, oh my God, I don't have any, if you're playing spades, I don't have any spades, I don't have any high cards, I don't have this, that, and the other. But if you know the rules, you say, okay, well, what if we go downtown? All the low cards win. What if we take advantage of the regulations and the stipulations that were set up so that whatever hand we're dealt, hey, people are so funny. I'm looking at I can't recall his name. Awesome motivational speaker, born without arms or legs, and he is making multiple millions, speaks all around the world. But the hand he was dealt, he can't run the football, he can't catch a football, he can't dribble a basketball. All he can do is use the cerebral message and mind, his mind. So he's out there speaking, being received. He's now married. I think he's got a family. You look at that situation, the hand he was dealt, you'll say, I'll throw that hand in. And you walk around mad, angry, frustrated, teed off, realizing, Dad gummit, everybody, he got a better hand. He got a better hand. Oprah got a better hand. Everybody got a better hand than me. And instead, you need to look at that hand and say, how can I turn this that looks like caca into something that is creative, something that is powerful, something that I could cash in on? And that's the power of coming back from broken. Your brokenness, you might be that hand that you were dealt, and you're playing spades. I love to play spades. I like to play bid whist, and that takes you back a little bit further. And in college, we would sit down, we would have these bid whist tournaments, and we play hand after hand. And you sit down at that table, and you would want to not get up. You would want to be the reigning champion. And I know there were many times when I was given a substandard hand. They dealt the hand out. I looked at it and I said, I can't do anything with it. And my partner would say, hey, I've got a 5, a possible 6. So I look at the fact that if he's got 5, maybe 6, and I got this 1, maybe 2, then we can pull a 7, possible 8. So you have to look at, sometimes you need to have that person ride with you and roll with you. And Dr. Ed has been that person that's been riding with me. I know there's many times he is so frustrated because technically I'm dangerous. From a technological standpoint, I'm dangerous. I know just enough to mess stuff up. But at the same time, I'm in the middle and going toward the other side of that digital divide. But he's been there and has been able to just push it and prod me. But at the same time, from a creative standpoint, my mind is so creative and so unique. I'm throwing stuff at him and he said, whoa, hold up, partner. Give me a chance to catch up with the last one. So partnership is so important.
Because Johnny is a visionary extraordinaire, and he has such a creative and associative mind. I mean, he'll say stuff and not even realize that he need to slow down and let people marinate on what the hell he just said.
Brian,
Yeah.
Brian Tracy said that most people have 1 or 2 good ideas in a year, and that you should, when you get one, you should work it. I have that many every hour because God is just touching me in that man. But that's the giftness that I have. That's the hand I'm dealt. So I can't play Dr. Ed's hand. I'm listening to that young man. Man, if you guys your platform isn't performing at the percentage and the level that you wanted to, y'all need to DM Dr. Ed and get on his consulting, We Rise Media, because he can change your platform into a position where it will elevate you to the point where you begin to get the traction and the leverage that you're looking for. And if you begin, we talked about the PB4, you begin turning a published book into a proven polished brand with the proven. The key is you want a profitable business, and that's what his skill set is. That's what his giftedness is, to be able to analyze and look at where you are and take you to where you want to be. Just a shameless plug. I'm sorry.
No. We not gonna go with.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. That's the word we don't use, right?
You good. So guess what? What God just did?
What's that?
God just did.
We got the awesome, the incredible, the spectacular, the wonderful Brother Gazi. How you doing, sir? I can give you accolades all day long if you don't say something.
I'm good, brother. How y'all doing, man? I'm enjoying the show today.
Well, shoot, we're just happy to be here. So you know what you said earlier when we were listening.
So hold on, Dr. Mac. Hold on, Dr. Mac. Brother Gazi, can you turn your phone sideways?
Oh,
there we go. There we go. Now we got that full Monty joint. So we appreciate you popping in last minute. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, we decided we had a no-show, and we said, well, we need a replay. And the most powerful replay I can't think of was your message on yesterday. And so I said, I don't know if we can get him live, but we'll try. So we still got about 15 minutes before our next speakers are supposed to show up. So, Dr. Mac.
Yes, sir.
Why don't I give you the mic back and chop it up? How about that?
I want to chop it.
Bro.
I want to chop it with this champion because this is your boy. You know him, but I'm just getting to know him. And I'm okay, Brother Gazi. Now you had me to the point where I was kind of scared to come over your house because I didn't want to deal with that with Sister Sherry because she sounded like she was a bad person. In a good way. Yes. Because all of us had that mama. But as you were sitting there and just seething and just hatred and frustration that she didn't show up for you, and when you found out that not only did she not show up, but that you were part of the problem, that she wasn't able to show up, what did that do to you internally? And releasing you from your brokenness.
Yeah, it shifted my thinking. And at the time, I had a youth program down in St. Louis, in North St. Louis, and I was dealing with a lot of young people, especially young Black men, who never knew their father, or their father was in and out of their life. Their father was locked up and on drugs, and most of them, it's a verse in one of them Tupac songs that say. That when his father died, I didn't cry because my anger wouldn't let me feel for a stranger. So so the moral of it was that he a stranger. So even though that's my daddy, when he died, I didn't cry. I didn't feel that because he's a stranger to me. And most of these young men, they felt like that. So they were judging. At that time, when it was a breakthrough for me, I was dealing with a whole group of young men who hated, misjudged, and judged their father. So I was able to take my personal experience and share with these young guys and tell them, like, hey, look, we're not qualified to judge because we don't know what our parents went through. I know sometimes they don't be the best by us. They don't, sometimes the daddy ain't there and things like that, but we don't know his brokenness. We don't know what he went through. Yeah. And some of them young guys, they went through the same process and they atoned with their father. They went to their father, let their father know how they felt. And some of them, they tight with their father to this day. So I know when it happened to us, I believe I heard you say earlier that your mess is a message and your test is a testimony, So as soon as you get it, I didn't waste no time testifying to what I had just experienced. Like, I think that the next day I had a presentation with youth and I shared with them that experience and how it made me feel when I realized that I was a contributing factor in that problem right there, and it was just a beautiful experience.
Well, I can just hear from your voice that it was. You talk about atonement. And
we still on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Having trouble connecting.
Okay, yeah, we're still there. You talked about. Can you hear me, Brother Gossip? Mm-hmm. You can't hear me? Okay. You talked about atonement, and someone has said that that's at one men. So when you want to, as men, and you talked about that whole fatherlessness angle, and how very important it is for men to have a father in their home. And but instead of blaming and naming and being angry that your dad wasn't there, I think the important thing is to make the decision to be there as a dad yourself. And as a girl dad, unapologetically, I said I didn't want to trust the state and leave it up to of my girls, about about pouring into them, about helping them to become the best version of themselves. So as you're talking to these young men and really reflecting back on your mom and the absence of the dad and all the issues that could cause brokenness, that could cause the point of statistics happening because that person wasn't there. And instead, you say, you looking back to that, playing the hand you were dealt. This is the hand that you were dealt. You can cry about it all day long and say, this ain't fair, that government, this ain't fair. And you're going to lose that hand. And you're going to, if you're in the playing bidwiz, you and your partner are going to have to get up and go. But if instead you make the decision that you're going to be a part of your own vision, that you're going to help that vision to become to pass, that you're going to help make the change, and you're going to be the change that is necessary for the change to occur, then you'll be able to turn your brokenness into your blessing. So talk to us about that, because you mentioned there's a blessing in your brokenness. Can you hear me? Okay, Brother Ghazi is
Yes,
can
sir.
you hear me? Okay, speak to that.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay,
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. So I was sharing that you were mentioning earlier that there's a blessing in your brokenness, that you can look at that brokenness as being the problem and the reason why, and the excuse that you can use to not win, to not show up, to not play, to play in the less version of yourself. But you said there's a blessing in that brokenness. So you want to share that, because you were talking about the test and the testimony earlier.
Man, I'm going to tell you. So I spent from the age of 16, I went to prison from high school. I was one of the earlier young men that was caught up in the what's now known as the school to prison pipeline. And I was in high school. I was 16 years old. I went to prison. So I didn't get out from 16 to 24. I was locked up, right? And I used to think that, man, why God, let me go through that, even though I was thugging, so I know why I went through it, but I didn't think I should have went through it, though. You know how everybody, when you're a criminal, you think it should be everybody else, not you, right? But during that time, from 6 different prisons to 48 months in solitary confinement, to all the things, I've seen the most horrific things you can, the murders, the violence, the rape. I mean, I've seen it all, right? And I look back now on that time, as painful as that was, I appreciate and value that time period. Wouldn't trade it for nothing in the world. Because 20 years later, what I realized, it took me 20 years to realize that I was not only in prison physically, but that I had become in prison mentally. So for 20 years, I was speaking, I was talking to young people, having mentoring programs, starting in businesses and things like that. But I still labored under the misconception that you ain't worthy enough, Brother Ghazi. I still labor under that mindset that all you got is a GED from penitentiary, man. You ain't educated. You ain't nobody. Who gonna listen to you? So I was still in prison to my own self-doubt. I was still in prison to my own unworthiness. And what happened is, now, when I realized that I was a felon here, what happened was it caused me to produce a program, a coaching program called Felon 2.0. And it's the new way of looking at the felon. Not the people that have been in prison, not the thugs and the drug dealers and the hustlers and the people that do the carjacking. No, I'm talking about the people who are in prison in their own mind. People who don't believe in themselves, right? So Felon 2.0 is an acronym that stands for fear. It stands for the 5 things that I believe that keep most of us restricted and held back in life. And that's fear, excuses, limited belief, obstacles, and negative thinking. And I tell people that once you get paroled from this internal prison, once you get paroled from this feeling of unworthiness, this feeling of doubt, then that fear becomes faith. Those excuses become excellence. The limited belief turn into lessons. Those obstacles become opportunities, and that negative thinking becomes a new mind. So I was able to take that entire prison experience and how I walked through it, not only getting physically paroled, but being mentally paroled, and now sharing with other people, like, look, you're a convict. You're a convict. And what I want to tell people is that I had to realize that prison is not a place for people who committed a crime. Prison is a place for people who have been convicted of committing a crime. So conviction got to take place before you go to prison. And it's the same way it is mentally. See, I was convicted. Brother God, you ain't nothing. You the son of dope fiends, man. You ain't nothing. You ain't know your daddy till you was 14 years old. When you met him, he was a heroin addict. You know, you got the GED. You come up on welfare in Section 8. You come in the project. So I was convicted that I ain't nothing. So because I had that conviction, it imprisoned me. And many people out here right now, we hold on to the conviction. I've been married a couple times. I got a couple baby daddies. I made mistakes. I dropped out of school. I did this. And we're convicting ourselves, and it become a self-imposed, self-created prison. And we sentencing ourselves to 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years behind bars, behind a self-imposed, self-created prison. Some of us, we holding on a little tight, big brother, and we sentencing ourselves to life without the possibility of parole. We're going to die in that situation. And some of us, we just all out crazy, and we really holding on to it, and we sentencing ourselves to death row. We under stress, and it's affecting our health, and we dying up under that situation. So now it's time to get free. But had I not looked at the value of that prison experience, there's no way in the world I could have seen that. And other people, now I'm like, man, when I see people, I hear him, I said, you're a convict. I already know you're a convict. You know, you gotta look at what kind of felon you convicted of, but you're a convict. You gotta and just like in the court system, you gotta go and overturn that conviction in order to get free. The same way it is with here. We gotta overturn them convictions that I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy enough, I'm not educated enough, I'm not credentialed enough. We gotta overturn them convictions in order to get free from this eternal prison.
Boy, you better hush and stop and keep on talking. You know what, guys out there, and wherever you're listening at, if you didn't just hear that, what he just shared, what Brother Guzzi just shared, that Felon 2.0, that's enough for you to just be able to take the rest of this week, the rest of this month, year, the rest of this decade and deal with. Are you imprisoned in your mind? He broke it down, the 5 things that keep you imprisoned in your mind as a felon and as a returning citizen. The 5 things that you need to understand to be able to stay free and not get caught up in recidivism. He said those are is faith. No, hold on. Is a faith, examples, limited. Share those again, because that was so good. I think that note takers are money makers. You need to be taking notes on what he just said right there. He gave you a blueprint for a course to change your life. And if you've been convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison, a year, 5 years, 10 years, life, death row, you can still overturn that conviction, break down felon from the fear, excuses, limitation, obstacles, and negativity, and share the 5 alternative ways to look at it. So you see the negative reality as opposed to the positive alternative. Please share that again. No, Brother Guzzi, I need him back. I wasn't able to take notes because I was listening, but I promise you that's liberating. That's mind freeing. That's something that will set you free. This brother right here, Brother Guzzi, he is on fire, and he is going to help you to come higher. Because if you found yourself convicted, if you found yourself that a court of law has convicted you, and that your fears have imprisoned you, that your excuses have limited. We're talking about coming back from broken, okay? There you go. Break that down, Brother Guzzi. I mean, I want them to hear from your own lips what you said, because you said it so well. Share the felon from the fear to the faith, please. Are you frozen? Are you there? Okay, he is frozen. Guys, this was probably the most liberating thing I've heard all day. And we've had some powerful.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm having a problem. I'm out here on the farm.
Okay. What you got on that farm? I'm taking up, I'm bouncing. What you got growing on the farm? Okay. Listen, he said that he was in prison at 16 years old. And for 7 years, he was in prison. He had a 15-year conviction that could have been 50 years, but that instead he turned it around. And in 7 years, he got out. And since then, he has been living a life that is helping people that are stuck into that felony mindset. You're a felon 2.0. This is a book that needs to come out. Every young person that graduates, that goes into high school, needs to read that book. That your fears, your excuses, limitations, obstacles, and negativity will sentence you sometimes to a life imprisonment that the only way that you can get out of is that you get that conviction overturned. Share that. Are you there? Break that down once again before you lose any more broadband. That's good stuff, man. Are you there, Brother Gazi? Okay, y'all know to give me the mic, that's the wrong thing to do, because I'm going to talk, I'm going to share, because I got, the word says, from the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And I've just been poured, if you look at my library, and I have a library, I've got books on every room. I was listening to them yesterday talk about Auntie Millicent. They said when you go into her estate, every room has books in it. And she has been just poured into her life with books, information, studies, research, so that she is able to, when you speak to her, she's going to pour everything that comes out. It's not just a one-hit wonder. She's got information after information that's going to help your growth and elevation. So what Brother Gazi was talking about right here, and it was just, I think it was a divine disruption that brought him back on board, because that right there, that felon 2.0, listen, that's a new way to look at it. I know most of you either have been in prison, you have a loved one that's been incarcerated, or you have been, like he said, mentally incarcerated. That when you're incarcerated in the mind, that's even worse, because that's something that you don't have to live with. There's no four walls, there's no bars that's telling you, that's restricting your movement and your whole day. Instead, you've allowed your mind to dictate where you can go because of fear. You've allowed your mind to dictate whether or not you can write that book, whether or not you can build that business, so you can make that a profitable business. I know somebody sitting out there has got a lash business that they're trying to leverage. They've got it could be anything from T-shirts to, I know one of my clients ended up in a situation where he had nothing. So he took his last $100 and bought some T-shirts. And he sat on the corner and said, I'm going to sell these T-shirts, and I'm not going home until I sell all these T-shirts. Today, he has a 20,000 square foot warehouse where he sells products all over the world, because he said, I'm not going to let fear keep me in prison. The excuses, I didn't have a dad. My dad wasn't there. I was molested. And I'm not trying to diminish or demean or delineate any of that, the awesomeness and the horrific and horrendous nature of any of that. But those become the excuses that are preventing you from being able to go into your excellence. The limitations. I'm not tall enough. I'm not small enough. I'm not cute enough. I'm not this enough. I'm not that enough. Those limitations are what we use as excuses to fuel our fear, to not be able to move forward toward the dreams and the destiny that God has created for us. This morning, she was talking about destiny. And then the obstacles. Oh, my goodness. Dr. Ed, did you hear what he just put down, what he poured out in Felon 2.0?
I did. And man, that was that ooh-wee. When you're dealing with Brother Gazi, that happens. That Felon 2.0 is serious. It's actually been around for a while, so I'm very familiar with it, because I do chop it up with Brother Gazi pretty regularly. But I believe we now have, I'm not sure what's going on with Brother Fortune and his environment, but we get ready to go ahead and play his keynote, and then providing his environment is suitable, then we will go ahead and do the post show. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead, and next up, we're going to be presenting to you guys Brother Orlando Fortune, who is a king that I've known for a while, and that has some awesome and amazing content and a heart of a servant beyond a shadow of a doubt. And so we're just super honored to have him as a contributing member to the Back from Broken Nation. And Brother Sean, give me a thumbs up if we are ready to rock and roll with Brother Fortune. So that being said, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Also, for those of you that are out on Facebook, we're going to let this stream run as long as it can. We believe it's got like a 6-hour limitation, but we're just going to let it run so we can minimize some of the confusion, because what we do is we continuously evaluate what's going on. And so wherever we can minimize disruption and inconvenience for you guys, we're going to definitely do that. So we're going to let this stream run. So ignore those other ones that you see out there, because this one is going to stay live. And if we need to, we're going to try to make sure we can delete them in advance and make sure that we clean that stuff up so you don't get confused. But we're going to stay here as long as we possibly can until either StreamYard or Facebook or LinkedIn or YouTube tell us we have to stop it. So that being said, we're going to try and use the KISS method. We're going to try and keep it simple. So that will take us to the amazing D. Orlando Fortune. Y'all go ahead and stand to your feet and warmly welcome this king to the stage. Go, Sean, go.
God can't steer a parked car. Yes, I'm going to say it again. God can't steer a parked car. Now, the question is, what does that actually mean? Well, I'm going to help you understand what that phrase means and why it's such an important phrase if you're talking about unleashing and tapping into your unlimited potential. Over the course of today's conversation, this inspirational talk, it's going to be about 18, 20 minutes here. I'm going to give you 4 steps to help you tap into your unlimited potential and what it really means to understand what God can't steer a parked car mean. But in order for me to give you an understanding, let me go ahead and lay the foundation first and talk about the last time I was arrested. So I remember I was walking out of this liquor store and I was feeling good because I've been having a great morning. I get in my car and as I get in my car, I pull out the first bottle, set it in the back seat, pull out the second bottle out of my shirt, put it in the back seat. Then I get the phone call. Bring. Tonight is your night. What? See, I got a phone call from a female that I've been trying to talk to for several months, and she finally said it was my night. So I look in the back seat, take a quick inventory of how much I have. And I have about $300 worth of liquor in my back seat. Quick calculation say just one more store and I can have enough to keep a bottle for me and her, to grab something to eat and to get a hotel room. That's the way I was thinking. So boom, we're headed down the street, down Keystone Avenue towards the next store. Now, when I went into this store, I knew I probably shouldn't have gone in there because I had already gotten caught in this store doing what I was doing. I was boosting. And for those of you who don't know what boosting is, I was stealing, okay? So I went in this store anyway, knowing that I had got caught last time and barely got away. But this time was going to be different because I'm having a great morning, right? So I come out of the store and I'm feeling good. I'm getting away, feeling good. Now, just to let you understand, the reason why I felt so confident is partly because I had this costume that I would wear. Now, my costume would be a button-up shirt, and I'd have a blazer on and some nice jeans and some $200 pair of Aldo boots, okay? So I wouldn't look like I was doing what I was doing. So as I'm walking out the store, feeling good about myself, tonight is my night, tonight is my night, I hear this call from behind me. Hey, sir, excuse me, stop, sir. They can't be talking to me. I keep on walking. Excuse me, sir. Stop. They are talking to me. I take off running. I'm running towards my car. And as I get to the front of my car, I go to make this plant with my right foot. And just to let you know, I have a history of athletics. I played football and baseball, was a very good athlete. So when I planted, I was expecting to make it a hard right turn. But remember, I have on these $200 pair of Aldo boots. So they have a slick bottom. So as I planted, my foot slides. I hit the ground. The cops are on top of me. And I'm trying to fight and get away from these cops, and I hear my phone ringing. Like, who's trying to call me? I'm fighting with the cops. Somebody's trying to call me. Why are you calling me? Why aren't you here helping me? These are the thoughts going through my head. Finally, the cop gets one arm behind me, and he puts the handcuffs on that one wrist. In that moment, I break free. I try to get up and run away from the cops again. They slap my right foot from under me, and I hit the ground again. They're back on top of me. I'm trying to fight them off again because they're trying to get my other arm into the handcuffs. And the last thing I remember hearing the cop saying was, "Stop moving before I break your arm." So I stopped moving. I got arrested that day. And as I was sitting there in jail, it was crazy because the bad thing wasn't necessarily that I had been arrested. I'd been arrested before. The bad thing is that I had been arrested just 7 days before for the same crime. And you think that's bad. The worst part about this is it was the third time that year that I've been arrested for the same crime. And all of them were felonies. So if you understand the 3 strikes rule, that means that I was not supposed to pass go, not get another chance. The third strike for the same felony means I was a habitual offender and I was supposed to go straight to prison. But God had a different plan. I didn't know it at the time. So there I was sitting in jail, and it was an open dormitory environment and have all this commotion going on around me. And people are banging on drums, rapping. Some people over here drawing and artwork, and talking on the phone. And amongst all this commotion, I'm sitting there on the side of this hard jail cell bed, and I have my face is in my hands, and I'm thinking to myself, how did I get here again? Because I had promised myself that I wasn't going to do this again, but here I was facing not just a weekend in jail, not just a month in jail, but 12 years of prison. So I made a plea for God. Said, "God, please help me this time. Help me get out of this, and I'll change. And this wasn't the first time that I made that plea to God, but I knew this time it was going to be different. I was going to do the work. So I made a plan and started working on myself mentally, physically, and spiritually every day. I went through routines, working out, reading the Bible, doing exercises, reading books, highlighting books. I was doing the work. I stayed clean through that whole 9-month stint that I stayed in jail. But get this. When I was released, within 45 minutes, I was high. But since that day, let me tell you about what has happened in the time since I was actually released. Even though I was high within 45 minutes, I eventually got myself together, and we'll talk about how that happened. But since that time, I've earned my master's degree in psychology. I've also, with a focus in life coaching, and I'm also my PhD program to get my PhD in psychology with a focus in human performance. I've also written and published 4 books, and I'm becoming a 2-time best-selling author. Of course, there's going to be more to come. I've spoken to thousands of people on high performance, self-publishing, and recovering as a recovering addict, grateful recovering addict. I've also rebuilt the relationships with my son and my family because after all the turmoil and stress and trauma that I put them through going and trying to feed my addiction. And one of my favorite things is that I've been a daddy to my princess. See, again, I have 2 kids. I fathered 2 kids, but I've only been a daddy to 1. So the question is, how did I do it? How did I go from this drug addict running around doing all types of crazy things that I was not raised to do? See, I went into college with a full scholarship, a full athletic scholarship. And my junior year, I transferred over to an academic scholarship so that we could bring on more athletes. So I had the intelligence, I had the opportunities. And when I graduated with honors with a degree in accounting and an opportunity to go play pro baseball up in Canada. How do I have all this opportunity and go the other way? And then how did I change that to finally getting my life back together? Here are the things. There are the 4 steps to tapping into your unlimited potential. And I'm offering this to you as a way for you to wherever you are in your life right now, you don't have to be as set up in some type of drug treatments or going through some major things like that. If you're just at a position where you're trying to really tap into your own potential, here are the 4 steps. The first one is to define your personal mission. I'm going to tell you what that means. To change your attitude, that's the second step. The third step is to strengthen your self-belief, the belief in who you are and what you can do. The fourth step is to stick to your commitments, and it may be the hardest one depending where you are. So let's get into this. Let's define the personal mission. Now, Jan Suman of the Max Planck Institute, he said that people who are lost tend to walk in circles. Now, I know you've probably seen those movies where someone is lost in the woods and they're walking and they pass by this tree, and then they pass by that tree the second time and they're like, I think we've passed by that tree. And they continue to try to get out of the forest or the woods, and they pass by that tree a third time. They're like, I knew it, we're lost. That's that same scene that you see in the movies. Jan Suman was trying to find out if that was true. And here's his research. He put 6 participants. He placed them out in the forest, out in Germany. He had some tracking devices on them. And he started them from 2 different spots. Okay, the group split the group up, and they started one group in one spot, another group in another spot. And he told them to walk out in straight lines. Now, the results. Here's what happened: 4 of the participants walked in circles, just like they do in the movies. Now, 2 participants actually walked out in a straight line. So the question is, what's the difference between the 4 that walked in circles and the 2 that walked in a straight line? And the difference was the 4 that walked in circles were under the clouds. The clouds it was a cloudy day and they could not see the sun. The 2 that walked in a straight line had the sun out there to guide them. Now, what the researchers conclude is that people need an external source to find their way in foreign territory. And here's what that means is that when you are trying to do something new, when you're going out to foreign territory, which is anything outside of where you are right now, you need a light to help guide your way before you get lost and find yourself walking in circles. So I ask you to keep your eye on the light. For your notes, write that down. Keep your eye on the light. See, when I was sitting there going back to jail for the crimes that I was doing, I did not have a light. I was not keeping my eye on where I was trying to go. And because of that, I kept finding myself walking in circles, which is the reason why I was sitting on that bench saying, how did I get here again? It's because I had not defined a personal mission for myself. And I ask you, have you ever felt that lost and that you were walking in circles? Here's what I suggest. I suggest that the sun is your personal mission. You have to define your personal mission for yourself. But here's the thing. Albert Einstein said, in the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. So what does that mean for you? It means that while you're stuck in that place where the clouds are above you, it means you still have opportunity to grow, to become, to come back from broken, to tap into your unlimited potential. So with this personal mission defined, the next thing for you to do is to align your attitudes, your beliefs, and your commitments towards achieving that personal mission. So let's start off with attitudes. So as I said, I stayed in jail for about 9 months. And when I got out of jail, I got into this drug court program. Now, the drug court program was designed to give me an opportunity to get clean, to start getting my life back together. And if I successfully completed all the things they were asking me to do, they were going to wipe away those felonies that I was facing and not have to go to prison for 12 years. But here's the thing. They also knew that we were drug addicts trying to get clean, so they gave us opportunities. Okay, they give us opportunities, which I'll come back to shortly. So here's what happened the first day I go into court. Now, at this moment, my daughter is about 2 months old, a little over 2 months old at this point, and she's with me. But I can't take my daughter, in the little carrying thing, the baby carrier, into the courtroom. So I have to leave her outside with my case manager to watch my daughter while I walk into court. And of course, I have on, what do you guess? A blazer, the button up, and I'm still putting on this facade, right? As I'm walking into court. And as I get in here, I step into the back row and take a seat, and I'm looking around, looking to my right, looking to my left, and all I can think is, I'm surrounded by criminals. And I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about that judge that's sitting up there that has my life in his hands. But here's the crazy thing. The judge starts off that day with a round of celebration. People were graduating from this program, and here is this judge. I never seen this in my life. A judge is sitting at the stand, clapping, and the room is clapping for people. There's 2 people that were graduating from the program. They were getting certificates for successfully completing the drug court program. And get this, the judge was handing out pieces of candy to them. Mind blown. Never seen it in my life. But see, that one experience started changing my view and my perspective on life, on this opportunity that was laid in front of me. So I asked you for your notes to find the candy in the courtroom. Find the candy in the courtroom. And what that means is as you go through life and you're facing these trials, you're facing these challenges that you're going to face as you start going towards your personal mission, you got to start looking at things a little bit different. You got to change your attitude and change your lens. See, in my book, Unlimited Potential, and the opening section, I talk about how attitude is like this lens, these glasses that you wear with colored lenses. And depending on how you're feeling and your attitude towards life determines the color as which you see everything in your life. If you're feeling angry all the time, you might have a black lens. And so everything is colored in black and you see anger and reasons to be angry around you. Maybe the lens is blue. And for some people, blue might be passive. So you got this blue lens on. So everything is calm. You're awesome. Everything's relaxed. Blue might also mean misery for someone else. And as you're looking through the world, you see this misery and pain and depression and sadness because of the lens that you're wearing. Now, the importance is not necessarily the colors and how they match up with the attitude. The point is that what your attitude is puts this colored lens on you, and it dictates how you look at the world. So I asked you to change your attitude so you can change how you view in the world. So how about you? Do you need to change the color of your lens and change how you look at the challenges that are in your world? I remind you again, find the candy in the courtroom. So we've talked about your personal mission. We talked about getting the attitudes. Now it's time to talk about beliefs. This is a truly, truly, truly important thing, because even if you have the right attitude, if your beliefs are saying that you can't do something, you don't believe in yourself, then you're probably not going to take any action. So you won't even get to the final step in tapping into your potential. So I got to take you back a little bit about when I really understood and what it means to have belief. Because I really didn't have a lot of belief in myself because of all the crimes and all the stupidity and all the things that I'd done to mess up my own life. So here I was. And about 6 months into my jail stint. Okay, so I'm taking you back to being in jail. It's about 6 months in. As I said, I was in this drug reentry program. But the problem was, there was a waiting list. So I had to wait for my time to come up. I had to wait for someone to graduate from the program or to get kicked out of the program because they failed. So about 6 months in, I've got this green folder. And in this green folder, I put all the things that I've been doing. I've been exercising. I've been going to this certification, doing this thing about being a great parent, about going to recovery, about going to Bible study. All these things that I was doing, I put inside this green folder. And on the bottom, I've written the Psalms 23 prayer. Yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death? Yes. I read that over and over and over. And I went to bed feeling really, really good. I woke up that morning feeling really, really good. I get to the courtroom, and if you probably haven't been there before, but the people who are prisoners who are going in front of the judge, they actually have a holding cell that's behind the courtroom. So I'm sitting in the holding cell, and people are going in front of the judge and coming back into the holding cell, and they're getting reduced sentences, and they're getting released. And if you want to go in front of the judge, you want the judge to be in a good mood. And if he's on this ball and he's letting people out, that's even better. So I'm feeling good. So when the bailiff comes out to me to take me into the courtroom, he puts the shackles on my wrists and he put the shackles on my feet. And I just confidently walk behind him into the courtroom. Actually, no, that's a lie. I didn't walk. I was kind of shuffling because my feet were shackled. But either way, I walked confidently into that courtroom. I got behind the table in front of the judge, and I look back. I see my mom and my dad in the audience. I'm smiling. This is going to be a good day. I put my green folder down on the table in front of me, and I stand there waiting. The judge asked the secretary to read over my case, and read my case number, and then another number, and another number, and another number, and another number. I had 5 felony cases against me at the time. And when she finishes reading off my case numbers, the judge turns towards the prosecution. Are we ready to continue? Prosecution? No, Your Honor. Not time yet. Not ready yet. I was devastated. I'd done all this work thinking that today was my day, but it wasn't my day. At least I didn't think it was. I go back to the holding cell, wait for my time to be taken back, transferred back over to the jail. I get to the jail and I walk in, and the people I made some friends with come up to me. Did you get it? Are you getting out of here today? Because they were so optimistic. They were so excited. I'm like, no. I'm mad at God. So I go to my prayer window, which is basically a window that's cut out next in the concrete next to my bunk. I have my Bible laid out in there. That's where I leave my Bible. I'm in the window and God, what are you doing? Why am I still here? I did everything. Why am I still here, man? I was mad at God. I look out the window. It's a calm day. Literally watching the leaves roll through the parking lot. And I hear this voice. You're not ready. Okay, God. For whatever reason that day, I accepted that. So I grabbed my Bible out of the window and I jump on my bed, grab my notebook, because I had to teach the Bible study that day, and of course I had to talk to them about being okay to talk about with being mad with God. But here's what I learned that day. That I got to do my best and let God handle the rest. For some reason, that lesson came really clear to me that day, and I relaxed for the next 3 months. I wasn't worried about when I was getting out. It was going to be on His time. It was my job to continue doing my best to become who best I could be. So let me ask you this. Have you ever felt like giving up because you felt like you had done all you can do and it wasn't enough? I ask you to keep moving forward, to keep trusting in yourself, continue making those small achievements, taking those small actions, getting those small successes, because your belief is a factor of you believing in yourself, and those small achievements add up. And I ask you to, if you can't do it for yourself, and I talk about in the second section of the book, Unlimited Potential, I talk about borrowing belief from God, borrowing belief from others, and then finally, as I build it up in myself. So we've talked about the personal mission. We've talked about attitude. We've talked about beliefs. The final step is commitments. And I want to take you forward now. I've been in this drug reentry program, and I've actually relapsed after about 9 months of being clean, just that one night. And in that one night of seeing how my life could have been thrown away in that one night of being stupid, I recommitted to doing my step work, which is a process where in 12-step programs where you go through some questions, you discuss those answers to those questions with somebody you trust, called a sponsor. Then they give you feedback, and it helps you have this spiritual awakening as you start tapping into the things you've done and how you can continue to move forward by trusting in a power greater than yourself. That is the bulk of the watered down version of what doing step work does. Well, this day I was working on my second step. I had driven down south, about 45 minutes south of Indianapolis, to meet my sponsor at his home. I remember walking into his kitchen. His table was laid out, set out in front of the big glass sliding doors. The backyard was beautiful. They kept a beautiful house. They were retired, so they had time to take care of all these things. My sponsor sat down to my left with his notebook from when he did his steps. And I sat down to the right of him with my flat book, which is where the questions are, and my notebooks. And we start going through the questions, and he's giving me feedback, and I have a red pen. I'm answering these questions. Then he gives me this white paper, is folded up, and says, "Do not open it up." So I get to my car. Said I could open it up when I got to my car. So I opened it up, and in there are 3 words: good, orderly direction. What he told me was to follow good, orderly direction, because sometimes it's going to get difficult in life to continue on this commitment, to continue doing the step work. But if I continue to follow good, orderly direction, aka God, then I can help me stay committed to the things that I want to be doing in my life, because my spirit is tapped into a higher power. That intuition that you feel that says that you can be great, that you can do something awesome, is tapped into a higher power. It's calling you to do something, and it's all ordered in your good. So I ask you, have you ever felt like you were sabotaging your own success? Have you ever felt like things were going right and then you did something to mess it up, and it just seems like you were always the problem with your own things? Well, I'm asking you to do this. Follow good, orderly direction and continue to move forward. And just to give you a little support on that, I want to read from chapter 10 in my book, Unlimited Potential. This is about the DARE principle. DARE principle. Most people don't live daringly. They're so afraid of what might happen that they lose sight of the objective. So here's this. What's the difference between a dream and a real experience? That's a good question, right? I'd like you to think about your childhood. Do you remember playing the game Truth or Dare? I was the dare kid. I didn't want to talk about myself a whole lot or reveal too much about myself. It wasn't that I was scared. I just liked being dared to do something. Now, I know it was an inferiority complex, and I was trying to prove myself. I mean, poor kid, right? Moving out into the unknown is paramount to achievement. For you to become the greatest version of yourself, you must look yourself in the mirror and dare yourself to be great. If I were in front of you, I'd say something like this. You were made for a divine purpose. You were molded in the precise size and shape for the role you're supposed to fill. You were given all of the intelligence that you need to succeed in it. You may not know exactly what it is, but I can tell you this. You'll never figure it out if you don't go make some mistakes. If you don't trust in the words that I'm saying to you, then you'll never be satisfied. You'll end up like the rest of the people who are uninterested with life and unmotivated to live. You were made for something different. All of your questions and wondering, what if, have led you to this moment, this point, this conversation. Yes, you right there. You were right. You have something great inside of you. You've known it all along. Now it's time to go show the world that you weren't a waste of energy. You're not a nothing, a nobody, a meaningless piece of trash. You're an incredible, beautiful creation of God, and you deserve all that life has to offer. But you have to put in the work. You have to be disciplined and create the habits that will turn your life around. You have to believe that God wants the best for you. You have to take the dare that I'm proposing to you. So what is the difference between dreams and real experience? Action. It is action. So here's what is a summation. Here's the 4 steps that we talked about in going after and tapping into your unlimited potential. You first have to define your personal mission, then align your attitudes, your beliefs, and your commitments towards hitting your personal mission. And for your notes, a reminder, the five quotes I want to bring for this, the 5 things to help you remember this. 1, find the candy in the courtroom. 2, do your best, let God handle the rest. 3, follow good, orderly direction. 4, take your dreams off layaway. Okay? And 5, God can't steer a parked car. And just to be clear, to take your dreams off of layaway is what it means to go after your dreams. When you turn your dreams into reality, to real experiences and taking action on them, you're finally taking your dreams off of layaway. I once heard a great speaker. She said that God did not give you your dreams for you to put them on layaway. So remember that. Take your dreams off of layaway. Now, I read from my book because I wanted you to hear how powerful it can be. And if something about that spoke to you, I actually go into more depth into the concepts that we've talked about. So I'm doing a special offer for the Back from Broken community. Those of you who are listening to this, you're in attendance to this summit, I'm doing something special. I'm actually going to give you a free copy of the ebook version of the Unlimited Potential book. Yes, I'm giving a free copy. Now, inside the book, you're actually going to get some exercises and some tools that'll help you to define your personal mission, to change your attitude, and to strengthen your self-belief, and finally to stick to your commitments. And the way you're going to get that, you're going to go to unlimitedpotentialbook.com/BFB. Now, if you go to that unlimitedpotentialbook.com/BFB, I'm going to give you a copy of the Unlimited Potential ebook. Now, if you decide to go grab the book, that's on you. You want to grab any of the shirts or anything like that, that is on you. And just know that the shirts and the book itself, I don't keep the profits from those books and my shirts for this Unlimited Potential book. That goes to helping someone else that is in reentry, that's trying to change their life, or someone that's in recovery, trying to help them change their life. There's programs that I donate monies to for those profits to help them. So if you decide to help someone there, that's on you, but get the book at unlimitedpotentialbook.com/BFB. And just a final thing to wrap this up, I want to talk about my daughter, the relationship about being a daddy. Again, now when I was released from jail after those 9 months, my daughter was 1 month old. Now, a month later, my daughter's mother goes back out to the street. So here I am, a father trying to figure out how to raise this little girl. I mean, I had no clue what I was doing. I'm a grown man. I don't know what to do with a little girl, but my daughter has taught me a lot of lessons, and just raising my daughter has taught me a lot of lessons. And I want to talk about this particular moment when I was changing my daughter's diaper. So what I would normally do is I go through these processes and I try to do the same routine every time, because I figure my daughter would figure out what we were doing and get kind of relaxed into those routines. So when I went to change my daughter's diaper, I put out this pink blanket on the corner of the bed. I put the fresh pamper on the top left, and right under that, I'd have 3 baby wipes. And 3 baby wipes, because first one was to try to get the big bulk of stuff off, put that away. And then the second was trying to get in the crevices and clean up a little more. And the third baby wipe was just to make sure everything's clean, because again, I'm a grown man. I want to make sure the little girl is clean as best as possible. Okay. So this particular day, my daughter is smelling like, wow, like a grown woman. Okay. So I put her down on the bed, and I take off the diaper, and I'm holding her by her feet. You know, I have to hold the baby up by the feet, pull the diaper up, and I put it to the side. I reach over, grab the first baby wipe, and as I'm wiping her, I'm like, oh my God, you're so cute, dude. How could you smell so disgusting? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. I'm talking to her in this baby voice as I'm wiping her up, right? So I go to grab the second baby wipe, and as I'm grabbing the second baby wipe, I see my daughter's little head start looking up to the left towards that diaper. And then I see her little hand start reaching up towards that diaper. And I pop her hand and like, no, we don't reach for the dirty diapers. That's nasty. That's disgusting. Don't do that. I take the second wipe and I get in the crevices and put it up there with the dirty diapers on the top right, up to the right of her head. Then I go to grab the third baby wipe so I can just finish cleaning everything else. And as I'm doing that, I see my daughter's head start to turn to look at that dirty diaper, and then her little hand starts reaching up there towards it. And I pop her little hand again. It's like, no, I told you, we don't mess with the dirty diapers. That's nasty. No, we don't do that. And that's when it comes to me. What if I just move the diaper a little bit out of her sight? And so what does this mean? Here's what I'm saying to you is, I ask you to stop looking back into the trash. In this event, we're talking about going from broken. And part of the reasons that some of us stay stuck is because we keep looking back into the mess and reaching back into it. And because we're doing that, we're staying stuck. We're not moving forward. We're beating our own self up. I ask you to stop looking back into the mess. I ask you to define your personal mission, because when you're stuck and looking at the past, into that trash, it's like the cloud that's been over you. And remember, when you have that cloud of darkness over you, you can't see the light that's out there for you to guide you out of it. You're going to continue to walk in circles. So please stop reaching back in the past and stop looking in the mess. Define your personal mission. Have that light out there for you and start walking the line towards accomplishing your personal mission by aligning your attitudes, your beliefs, and your commitments towards accomplishing your personal mission. And if you need some help, you feel like you need some extra help, please go to unlimitedpotentialbook.com/BFB and grab the free ebook and start learning the exercises and principles. Again, my name is D. Arlando Fortune. I am a self-publishing strategist and grateful recovering addict. And as I always end my talks with this, you can be, you can do, you can have anything you want in this world. You've just got to believe. You can live a life of no doubt, just blessings. And I will show you how. And for all of my No Doubt Nation, we live by this one mantra, okay? And I want you to say it loudly and then do it proudly. And that's to make life happen every day. God bless. And always remember, family, you're only one book away. Talk to you next time.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. I see that you're in a solid space. Hey, that was some powerful information. And I visited with you on Clubhouse before. You have an awesome message, and your presentation is just spot on. I'm also a publishing coach and have a publishing entity, and so I'm just so proud that I was the one that got to moderate you, because I'm also a girl dad. I have 3 daughters, and that's a twin, so you can imagine what you was doing times 2.
Trying to deal with it at the same time. Yeah.
But I'm gonna throw all of the questions that we have on deck out the window and just talk to you as
fine.
As a peer. Now your book, Unlimited Potential, and you're giving a free copy away, which is awesome. I mean, I think that the methodology that you're presenting in there is so very strong. So tell us what made you actually just write this book and what it's meant for you, because you're giving the proceeds away. So let's talk about that book.
So the interesting thing is, when I give that book to people and they get to reading it, and they start saying, "I feel like you wrote this book for me." And what's crazy about that is I actually wrote that book for my kids. I wrote it for my daughter. I wrote it for my son, because I didn't know if I was going to stay clean. You understand, recidivism is real, and I've been doing it for years. So the thing about it is, I was like, I'm clean. I'm sober-minded. God's pouring into me. While I'm in this space, let's try to capture these ideas, these concepts, these things that he's putting into me, this wisdom that he's pouring into me. And so I decided to write that book for my son. But again, here's the crazy thing. I didn't put it into this. This is a different talk. What I didn't say is, I wrote that book while I was sitting in jail, right?
Mm.
The first book I had like these yellow legal sheets of paper. I folded them in half. I drew a cover on the outside. I wrote a table of contents, and I wrote the content. I was so excited about it. And when I got released, I made this promise to myself by Thanksgiving I was going to write that book. So by Thanksgiving, I had typed it all up. It was like 20 pages. I was like, this is awesome. I'm an author. Like, I was super excited. But guess what? I didn't do anything with it for about 18 months.
Wow.
It wasn't until I said to that woman I talked about putting your dreams on layaway. God didn't give you a vision for you to put it on layaway. She also, I got on a call with her. And when I was on that call with her, she started asking me about my story and what I wanted to do. And I told her, I want to be in productivity and talk about high performance because that's my passion. How do I make any changes in my life and how to help other people? But I told her about having my spine severed in half when I got run over by a truck, about being a recovering addict, about all these other things that I'd been through. She told me to stop taking God's glory and tell his story. She challenged me to go on Facebook and tell that story, right? Live. And, Black families, we don't do that. We don't go out there and put our stuff out.
Not in the street like that.
You don't take it to the street. When I did that, and this weight lifted off me. I started my company a month after that, wrote the book after that. So that book was two-part, one for my kids, but then when she told me to start telling a story, that's what I needed to do. I needed to be obedient.
Wow. Take your dreams off layaway, dare yourself to be great, unlimited potential, turn around. All these things that you're talking about are things that are resonating with our audience. Clubhouse, I'm just looking at the comments from Facebook. We're all on LinkedIn right now. So we're taking this and expanding this across different platforms. And, it's so very important that you get that out. I call these authortunities, that there are opportunities as an author for you to be able to touch and relate and elevate people, because what you're saying and what you have in your spirit, you've heard it, you've lived it, and so you don't know that it can help someone else live a better life. And most of you out there that has that book that's still stuck in you, get with one of us right here. We have been gifted. My desire was only to just go out and just be a published author and get all the accolades and the income from that. But God had a different plan. He wanted me to help other people and just like you're doing, to be able to get that story out, to take that dream off of layaway and to allow someone else to get it. So look here, man, we're going to chop it up. I'm going to open up a clubhouse room and we're going to talk about all these opportunities.
Yeah, I like that opportunity. I like that.
Yeah, that dropped my spirit yesterday. You're the first one that heard it. Now the rest of the people have heard it as well. So that's more than an opportunity. It's an opportunity. And as Dr. Ed and I were in a recent conference we had about 5 or 6 years ago called anyway, in that conference, we coined the phrase collaboratunity, where some collaboration and opportunity come together. So we're going to have a collaboratunity for the opportunity. Hey, guys. Yeah, we want to chop it up a little bit more with Brother Fortune, but he followed the protocol and he ran a little bit over because he had so much to unpack and share. So we're getting ready for the rest of these speakers. They said the mind will only receive as much as the seat will endure.
Yep.
You understand? Man, where you from, Brother Fortune? Tell them how they can get in contact with you.
Yeah, I'm here in Indianapolis by way of Mississippi, the SIP. But all across these internet streets, you can find me at D Arlando Fortune. That's DARLANDO Fortune. That's all over these internet streets.
Wow. The fortune is in your dream. My brother's in Indianapolis, and he has been just imploring me to come up and visit. So when I come to visit, guess who I'm going to chop it up with and hang out with? The fortune. That's what's up. We're going to make our fortune together. I grew up there in right outside of Dayton, a little town called Xenia up in Ohio. So we was in, you have a little town called Plainfield?
Oh, yeah, I know where Plainfield is. Yeah.
Well, my uncle lived in Plainfield. He passed in January, my favorite uncle. So there's a whole lot we're going to chop it up with. And this is a great experience. I have just enjoyed listening to you, listening to all of the speakers. Now you can go in the Clubhouse and just hear it right there. We're on LinkedIn today. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook, and of course, if you got the VIP ticket, we're in your live stream. But we're also, if you get that VIP ticket, and you can still get it, then you can listen again and again and again. And this is your session is one of the ones that I implore the people to listen to again and again and again, because you brought so much information, you brought so much to the table that it was just definitely some good stuff. So we're gonna turn it back over to the room. Man, thank you for sharing. Thank you for being a part of this Back from Broken Summit, because I promise you this, when I'm listening to your story and hearing all the times that you did, again and again and again, you found yourself putting yourself into the situation and blaming everybody else. But then when you came to yourself and realized that it was you were able to write all these amazing books and have all these amazing accomplishments. And I'm going to be the first to call you Dr. Fortune. And I love it.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And while I guess they haven't kicked us out yet, so tell them again how they can get that book.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be, the name of the book is, if you can see there, Unlimited Potential.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah, baby. You got to be branded all the way.
Yeah.
You got to be branded all the way. But it's unlimitedpotentialbook.com. And then it's going to be /BFB. So for Back from Broken. Okay, unlimitedpotentialbook.com /BFB.
So they get it because they put the BFB in it. That's how they're going to get it for free.
That's how they get it for free. Exactly. So as long as I have that link up there and available, that book's going to be for free for those who are listening.
All right, guys. Thank you, Dr. Fortune. A pleasure, an honor, a pleasure sharing with you. And up next, we're going to bring on Pastor Paulette. Pastor Paulette. This is I've experienced her in the clubhouse rooms and have just been doing some profile hustling and just watched her come about. So she is an awesome, powerful speaker. So I think you might want to take your seat belts off and kind of recline back in your seat and get your beverage of choice and just enjoy, because she's going to bring a powerful, productive, and positive word that's going to uplift your spirit, but that's going to touch your mind. The word says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. So she's going to give you a little mind renewing. And I promise you this, she ain't no stranger to the stage. So just help us to welcome Queen Paulette, Pastor Paulette, as she brings forth this information for your transformation. And are you ready?
Have you ever experienced something so devastating that it rocked you to the core? Close your eyes and imagine hearing, "Go ahead, jump off the bridge. Take those pills. No one loves you anyway." Now open up your eyes and envision having a throbbing migraine that lasts 365 days. The pain, unbearable, and no pill could relieve the anguish that had my name on it. I was on a downhill spiral, and all I wanted was the pain to go away and my nightmare to be over. But it wasn't. It was the beginning of my sorrows. The migraines were a constant reminder of the internal darkness that was slowly pulling me away from my faith, my hope, and my God. My life changed forever when I heard these words: "I want a divorce." Hello, I'm Paulette Harper, two-time award-winning author of 11 books, book story coach, and the survivor of emotional trauma. As co-pastor and first lady, I prayed and trusted that divorce wouldn't be my reality. But I remember walking into our bedroom closet and all of his clothes were gone. That's the moment time stood still. I fell to the ground, curled up like a baby, and cried uncontrollably. No one told me that divorce would hurt so much. No one told me that divorce would break me into pieces. I was about to become a divorce preacher who was called to inspire and empower others, yet in those very moments, all hope appeared lost. He was my high school sweetheart. I met him when I was 14, and he a junior. We were dubbed the couple that would never break up. That changed at 40 for me. In reality, I thought that that was the love that would last forever. We had married early in our 20s. When I took my vows, I meant what I said, for better, for worse, for richer, for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. We made a vow before God to be committed to each other as long as we both shall live. When I said yes to him, I said yes to forever. I wasn't looking for another partner because I had found everything in him. I didn't expect that after a 23-year relationship or a 23-year of being married, everything that we had built together would come crashing down. Have you had the trajectory of your life change without your permission? I had invested everything, all of me. I gave to our marriage, to our ministry, to our children, and many times I put them first. But now I was empty, except for these gamut of emotions that I was now experiencing, from hopelessness, severe depression, feelings of fear, and even thoughts of suicide. I was dealing with emotional trauma and asking God, where are you? According to the Center of Integrated Health Solutions in the United States, 61% of men and 51% of women reported exposure to at least one lifetime traumatic event. I was now part of those stats. Trauma doesn't take long for it to have an impact on a person's life. In a matter of moments, those 4 words in his absence traumatized me. The man who I had met at 14 had walked away, never to return again. I didn't know how to get past the rejection, the feelings of abandonment, the hurt, the effects of it, the shame and the guilt. How could I get past the things he had said, his actions, and even the fact that he had moved on so quickly with someone else? I wish I could say that I immediately recovered, but I can't. The days following, I found myself drowning deeper and deeper into depression and despair. All of my years of being taught spiritual warfare and standing in the gap for others, I couldn't muster up enough courage, energy to even fight for myself, let alone pray. In my darkest hours, I needed prayer. I needed those same people who I had prayed for to be there for me, but they were gone. He was gone. My church was gone. My will to live, gone. I asked myself, how did I get here? And how could I get out of this hellhole? How could I find myself even when I didn't want to be found? Even in the darkest moments of my life, God was with me. He was still my present help in my time of need. And in my cries of help, he gave me glimpses of hope. When out of nowhere, 2 sisters from my past crossed my path. One was a phone call from another pastor's wife whom I hadn't talked to in years. The other was a sister that I had met in the bathroom at a church we had attended. Time and divine intervention had kissed. And it was in those moments that I knew that his hand was still on my life and that he indeed had work for me to do. Those 2 sisters took me under their wings, prayed for me, spoke the word over my life, and helped me to see that there was another chapter in my life to write. And what I perceived as the darkest moments in my life was God doing his greatest work in me, showing me that I could make it, showing me that if I survived this, I could survive anything. The process of restoration began. But what would that look like? It had to begin with my mindset and the words that I was using and confessing over my own life. It started with changing my mindset, who I was and what and who I wanted to become. I refused to believe that God allowed me to go through that in vain, but there was something more that he wanted me to do. I believed that my pain and my heartbreak had a purpose for it, and I was determined to find out what it was. With that, it required me to take drastic steps that would endure or would ensure that I would heal, I would recover, and that I would be in position to move forward without doubt, fear, or worry. Do you find yourself in that same predicament? Maybe you haven't gone through a divorce, but maybe you've experienced emotional trauma that has changed the course of your life. For the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you the 5 fundamental principles that you can use on your journey to restoration. These are the same 5 principles that I used on my journey. Number 1, revise means to re-examine what has happened, make alterations, and to make peace with your past. Make alterations means to cut, to clip, and then to sew up. This is the process that can be very painful. What does that look like? This is where we cut away and clip away things that we're familiar with, and even severing relationships. In order for us to move forward, we have to cut away some things that don't serve us anymore. We have to acknowledge that it happened, accept it for what it is, knowing that in moving forward, this is our new beginning. Number 2, release. The act of setting free and letting go. Release the blame, the shame, and the guilt. It means to forgive yourself and to forgive others. This is the part of the transformational process that has to be internal, intentional. This means that you keep forgiving, you keep releasing, and you keep letting go. I needed to forgive him, myself, and a slew of other people who had harmed me. And sometimes it was hard to do. But for my own benefit, for my own future, it depended on it. I had to forgive. Forgive the man who had caused me the most pain. Forgive the man who had changed my life forever and the lives of our children. I had to forgive him for the words he spoke over me, and even forgive myself for the lies I had accepted from him and from the enemy. Those lies that had trapped me into a belief system that almost killed me. I learned to use those daily affirmations from the Bible and quotes that I found online. I printed them out and placed them all over my house, including the mirror in my bathroom and even on my refrigerator. They were my daily reminders to uplift and encourage myself as I would go through this storm. My story would not defeat me, but it would propel me. Number 3, recover means to find yourself, find something that was lost or forgotten. Before I was identified with my pain, I am depressed, I am hopeless, I am suicidal. In the midst of my despair, I lost me. But here was an opportunity for me to recover and rediscover who I was, what I like to do, places I like to go, and the music that I love to hear. Ask yourself, what have you lost along the way? Here is your opportunity to reclaim it, to get it back. Find you. Maybe you have lost your peace, your joy, your happiness, your confidence. and maybe your courage, or even your desire to live. But here is your time, your turn to get it back, because all is not lost. Number 4, rewrite. I get to rewrite the narrative, sharing my authentic story, owning my truth. It's here where I get to change the narrative and turn those painful experiences into something beautiful, something amazing. I want the next chapter of my life to be the best chapter of my life. I get to rewrite my story because I'm the author of it, and I decide how my story is going to end. Not my trauma, not my disappointment, not my despair, and not my divorce. Here's the place where you can find your passion. You can dream again. You can write your story, build your business, or even start your business. Go back to school, get your degree, enjoy your life. Your life is not over. And then number 5, rebuild. Rebuild means to build again after something that has been damaged or destroyed. Here you can set new goals and execute your plan. Write a strategy and setting a deadline on how you're going to get there. Rebuilding those places that were broken so that you can become the person that you were really created to be. Now let's recap those 5 fundamental principles that's going to help you on your journey to restoration. Revise, release, recover, rewrite, and rebuild. The greatest adversities in life can become the greatest moments of opportunities. I am Paulette Harper, and you can reach me on my website, pauletteharper.com. Find me on Facebook as Pastor Paulette Harper, also known as Pastor P. You can find my books on Amazon as well, and I would love the opportunity to connect with you.
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I won't complain. This has been amazing, and I so enjoyed your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love sharing that.
Yes, it's definitely needed, and I love how you said you're the author of your story, and that's what we have to really kind of let sink in, right?
Yeah. It's so easy to let, life just really, formulate who we are, and we have to learn how to change that.
Yes, we do. But in that, let me ask you a couple of questions. What part of that restoration process did you find to be most difficult?
You know what, Sherry? It was really coming to grips with where I was, because I had been married for 23 years and I met him when I was 14. So he was my world. He was all that I knew. And so really taking that big pill and swallowing it and realized that this was my new life. This was my new norm. And I had to tread on new territory that I was never trained for, never introduced to, never walked before. And that part was real scary for me.
I can imagine. And I listened to the part where you said these 3 words, that I lost me.
Yes.
In that process, you lost you. And we oftentimes do that, especially in relationships, being moms and just trying to juggle life. We do lose ourselves. But what are some fundamental principles that you had to implement?
3 fundamental principles that I had to implement was, 1, just really owning that was my truth now, and that can be a struggle because because once you own your truth, you got to move in it and live in it and realize, what you've known before is not going to happen anymore. So it's really 1, owning your truth. And then number 2 is just really taking the necessary steps to find out what you're supposed to do in your life, getting clarity on your purpose. And then 3 is rebuilding from that, because you now have a life outside of what you're normally used to. And now you have to, rebuild from the things that have happened in your past.
That's right. Owning, taking steps, and rebuilding.
Yeah.
Definitely. I definitely agree with that. How have you used emotional trauma to propel into purpose? Because oftentimes, we get stuck. And hijacked. What do they call it? Emotionally hijacked, right? And we often will stay there. So what did you use to propel into purpose?
Well, one of the things that I had to do was I had to go to counseling. And that helped me really refocus on what, the remaining of my life could look like, And so, when you're dealing with emotional trauma, there's so many layers to that. And there's so many emotions that come from, dealing with, trauma in itself. But, for me, it was really finding, a counselor who could just really dig deep within me and pull things out of me that I didn't even know, was laying dormant, And so that helped me really see life differently, in a place where I can now move through where I was and find that there was some sense of purpose for it all and that I could, really, really rebuild my life.
Oftentimes, and I know this isn't on the questions, but since we have more time, let's go. Oftentimes, we find ourselves as we're leaving relationships that we really can't see clear, right? We can't see that there's light at the other end of the tunnel, and what that exactly is going to look like. As you went through this process, what did you learn about yourself?
Oh my God. Yeah. So much, but one of the things that I learned was that I was a survivor, and that, God didn't allow me to experience that for nothing. And I had to find purpose and reasons for it, And there was things that I found out about me that I had strength that I didn't know existed. There were gifts and talents that God had birthed within me that I didn't even know was there. There was a sense of direction which God wanted me to go in that I didn't even know, that I was part of because I was comfortable being, his wife. I was comfortable being, first lady. I was comfortable, of course, with my children. And there was more to me than that. And that's what God showed me, that there was more to Paulette. That wasn't all that he created me to be, and to do in life. And so when that happened, I began to see that, wow, this is a new journey that God wants me to be on. And it's a journey that I would have never experienced for myself had I not gone through what I went through, and where I am today. The divorce, the pain, the trauma, it all pushed that purpose out of me where, I'm in a place where, I'm sharing my message, but I'm writing my stories and I'm helping other people do the same.
That is awesome. It's just funny how our pain will turn into purpose. And oftentimes we can't see that because we're going through it. And we just don't understand how this can really impact and help others. Like, how can it help others? I'm barely getting through it myself, right?
Yeah.
But it ends up totally becoming our purpose. And it's a message that others need to hear that are going through the same exact thing. So thank you for having this conversation. Thank you for sharing your story. It's going to impact a lot of lives.
Yeah, I'm really praying that it does because there's hope in everything, and sometimes, like you said, while we're going through it, we don't see any purpose, because we're so engulfed in the pain and the heartbreak. But, there is nothing we've done in life will ever be wasted. No experience, no test, no trial, will ever be wasted. And so God reserves all those experiences so that one day we can just really soar and we can really, break through that and really find, what, there's purpose for me in life. And I could use my experiences to really work for my good, and that has really been my story.
Awesome. Well, I've definitely enjoyed interviewing you today, but I will not let you leave here without letting people know how to get in contact with you and what you have that they may be able to benefit from or get in contact with you.
So people can reach me on my website. They can find me on my website, which is pauletteharper.com. Of course, I'm on Facebook under Pastor Paulette Harper, also known as Pastor P. And they can go to my website. They can get a free, for those who want to write a book, because that's what I do. That's my zone of genius. I am a story expert coach. And so I help people write their books. And so on my website, they can sign up for my mailing list and get the free story workbook that's going to help them outline and map out their story.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And hopefully when you get a chance, go on over to Facebook and maybe share that information in the Facebook comments as well, so that people can make sure that they can tap into you. I'm so excited. And I guess I will continue to see you in those clubhouse streets.
Yes.
Okay. That's always a good
Definitely.
thing.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Sherry. It's been a blast.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. Thank you and joining us.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So listen, we have had an amazing experience so far. We have another amazing speaker coming to you, Dr. Oliver T. Reed. So get your pen and pad. Make sure that you write down these gems and nuggets. And if you get an opportunity, if you're not tapped in, you can also leave comments on the Facebook page where we're viewing live. It's Back from Broken Nation. You can go there and you can leave comments. You can ask questions and see all of the information that we are typing in there for you to get in touch with some of these amazing speakers. So up next, you'll hear Dr. Oliver T. Reed.
Are you a person that has had pain and you couldn't even tell anybody? And every time you tried to think of how to put it into words, your thoughts would escape you? Are you screaming with your mouth closed? Have you entered into a room full of people who are having joyous moments and having a great time, but yet your heart was aching? Hey, I'm Dr. Oliver T. Reed, and I know exactly where you are. I help entrepreneurs, speakers, and coaches write their books fast using my 4-step milk writing system. I want to just pause here for the calls and thank Dr. Ed Womack for inviting me and creating a platform to be on. This Back from Broken has been phenomenal. I hope you've been tuning in for every episode and you've been tuning in for every live stream. But I have a job to do here today. And I want to talk about 4 pivotal ways that I've used my pain and turned them into pages. Isn't it funny how in life we often want to skip to the bright spots of our life? It's almost like having a DVD where we want to just get to the good scenes and delete the bad scenes. But I've learned in life through trial and error that everything works together for good. And I'm a firm believer that there is no thing wasted. Well, I'm going to be talking about 4 ways, 4 secrets to discovering how to write your book without writing another single word. One of the things I've learned in my life is that even in the mess, there is still a message. In the mess age, like I like to say, there is still a message. Who would have thought this inner city kid from the inner city of Charlotte who grew up on Section 8 public housing assistance would travel across the world? But it didn't always start there. So I want to go back to tell you a little bit about my life. My call today is that by the time you leave this video, you'll be using everything in your life as a platform to go to the next level. I want to be very intimate. And during our time together, I'm going to share some very deep things that I've overcome, and also things that I still deal with, things that have broken me and I've recovered from, but things that I'm still broken about. I think there's nothing like being authentic about your pain. Well, my story started
from birth. When my father burst into the room and he looked at me being intoxicated, and the first thing he said to me, ladies and gentlemen, was, I was not his son. I was too dark. My mother at the time was going through 21 hours of hard labor, 21 hours of hard, strenuous labor. I was breech birth, and they were trying to turn me for 21 hours. My heart stopped and her heart stopped. I am a miracle standing before you today just to be able to share my story. And one of the things I go back to that my father's first words to me was, I was not his son. Those words rang in my spirit and rang in my heart. Even though I was a baby, I had ears. Scientifically, they say that you read to the baby, right? Because the baby begins to entertain and connect with the parent's voice. Well, imagine my first voice was that of rejection, of not claiming me, of lack of validation. You on the other end may have had similar things that have happened to you in your life. So from the beginning, I grew up angry. I can remember as a little boy waiting for my dad to come. I would get up around 9 o'clock, be excited. My mother would say my dad was coming. I'll be looking out of the inner city window at the project home where we live, waiting for dad to come. From 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. till I gently and forcefully eventually realized that dad would never show up. I grew up as an angry young teen. I had nowhere to go in my mind to escape this mental prison that I was facing. So I want to start with the letter M in milk. I wanted to lay that foundation really quick, that your message is the first step. To those that may be on the other end and say, I don't have a message. You don't understand, Dr. Reed, what has been done to me. I come to rattle your cage today and say, you have a voice. In silence, you have a voice. And by the time we get to this next part, you're going to understand by the time I'm done how valuable your message is. Now, I faced a lot of times when I talk to individuals about making what they've been through a part of their message, everything. They want to delete the bad stuff and just get over it. But I am a firm believer in what I've discovered that has allowed me to travel over 4 continents and write 40 plus books was because I finally got what my message is. I can remember, if you allow me a couple minutes to share my story, I was in my 30s. I was only acquainted with my dad, meeting and talking with him and being in his presence probably about 5 to 6 times. He came to my graduation. He would come to certain pivotal moments. When I graduated college, he was there. High school, he was there. But everywhere in between, he did not show up. Like I said, I grew up angry. I remember in 1995, look at this. I want to share this positive thing, powerful thing that happened in the midst of my pain. You might be saying, how did positive happen out of negative? We're going to be talking about how positive can come out of negative. Wow. Check this out. Christmas Day, I didn't know what depression was. I didn't know that me crying, me missing class in college, all equated to depression, because depression wasn't a hot button item like it is now. Right now, everybody's talking about it, what it's doing among men and what it's doing among women. And it's just a hot button topic. But when I grew up, it wasn't. So I channeled all of my anger. I put it inside. And on Christmas Day, 1995, I took a bottle of pills and I said, I'm going to end it all. I'm going to end it all because my life is worthless. My own dad doesn't want me. I can see kids with their fathers, and I didn't have one. I was wrestling with who I was as a man. I had forgotten about my first love, my connection to my creator. There were so many different things. I was just a bottle of pain. And I took those pills, guys. And I remember sitting in that psychological room with my fate on the line. And I could hear the church members praying. I grew up in church, so the church members came over on Christmas Day and they were praying in the waiting room adjacent to me. And I remember something saying in my heart and in my spirit, you have a message. And I said, me? How do I have a message? I'm suicidal. I just come from overcoming a suicidal attempt. How do I have a message? Didn't know that what happens, write this down, in your mess age gives you a message. Who would have known that I would grow up to become this boy that was rejected, that still had a voice? I come to tell you in the M that your message still carries a voice, even though you may have been born in the oven. You may have been born in the furnace of affliction. You may have been born on the wayside. You still have a voice and a message. Now, let me tie this together. Your message will always attract your target audience. Some of you are on this call. Some of you are on this video. You've been called to this summit because you heard a voice. You heard there was something that Dr. Reed would say, that the other speakers would say, that would be genuine and be authentic. You're tired of smiling on the outside. You want to be coming back from broken. And I remember sitting there and hearing that message. Years later, fast forward, I was actually in my 30s. Imagine, in my 30s, had my children of my own. When my dad started to, check this out, reach out to my mother and say he wanted to reconnect with me because he wanted to, I didn't know. He wanted to what? I interrupted that thought. What did he want to do? And first of all, he had contacted my mom to get to me. So immediately I got into my own feelings. And I said, I don't want to speak to him. If he can't come to me, I'm not waiting by the window anymore. I'm not this little boy, I'm a grown man. He can talk to me, you know, all these different things, not knowing that my message was being formulated. Now, let me give you this. Years prior, I had turned to writing. All my life I've been writing. And I started to write a story of reconciliation. This is how powerful your story is. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps on the other side, right? Check this out. That I started to proclaim or prophetically write what I felt and had faith in my subconscious would happen. I wrote a poem years before I was faced with this challenge. My message was being developed. Woo! In my mistakes, in the frailty of the state I was in, guess what? A message was being created. And I wrote a poem in one of my books. I said, when I was young, I called to you. When I was a baby, I crawled to you. But you were never there, man. Always a here and everywhere, man. So I labeled you my X-Man. There's no pain like living in this day-to-day prison, bleeding from your incision of helpless rejection, parked at life's intersection, parallel to nowhere, across the street from neglect. But I have to show you respect. But don't get me wrong, man. I know your old man put the X on you, man. But thanks to the Son of Man, I'm a free man, lacking, wanting, nothing, man. So now I recite in the ears of my young man that X marks the spot of God's eternal plan. Y'all can give me some snaps on the other side. Didn't know that I had already fell in love with writing and my message was being developed. So step one, your message comes from your mess age. If you can survive your mess age, you get a message. Now, because I had gotten the message, my dad, when this time came, I said, I'm not going to talk to him. My wife talked me into it. I said, okay, prayed about it. I ended up talking to him. And the first thing I did, guys, ladies, gentlemen, first thing I did is say, Dad, I forgive you. In my pain, I don't know why I said it, but in my pain came my message. Woo! Some of you who are watching this video have to forgive those people who hurt you. I got to get on to the other 3 points, but I got to stay here real quick because the message attracts everything. Your mess that you're in is valuable. Take that with you. Woo! Don't try to discard the mess. Let it become a message that you can use and take with you. Take your message with you. What happened, I later on found out, because I released honor on my dad who brought dishonor, I broke the cycle of that dishonor. Let me say it again. Because I didn't give my dad what he deserved and I still honored him, I broke the ties off of me. Your message is going to break the pain off of you if you allow it to work for you. I'm convinced that the messaging in that word milk is where it starts. Now I'll ask you, develop your message. Pull out a piece of paper right now while I am teaching. I want you to understand your message is important. How do I figure out my message? What have I been through? Where have I been through? What have I done? What has been done to me? Come on, let's dig deep and develop that message. Now let me move to the letter I. I is implementation. Woo, we live in a world now where implementation is so important. How do you carry this out? Some of you watching this video, how do I get it done? How do I go from pain to the pages? Implementation. Implementation, look at this, is how you go about the execution of it. Some people have to go through execution of therapy. Some people have to go through just being away from the pain. Some people have to really change look at this, change their scenery. They have to move. Some people have to change their direction or their trajectory. Some people have to go through 4 steps, 5 steps. Look at this. I don't know what your pain is, but I can tell you, if you learn how to implement that message, if you're able to implement, I'm going to show you, if you stick around to the end, of how you can tap into my free case study that allows you to see a training on how you can start your implementation. You can write that book. From the pain, from what you've been through, from the addiction, from the fear, from even the great moments, you can include all the areas in your life in implementation. If you implement it, good gracious, it will come. I want to show you real quick. I wrote this. This is a part of implementation. I wrote a book, Manhandled, not because it was cute, not because it was something I wanted to be a bestseller, even though it was. I wrote this book because when we think about being manhandled, a lot of times we think about only women get manhandled. But as an African-American man, there was many things in my life that I had been mishandled and been abused. So I implemented, I wrote it. So how you implement it, you got to write it down. That piece of paper that you have in front of you, if you've been following instructions, I want you to start writing while I'm on this video. As you're watching me on the other side of the screen, start to write. Because inside of this book, this was a bestseller, and I talked about how men are impacted by words. Men are impacted by rejection. You have a story, ladies and gentlemen, that you can tell that will help others on the other side. What is it inside of you that when you implement, it will be a blessing to other people? Those tears are not just tears for you. You're crying because somebody else is going to be crying in that situation, and they need to come back from broken. Woo! So let me go. So I started to implement, and when I started to implement, it started to open doors for me. It started to bring people who wanted to understand more how I was able to implement. One of the greatest interviewers of all time, Oprah Winfrey. And it wasn't that she had this great show. It wasn't that she had this great personality, but Oprah tapped into implementation. Oprah was doing something in the 80s that nobody was doing. Oprah was allowing people to come on her show and be able to discuss their brokenness, their addiction. Look at this, their obesity, their abuse. Look at this. And because she was implementing through her show, people were blessed around the world. May I speak to you real quick? There's something in the inside of you that once you implement it, good gracious, once you say it out of your mouth, once you write it down, once you push through the pain, once you talk about the abortion, once you talk about the addiction, once you talk about the fear, once you talk about the suicide attempt, once you talk about selling drugs, once you talk about getting fired from your job, once you talk about what your uncle did and your auntie did, when you talk about what happened to you, people are going to gravitate to you. There is pain in your purpose. Once you talk about the haters, baby, they become elevators, right? Look at this. One of the things I want to share in your implication that your low places are really high places. Inverted. Your low places are really high places. Inverted. Your low places are really high places. Inverted. And once you realize that, you will begin to achieve and move further than you've ever been in your life. What I started to do is implement every time I had a problem. When I got this, every time I had an issue, every time I had some pain, guess what I did? I wrote about it. Every time I had an issue, you can see this, every time I had pain, I talked about those low moments, those low places. Why? Put it in the book. Every person on the planet Earth, I say, needs a book. You, on the other side, if you don't have a book, you need a story. You need something that you document before leaving this earth. I said something on my social media that I'll say to you inside of this I moment, this implementation moment. I said, I would rather write my story while I'm alive than to let somebody skim over the highlights when I'm dead. Let me repeat that. I would rather write my story while I am alive than to let somebody on my obituary skim over it in 2 or 3 minutes. You're more than a chain of events that has happened to you. Document how you got out of it. Right? Let me move to the L. I'm getting excited. L, y'all with me? L is the lessons learned. Inside of that milk, you got the M, which is the messaging. You have the I, that's in the implementation. And then you have the L, which is the lessons learned. Whew. People will invest. Look at this. When you have the lessons that you learn. Some of you are sitting on lessons, sitting on blessings. Y'all get that? You're sitting on lessons that are blessings. You're sitting on lessons that are blessings. The lessons learned bring a knowledge, a know-how, a skill, and a gift. People will pay you, invest in who you are, bring you to stages. I've been allowed to be on 4 different continents and coach individuals and help people write books around the world and sell books around the world, all because I refuse to become a moment. Good gracious. I refuse to become what they said. And I said, hey, here is the lessons that I've learned. And I put those lessons in a book. So the lessons you learned, how did you get out of it? What were you going through? What did it smell like when you were in it? What did it feel like when you were in it? What did you learn? What did you come up with after you were left by yourself? What did you get out of this event in your life? And that becomes the lessons learned. People will pay you for the lessons learned. People will invite you for the lessons learned. People will gravitate to you because you're authentic in the lessons that you learn. All right, let's move over to K. K, check this out. K is the knowledge and the know-how of your book. Let me say that K is the knowledge and the know-how of your book. What can I apply through the lessons learned? Now, the knowledge, who can I consult with that has been through what I've been through, or I can show them the way that I made it through. It's almost like in the church, they say the testimony delivers those, right? So when you share your knowledge, your expertise, look at this, your knowledge, what you gain out of going through, now, look at this, people will invest. Now you can continue to heal. I always say a lot of times we heal, look at, as we go. Woo. I want to share this real quick. You're going to heal as you go, as you milk this crisis. Look at, the crisis has to pay you back. Jot that down. The crisis has to pay you back. Jot that down. The crisis has to pay you back. Write that down. The crisis has to pay you back. The broken marriage has to pay you back. The broken dream has to pay you back. The state of confusion had to pay you back. The suicidal attempt I went through had to pay me back. The cancer that didn't kill you has to pay you back. The joy that you gave up has to pay you back. That is the knowledge. Listen, I told you this real quickly. I want you to know that you are a solution to a well thought out plan. That before you went through the crisis, that there was already information and revelation that you were going to get out of the crisis that has to be documented. Books are so important that the Lord himself even wrote a book. He even allowed people, that his disciples and people around him, to document his life. What more important thing that you can pass to your generation than to milk the crisis? Before I close, I want to talk about several different stories. One story I want to share with you that is so powerful. This story is so powerful, and it's actually a fact, more or less. I did some research when I was pinning my system because I wasn't always a best-selling author. I wasn't always a writer of 40 books. The first time I wrote a book, it took me 10 to 15 years. So I became the thing I needed, right? I was standing in rooms and talking, and I was standing in rooms and speaking, and I didn't have my book. People were saying, hey, how can I get in touch with you? I didn't have my book written. And one of the things I said, oh man, I wasn't milking it enough. And I started to look at the term milk. Can I share something with you? Before the milk hits Whole Foods, before the milk hits Walmart, before the milk is sold, do you know the milk on the farm takes 72 hours? 72 hours to be tested on the farm before it's sent to another test. I hope y'all got that. Some of you have been through pain, rejection. It seems like it doesn't end. It seems like you're going through this, and then you get out of this, you go through this. Trust me, I understand. I've been there, going through it now. But what happens is that milk is tested because certain levels of the testing is only approved for that level. Good gracious. But the greater consumption before it's put on the shelf, can I say to you, you're about to be put on the shelf. You have to go to another level of testing. So it takes 72 hours for it to leave the farm and then another set of testing before it gets to our table. Can I say to you, there's breakthrough for coming from the brokenness, back from broken, that you're about to experience the greatest level of your life when you learn to hone in on your message, implement it, get the lessons learned, and then the knowledge. All right. So I promise you, go over. I got something special for you. I have a free training. You can go, you can see it in my overlay here. You can go to www.milkwritingsystem.com. That's www.milkwritingsystem.com. I'm going to show you how to take these 4 steps that I talk about and to write your book before you write another word. Don't spend countless time wondering how you can do it when I've already created a system for free. This is a free training that you can go over right now. Click, don't contemplate it. Do it now. And I'll see you on the other side. Remember, you can milk the crisis. And you're not what you touch, but you are imprinted by what you hold on to. Let's milk it together.
Well, hello, Dr. Oliver T. Reed. It's so good to see you. I know we had a crunch getting you here, but guess what? You are here.
I'm here. I'm here now. I'm here. How are you?
Listen, I don't know if you can see me backstage, but I was over here writing. I've run out of room with all the nuggets and like this, like, yeah, okay, all right. And one of my favorites was the crisis has to pay you back.
Yes.
And in your message,
yes.
you will find your message.
Yes.
Love that. But the one that I really liked, and I don't know if others caught on, but once you talk about it, oh, you went in. Like once you talk about this, and once you talk about that, and once you talk about this and that and all of that, right? It was it hit me. I resonated with it.
Awesome. I mean, I was just so excited. Thanks again for just allowing me to be a part of this. It's been a great process. And one of the things I realize is that the more you share, the more you can attract.
Yes.
And get it off of you. So that's one of the things is one of my features in life, to just tell my story.
I love it. I truly enjoyed it. How do you get people to get over the fear of writing their story?
Yeah, really, I kind of opened with what I did just on the Back from Broken. Just I share a lot about my personal story, 1 or 2 lines about my personal story, and then I also tell them to face it. If you can face fear, you become fearless.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I do with my client in the beginning is that, hey, I go through an assessment and say, what are you having fear about? Let's talk about the hard stuff, and it's also about putting in reps. It's just like working out.
Mm-hmm.
You don't start with, I was with my physical trainer one time, and he was like, when we first started, he was like, hey, I'm going to basically give you the bar first. The bar. I'm like, man, I'm stronger than that. He's like, no, we're working on your form.
Mm-hmm.
And so I tell people, you got to work on your form. Talk about the smaller things that lead up to bigger things.
That's right. Exactly. And in that writing about the smaller things goes into our next question of when people say that it's already been written, right? But it's in those smaller details that really matter. So tell us how you get people to get past, well, it's already been written. What can I add?
Yeah, one of the things I always use a food analogy. And in that food analogy, it's, for example, McDonald's is not worried about Ruth Chris,
Mhm.
and Ruth Chris is not worried about McDonald's. All of them have their secret sauce, right? They already have their target market. So it doesn't matter if people are talking about abuse or abandonment. Your story brings that secret sauce. And if I had time, that sauce is broken down into acronyms, but I'll just say for the you and sauce, I always say that that you and sauce is your ultimate.
Mm.
And
Okay.
nobody can reign in your ultimate. Ultimate is when you're being you. That's for being who you are.
Hey, I love it. I really do. And the fear of writing sometimes. Oh, Dr. Ed has popped in.
My brother.
I had to crash this party. This is my
Right.
dude right here. I was letting you do your thing, but because I almost started to say, you know what, I need to interview Dr. O. But I said, no, let my sister go ahead and do her thing. But I had to crash this party because Dr. O is my guy.
You my guy too.
See why? This brother be teaching. This brother be teaching. This brother be teaching. Man, I'm gonna give you credit for the milk the first couple, 2-3 times that I used it. 'Cause I got that shorty in the notebook, bro. And first of all, seriously though, I just want to thank you from the depths of my soul for getting on board and supporting the Back from Broken movement. I knew that you would do justice and always bring your A game. But one of the things that I want to go back to is that you got to make your pain. No, you got to make the crisis pay you back.
Pay you back.
Man, put a little more mozzarella on that one.
Yeah. One of the things that I found out is that we try to skip fast forward, and we don't make. We go through the graduation. My daughter just graduated, right? And I was excited about the graduation, but I was more excited about the process that she had went through. And so one of the things about looking at the crisis is you're not just the degree you get, but what you went through to get it. You have to ask that person or ask that situation or put a command on that situation to pay you back. I went through failure. Now, failure has to pay me back. It comes along. I don't get rid of it. And I think people want to just push it in the back of their mind to get rid of failure, but it has to give me back. Because I always say that your success is your failure in reverse. So basically, what I failed at has produced products, has produced books. It has paid me over and over and over again. And so that command has to go out, not just for your success, but also what did I fail at? The times that I was in an institution, the times that I did have the abortion, the times that I did before I had my child, I had whatever it was, miscarried. That place got to pay recompense. It's got to give you a reward. It's got to serve you instead of you serving it.
Man, look at here. I could not help myself. I was sitting here itching. And then there's one more. I need some more mozzarella on. This was good. This is a delicious meal. You served this thing up, bro. So your low places are high places inverted.
Yes.
My God. Help the Back from Broken Nation out with that one, bro.
Bro King, it's like this. It's one of the things that if your perspective when you walk into a room, if me and you were at a table, somebody will say, hey, Dr. Womack is at the head of the table. Somebody else will say Oliver Reed's at the head of the table based on perception. So at our lowest point, we think that God has left us or our purpose is empty, but that's at the place where I believe that our Creator speaks to us. And at our highest place, then he speaks through us. I can be a part of Back from Broken because now he's speaking through me, but because I endured the low places. So the low places in your life, if you turn it over, it's a high moment. It's how you see it. Now that's enough to preach right there.
Come on now. That was a whole message right there. He speaks to you. Say that again. You say he speaks to you when
in the low place.
In the low places.
In the back side of the woods. When your credit card keep Bounce.
And he speaks through you
Yeah.
when you
When you're at the high place. When he can now turn you upside down and be a back and broken, like taking Dr. what he went through and now create a whole platform. Now he's speaking through it. Now it ain't just his pain. It's the pinnacle. I'll put it like this. Last thing I'll say, unless you got more, is this: that you'll look at this. The look at this. The pinnacle of your last level is still the basement of your new one.
Man, okay, stop. We got to let it marinate. See, we can't give them too much because they mess around and be done exploded and can't even pay attention to none of the speakers up in here. So this next thing is a request because I know you super duper busy and your schedule is just like ridiculous. But I need to see your face in the place at the Chucks and Pearls event on June 26th. That's where my sister is launching. That one day she woke up, and I will be in attendance. And I just need to have you bless us with your presence, if at all possible, King.
Yes, sir, man. I'm gonna make
Wait a
my
minute.
be there.
You're in the DMV?
I'm in the DMV.
Come on, come through, DMV.
I told you, Sherry.
Okay.
You gonna meet some powerful people. Well, man, thank you again. And we definitely gonna chop it up and reconnect on that man movement thing. Because Manhandle, for those of y'all that ain't seen it or had it or read it, boy, stop. Y'all don't even understand. You think the milk crisis was I'm gonna stop. Blessings to you, Bishop.
Blessings, man.
Sherry, do your thing. I'm gonna go and get back in my corner.
I appreciate you, man. Doing this, Dr. Ed. It's been a blessing, man. Thank you, Sherry.
Wow, I'm so glad Dr. Ed jumped in there. And listen, you saw my pen, right? And I'm still trying to write and pay attention. You definitely dropped some jewels. I did not know you were in the DMV. I hope that you can definitely come through. I definitely need to show you some elbow love. I guess that's what we're doing nowadays.
Yeah.
So thank you again for joining us. Can you just tell people really quickly how they can get in touch with you? I know you already did, but go ahead and leave everybody that.
Good. Thank you so much, Sherry. Again, thanks so much, Dr. Womack. You can reach me at www.milkwriting.system.com or you can go to www.drolivertreed.com. On all platforms, you put in Dr. Oliver with the T, Reed. You'll find me on social media and you'll find me at my website.
Okay. Well, I know you have a trip planned ahead of you. Be safe. And please check in with us and let us know you've arrived safely. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for your flexibility. I appreciate you. Many blessings.
Oh, we appreciate you. Well. As you can see, listen, did you catch the jewels and the gems that were being dropped by Dr. Reed? It was just absolutely amazing. Make sure that you get in touch with him if you want to hear a little bit more, because the crisis has to pay you back. The crisis has to pay you back. He said it several times. Say it to yourself until you believe it. The crisis has to pay you back. Whatever you've gone through, whatever you're going through, whatever you've experienced, we promise you it'll be worth it. It will pay you back. Trust the process. So I believe we have another speaker that is about to come up, and I'm looking forward to hearing from them. But quickly, let me go ahead and say, if you're with us on YouTube or Facebook, thank you so much. Please continue to comment. We do see your comments here. If you are joining us on Clubhouse, hello, Clubhouse family. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us and hanging in there with us today. This is definitely something that we have been planning for weeks, and it is turning out all right. It is definitely turning out all right. But if you have any questions or you want to know how to see this thing live and you're in the Clubhouse room, I'm sure there are some moderators on stage. Go ahead and DM them so that they can give you the link so that you can catch it on Facebook at Back from Broken Nation, or on YouTube at Back from Broken Summit live on YouTube, okay? So that you can get interactive with some of the comments as well. So let me check and see where we're at, what's going on. Are we ready for our next speaker? Nobody's saying anything. Okay, so I'll just keep talking. I'll keep talking. So we heard, I heard one word that Pastor P mentioned and Dr. Oliver Reed mentioned, and that was forgive. The F word. We have to learn how to forgive so many things that happen to us, and sometimes that we've done to ourselves, right? So as we learn to forgive, it releases a lot within us so that we can continue to press forward. So one of those words I wrote down was forgive. Let me see what's going on over here on Facebook land. All right. I'm seeing comments that say amazing. Amen. Message, implement lessons and knowledge to milk. I want to hear more of that message from Dr. Reed on milk. And it stood for message, implement lessons and knowledge. We're big on acronyms here, y'all. We're big on the acronyms. So that's why we're telling you to go ahead and get your paper, because they are dropping the acronyms for you today. Okay? Let me see here. Wait a minute. Something's going on. All right. In Clubhouse, those of you that are on Clubhouse, if you can ping someone in that might need to hear this message of motivation today from all of our speakers, it would be greatly appreciated. Listen, as we tell our stories, as we go through this process, the message will hit someone. The message will hit someone. As our voice needs to be heard, our stories need to be heard. There is a message, there is a blessing in our messages. So make sure that you ping somebody that needs to hear a motivational message of inspiration, because we are here to definitely tell our stories, not only for healing for ourselves, but to heal others as we go through this whole process together. We're going through this together. You know, I found that in this thing, as I was trying to find myself and find purpose, really it was the connecting with other people, connecting with like-minded people that really began to change my mind. And so the importance of being able to step outside of yourself and realize that you don't have all of the answers. You don't always have all of the answers, but someone's message, someone's voice will bless you. And so, you know how we talk to our kids, right? Okay. You know how we talk to our kids and we tell them over and over again something, but they'll hear it from somebody else and it finally clicks and they get it. Same with personal development, personal growth and development. Say it till you're blue in the face, but it might be someone else that to deliver the message and it'll hit different. So go on and ping people in. But we do have our next speaker queued up and ready to go. Mr. Willie Price is up next. So Sean, go ahead, do your thing.
Did you know that you can do anything when you set your mind to do it? Let me say that one more time. Did you know that you can do anything when you set your mind to do it? Because no dream is impossible. No dream is impossible. The 4 W's to a successful life. What is a dream? What is a thought? What is an idea? We all have dreams. We all have thoughts. We all have ideas. Martin Luther King had a dream. Harriet Tubman, she had a thought. She thought she could have saved more slaves, only if they knew they were slaves. Nelson Mandela and Barack Obama both had the idea that they too could become the presidents of their countries. Something they all had in common, none of them felt that their dream, thought, or idea was impossible. They also had these 4 W's in common. They all knew who they were in their situation. They had to determine where they were trying to go. Then they had to decide what was it going to take for them to achieve the goal that they were trying to achieve. And then finally, they had to decide why they were willing to commit to that goal. We all have dreams. We all have thoughts. We all have ideas. But how committed are we to those dreams, thoughts, and ideas? No dream is impossible. Again, my name is Willie A. Price. Willie A. Price Speaks. And I want to share with you a little bit about my grandmother, who has been near and dear to me all my life. And she used to always say to me as I was growing up, you can do anything when you set your mind to do it. And I'd be running around the yard doing different things, and she would see me, and all of a sudden she would say to me, just out of the blue, you can do anything when you set your mind to do it. And one day I said to her, I asked her the question. I said, Grandma, why do you always say that to me? And she said, I've noticed and I've watched you. And when somebody tells you you can't do something, or when you're going through a tragedy or something, or someone says you can't do anything, or you want to do something, you will figure out a way to do it if it's something that you really want to do. And she just looked at me and said, you can do anything when you set your mind to do it. And that always stuck with me. So it reminds me, and I want to take you back to a story when I was going through a tragedy on January 10th, 2012. January 10th, 2012. I had a rental property, and this property had a fire. I had paid some guys to come out and make the repairs on the roof and do some other work. They started on the roof, but they didn't come back. So after a couple of days, January 10th, 2012, I called a friend of mine and asked him, would he come out and help me do the roof? I get to the property, my friend doesn't show up. So now I'm aggravated. Forget it, I'll just do the roof myself. So I take a ladder and I put the ladder up on the house, and then I get another ladder and I put what is called a ladder hook on the top of that ladder. So as I climb up on the roof, I take the ladder with the ladder hook and I hook it onto the roof. And you use that ladder to slide down as you're working on the roof, because the hook holds the ladder onto the roof so you can slide it down. So I'm on the roof and I'm making this repair, and I'm going up and down the ladder, and I'm doing the ladder hook and, sliding it down. I get to a certain point on the roof, and instead of sliding the ladder down, because I'm aggravated, I lift the ladder up to move it over. As a result, the ladder goes shooting down between my legs. As a result, I go rolling down the roof. I get to the edge of the roof and I begin to look as I'm falling, and I see the concrete driveway underneath me. And I said to myself, God, please don't let me hit my head. God, please don't let me hit my head. Because I knew if I hit my head, I was done. All of a sudden, I heard a voice, grab the ladder. I looked up to see who said grab the ladder, because I was the only person on the roof. And it made me see the ladder that I had used to climb up on the roof. And I reached out and I grabbed it with my left hand. As a result, my feet swung underneath me, but the force caused the ladder to come up off of the house. So now I'm falling back holding the ladder. And I remember my grandmother, she always had these sayings. And one of the sayings she said, he may not come when you want him, but he's always on time. And all of a sudden I heard this voice saying, let the ladder go. And for some reason I trusted the voice and I let the ladder go. And it felt like someone grabbed me and holding me and said, now, when your feet touch the ground, don't plant your feet, drop and roll. Now, mind you, I'm falling 25 feet and I hear this. And when I felt my feet touch, I went to drop and roll, but my left foot was out too far and I shattered my left ankle. It snapped. I'm laying on the ground. My ankle is hanging over my foot and I'm just laying there and I'm laughing. People are running down the street because they can see me falling from the top of the roof and they're running down. They call the ambulance and they're looking at me and they're like, why are you laughing? And I said, because you don't know what just happened from up there to down here. The ambulance comes and they're checking me and they're talking to me and they ask people, they said, so where did he fall from? And they pointed to the lower roof on the front of the house. And he said, no, he fell from up there. And they pointed to the roof where I fell from, 25 feet. And they put me in the ambulance and they're taking me to the hospital. And I could hear them on the microphone talking to the hospital. And they says, we have a trauma. He fell 25 feet from the top of the roof. And we believe he shattered his left ankle. And you can hear the doctor respond, how much blood has he lost? And they respond, he's not bleeding. The doctor responds, well, how far is the bone out of the leg? They said, the bone's not out the leg. Was he paralyzed? No, he's not paralyzed because he's laying there talking on the phone to somebody. The doctor says, well, check him again. So they make me get off the phone and they're checking me again as I go, get to the hospital. And they pull me into the hospital and they take me in the emergency room and everyone's standing there looking at me and I'm sharing this story and I'm telling, I'm falling and I hear this voice and someone grabs me and holds me and says, when your feet touch the ground, don't plant your feet, drop and roll. And the doctor says, but that's not possible. And I turned to the doctor, I looked at him, I said, I know, doc, who could say all that to you while you're falling? And the doctor says, no, that's just not possible. And the nurse says, so what do you mean, doctor? What's not possible? And the doctor says, at the rate of speed that he was falling at 25 feet, by the time he felt his feet touch, he should not have had time to drop and roll. By the time he felt his feet touch, he should have shattered his entire spine. He should be dead or totally paralyzed. And I said to him, I said, but doc, I told you, somebody was holding me and that's what they told me to do. And the doctor said, but that's not possible. That's just not possible. So he leaves out. A few minutes later, he comes walking back in with my x-rays and he's standing there and he's saying, that's not possible. And he's looking at the x-rays. And the nurse says, what's wrong now, doc? He says, I'm looking at his x-rays and we see that he shattered his left ankle, but on his other x-ray, it shows that he broke all the bones in his right foot, which means that he had to have touched both feet before he dropped and rolled. But that's not possible. It's just not possible. And so the doctor, he's just shaking his head. And finally, they take me in to operate on my right foot to put screws and hold my foot together for my right foot. They couldn't do surgery on the left leg because my leg had swollen up and the swelling was so big that they had to put rods to hold my leg together and send me home until the swelling went down. So they did the surgery, they sent me home, and the doctor said, we're going to bring you back. And when we bring you back, more than likely, once we remove your ankle, you'll probably be able to walk with a walker, but you'll probably never, ever walk again by yourself. You're going to need either a walker or crutches or a cane for the rest of your life. Now, mind you, I used to run track and field, and just prior to this, I had just ran some 5K races and different things like that. So hearing them say that to me, it really stuck with me. So I get home, a couple weeks later, they bring me back to the hospital. During that time, they also gave me some Oxycontin and Lortab, and I told the doctor, I don't want that. I refuse to take any medication. So I would not take it. I left the medication, the script there, and I wouldn't take it home with me or anything. They bring me back, get ready to take me down to surgery, and the doctor gives me that reminder. More than likely, after remove your ankle, you'll probably never walk again by yourself. You'll have to use a walker or crutches or a cane for the rest of your life. And I turned to the doctor and I said, okay, I understand about not being able to walk again, but how long before I can go to track practice? And the doctor just looked at me and shook his head. He was like, track practice? He said, aren't you listening to us? You'll probably never walk again on your own. And I said, but I understand that, but I don't care about walking. I need to go to track practice. And the doctor just shook his head. So they took me down, they did the surgery. And after the surgery, they took me into the recovery room, and it was this wide open room with several, beds of different people recovering from surgeries. And then there's a nurse's station in the middle where they can walk up and down and look into the different areas and check on people without coming from behind the desk. So as I wake up, I start to feel every cut, every screw, every rod, everything that they put into my leg. I could feel it. It felt like they were still doing the surgery on me. And I started to lay there, and I started thinking, I said, oh God, the pain was so bad. And I kept saying, Lord, please, I don't want to take any Lortab. God, please, I don't want to take any Oxycontin. And I'm holding the bed, and I could see the nurses walking down there looking at me because they could hear me in there praying and talking. And all of a sudden, I began to sing this song. When I think about the hour, then I know what I must do. When I think about what God has done for me, then I know what I must do. I will open up my heart to everyone, I see, and say, Jesus Christ is the way. No one knows the day or the hour, but he's coming soon. Oh, but rest assured, time will be no more, no more. He is coming soon. And I will open up my heart to everyone I see, and say, Jesus Christ is the way. And I will open up my heart to everyone I see, and say, Jesus Christ is the way. And say, Jesus Christ is the way. And I sang that song all the way through at the top of my lungs. And I could see the nurses looking at me while I'm singing. And I could hear this lady in the background saying, who's singing? Who's singing? And I just laid back in the bed. and close my eyes. Next thing I know, I see a nurse standing over me. And she says, Mr. Price, are you okay? And I said, I'm fine. She said, do you need any medication? I said, no, I'm fine. She said, you're fine? I said, yes, I'm fine. She said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you in? And I turned and I looked at her and I said, 0. 0? So are you ready to go back to your room? And I said, yes, you can take me back to my room. So she takes me back to the room. The next morning, the doctor comes up. This famous saying, I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. And I turned and I said, what's going on now, doc? He says, we did surgery on you yesterday. We took your ankle out. We put rods and screws and everything into your ankle. And in the recovery room, the nurses were talking about how when you woke up, they could hear you over there moaning and talking and praying. And next thing you know, you started singing this song. And after you sang this song, you just laid back and said you were no longer in pain. I don't understand it. I said, Doc, I'm fine. He says, do you need any medication? You want a script? And I said, no, I'm fine, Doc. I keep telling you, I'm fine. So they sent me home. I had cast on my legs up to my knees on both legs. And I'm thinking about this situation and what the doctor said to me. You should be dead or totally paralyzed, but you'll probably never ever walk again without the use of a walker or crutches or a cane. And I began to think of my 4 W's and how I was going to get through this tragedy. I had to determine who I was in this situation. A person who the doctor said will probably never walk again without the use of a walker or a cane. Where was I trying to go? I was trying to show them that I was going to be able to walk again. But then I had to determine what was it going to take for me to get there. And like I said earlier, I used to run track and field. And so I said, I'm going to do track workouts. I'm going to use all the skills and the different things I used to do in my track workouts and try to do those and get myself to the point where I'll be able to walk again and eventually be able to run again. And then why did I want to do that? Because I didn't want to be a burden to anybody. I didn't want somebody have to take care of me and help me to get out of the bed and help me to walk and help me to drive my car and all the things that I was thinking that I would never be able to do based on what the doctor was saying. So when I got home, every day I would get up and I would do push-ups and I would do dips and I would do crunches. And I had these casts on my legs up to my knees. And I would use the cast, sit on the edge of the bed, and I would do knee lifts and leg lifts and all kinds of lifts using the weights from the cast. And I would get on the floor and I would do toe raises, pushing up off of the cast. And when I would go into the doctor's office and I had this walker and I would go for my appointments and the doctor would say, you know, talk to me, he said, you know, he'd have different interns and he would say, tell him your story, tell him your story. He always wanted me to share my testimony with them about what happened to me. So I would always share my story. 3 months later, I walked into the doctor's office for my appointment. One of the interns, he looks at me, he jumps up and he runs into the other office where the doctor is. He says, doctor, Mr. Price just walked in for his appointment. And the doctor said, what do you mean he just walked in? He just walked in for his appointment. The doctor comes running out of the office. He walks down the hall. He looks at me. He says, what are you doing walking? You should not even be able to stand, not alone walk. And I said, Doc, I keep telling you, you're the doctor, but he's the healer. And the doctor says, I don't understand. I just don't understand it. And I just looked at him and I just laughed. 3 months after that, I ran my first mile. A year later, I started competing in track and field, running indoor and outdoor track meets. 2 years after that, I ended up running in the World Masters Track and Field Championships in Toronto, Canada, where I ran the 400 meters and I did the long jump. You can do anything when you set your mind to do it. All you have to do is trust and believe in your you and in your 4 W's. And you will find when you do that, no dream will ever be impossible. Again, my name is Willie A. Price. Willie A. Price Speaks. Have a blessed day. And in closing, I want to share with you a special offer that I'm going to have offering our training on using your 4 W's, the 4 W's to success. This is a free training. If you're interested in taking this, we're going to be doing it on June the 10th at 7:00 p.m. And if you would like to join us in learning how to use your 4 W's in your daily life and through any tragedies that you may go through, send me a text and with your email information to 716-316-7776. Send a text message with your email address to 716-316-7776 and join us for the 4 W's to a successful life, where we show you how to use your 4 W's to make anything you set your mind to become possible, because no dream will ever be impossible again for you. Thank you again. Willie A. Price, Willie A. Price Speaks.
Well, hello, Mr. Willie Price. How are you? I think you're muted.
Muted.
Yeah.
I am muted. How are you? I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're still trying to get a hang of this whole virtual thing, huh?
Yes.
I'm doing well. I heard your speech and it was excellent, on point. And I love no dream is impossible. I'm so glad you said that so that we can see the possible in impossible.
Yes, definitely.
I heard you speak about your grandmother, and grandmother's love is amazing.
Yes.
And so what was your grandmother's biggest influence over you?
Just what I said, she would always watch me, and that was one of the things she said to me. She said, when people tell you not to do something, if whatever it was, my mother told me not to do something, and if it's something I want to do, or if somebody told me I couldn't do something, she said she just noticed that I would figure out a way to get it done. I would figure out a way to do it. If my mother told me not to do something, if I want to do it, I'd find a way to sneak and go do it and get it done. But, and she just saw that in me, and it just always stuck with me that, I started to notice that when something I want to do, or somebody told me that I couldn't do something, or they didn't think I could do something, I would figure out a way to do it. And that just always stuck with me. And so that was something that I've actually carried on to. I do some programs now where I work with young people, and that's the name of the program we do. It's called No Dream Impossible, which is what we show young people how to take their dreams, thoughts, and ideas and how to use those to become successful in life.
Awesome. And that's what it's all about, is really tailoring our youth, getting into our youth, so that they can have make better choices. So I applaud you on that. Good job. After coming back from your broken experience, did it leave you with any limitations at all? Let's be honest with the people here.
To be honest with you, it didn't, because I didn't allow myself to. Because people would say to me, do you feel like when the weather changes, does it affect you? And I tell them no. And it's because, like I said, I wanted to run. So, if I was sitting around, I probably would feel those aches and pains. But I was feeling the aches and pains, but it was from working out. So like I was running track and field, I'm running 100 meters, I'm running 200 meters. So that pain was a little more than the pain from what I went through. And so I did kind of overdo it in the beginning, and I end up injuring that ankle, the one that they had to replace, because I have no ankle, I have no left ankle. They had to totally remove it because it shattered. So they had to put rods and pins and screws and everything in it. And if you looked in the background, you saw the pictures, the x-rays. showing inside there. So I actually have no left ankle, and I didn't realize that I had to build that up at the time. And so I kind of went out and was running 100-meter sprints down the track and didn't have a brace on my ankle. And my ankle still wasn't strong enough to support that amount of weight, that fast. And I ended up injuring myself again. But other than that, I just learned to, compensate and work through it. But, I use that experience to show young people that they can do anything that they set their minds to. I do like 4 or 5 programs in Niagara Falls and the city of Buffalo where I work with young people. Primarily, that's my target group, is working with young people, the young people that they say are, difficult, ADHD, they give them all these labels because by getting them a label, they can give them medication and then, put them to the side. Exactly. But as you saw in my presentation, I refuse to take medication. I refuse to take that because I used to hear about that Lortab and Oxycontin and how people got addicted to it. And I was so afraid to take it that I was like, give me a bag of ice and some Tylenol. And that's all I did.
Yeah,
I never took any medication whatsoever. And so I share my story with my young people. And I also volunteer coach a track team. And I bring in those pictures that you saw in my background when I come out and I talk to the kids, because, kids are always saying, well, I can't do that. I can't do this. I can't do that. And I bring in those pictures showing my leg and saying, they told me that I would never walk again, that I would never run again. I said, but this is me now. And then I actually I work out with the kids. So they not only see what I went through, but then they see me out there working out with them. And so they don't say, I can't do it anymore. We say, okay, let's figure out a way for you to figure out how to do it. Yeah. Instead of saying you can't do it, let's figure out a way that you can achieve that goal. And
instead of saying you can't, let's figure out how you can. Yeah.
Right. Our kids are quick to say they can't because they just don't understand. But when you say, okay, let's figure out how you can. And once they start to do that, then they start to build up confidence that they can do other things. And so that's how my programs, I have several programs. I have a program called From Boys to Men where I work specifically with boys, because our boys are really, having some issues. So I do a program with the boys. And then my No Dream is Impossible, I work with both boys and girls. And then I do a program called Think and Grow Wealth, where I teach young people entrepreneurship, real estate investing. We just introduced this year franchising and introduction to the stock market. So I tell kids, I want to give you 3 to 5 ways where you can create opportunities to make money without having to turn to the streets. So when you give them all those opportunities where they can make money in real estate, starting their own business, investing in the stock market, all these things, no dream is possible. They can do whatever they set their minds to do.
That's right. And keeping them well-rounded. I like that.
Yes.
I like that.
And I've been doing these programs.
Weren't taught in school and that need to be taught to our young people. So I applaud you for that, because, it was something that was touched on, but not really focused on. And I think we should definitely be giving our children the opportunity to be well-rounded and well-versed in every area. And that includes, like you said, investing and entrepreneurship and so many other things. So I applaud you for doing that. Can you share with me real quick before we have to go to our next speaker? Can you share with me, how did you come up with the 4 W's method?
The 4 W's method I came about through my situation. Actually, prior to my fall, I had started to do things like that with my young people. I would say, let's look at who you are in this situation. Where are you trying to go? What is it going to take for you to get? Because I had to show them how to build a roadmap to becoming successful. So by doing that, understanding who you are, once they understand who they are, then we can look at where you're trying to go. Because once you understand who you are, then you know where you're going. And then once you know where you're going, let's figure out what is it going to take for you to get there. And then finally, the final part is, why are you willing to commit to it? And see, that's the key, because the why is going to be the stable factor. No matter what the what's are, the what's can keep changing, because, okay, this what is not working, that what's not working. But when they decide to give up, no, but why did you decide to do it in the first place? And that keeps them focused on that task. and continuing to do that task. And so I started doing it back then. So then I had to use it myself in my situation. When I fell, the doctor said, you should be dead, totally paralyzed. You'll probably never walk again. And I kept saying, but I need to go to track practice. So what do I need to, who am I in the situation? Somebody they said will never walk again. Where am I trying to go? I'm trying to prove them wrong. And what is it going to take? I need to figure out what it's going to take. So I knew my track workouts is what I needed to do because I wanted to run track. So I started doing track. I didn't even think about walking.
You didn't even
I said,
think
I
about
need to
it.
do track.
Yeah.
Right. And then why did I want to commit to it is because if I couldn't walk again, that means somebody would have to take care of me. And I didn't want to be a burden to anybody. I didn't want somebody taking care of me, feeding me, helping me change. I didn't want to be that burden. So that was my why. And the more I thought about that why, the harder I worked at my what's to achieve the goal of walking. 3 months later, walking to the doctor's office.
Yeah. And there's so many people that would have just given in and given up and totally threw in the towel to have gone through such an experience as that. So I love how you said you were laying on your on the hospital bed and you decided, you told the doctor, I want to go to the track. No, I don't want to walk. I want to run.
Exactly.
And that shows determination. That shows determination.
And that's what I share with people all the time. Like I share this with when I speak and when I talk to young people all the time, I share this story with them because like I said, a lot of times people are always telling them what they can't do. And when I speak and I do this presentation, I have parents come up to me and say, I wish my son would have heard you. I wish my husband would have heard you. He fell out of a tree and they told him he would never walk again. He never even tried because they told him that he would never walk again. And so I've had people come to me and say those things because, that story resonates with somebody in their household.
Awesome. I wish we had more time. And of course, we could probably have this conversation
all day,
on and on and on. But we do have another speaker that we'd like to get to. Before we go, though, can you just tell people quickly how they can get in touch with you?
You can reach me on my website. I'm changing over right now. You can reach me at willieaprice@gmail.com. I don't have a website right now. We took it down. But we're redoing the website because I actually just started a nonprofit agency this month. So we're changing everything around. But the nonprofit agency is called A Better You Lifestyle, where I work with young people and their families, showing them how to live a better you, physical, personal, and financial development, which is my situation. Physical development, which was being able to walk, personal, getting my life back together, and then financial, showing them how to do the things that I talked about earlier. Real estate, fundraising, all those activities. And that's how you reach me, willieaprice@gmail.com. Or you can find me on Facebook at Willie A. Price Speaks.
Well, go on over to the Facebook page, Back from Broken Nation. Make sure that you leave everybody that information so that they can get in touch with you. And if you can, stop through their clubhouse so that they can see you as well. Maybe they can tap in on your DMs, send you out a DM,
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. And we are moving on to our next speaker who is queued up. And I think we're going to go, wait a minute, let me see what we're doing. Okay, hello. All right, so our next speaker is Mr. Aziz Abdul Karim, and we are looking forward to hearing from him. So Sean, take it away.
Best of good days to you. Have you ever let fears block your opportunities for growth? Thank you. And would you like to break through those fears to rebuild your confidence in your life? Thank you. Well, then you're in the right place. I am Dr. Zaid Abdul Karim, known as Dr. Z, greeting you in light, love, peace, and harmony. And I'm going to share with you some simple steps that you can take to break through those fears and increase your life. But Before we get started, would it be okay if I shared a little bit about myself? Thank you. You see, I believe I'm a lot like you. I'm a family man, got children, got grandchildren. I've been blessed to commit myself to a career, and mine is teaching, training, and coaching, helping people to transform their lives and businesses. And I've helped thousands of people over the years. Went back to school at 42 years old to complete my doctorate degree. And I've worked at some major consulting firms. I've taught graduate school at Johns Hopkins University and other places. Even have a small business, coaching and training. Authored 7 books on happiness and self-leadership, one of which is an Amazon #1 bestseller. But I got to tell you, my friends, it hasn't always been this way. You see, I grew up in Washington, D.C., and I had a rocky road coming up. I learned a lot of judgment and pain in school and at home. And when I was 14 years old, I got cut from the high school basketball team as a freshman. It was devastating to me because basketball was all I had. And my confidence began to plummet. So I started drinking, smoking, taking drugs to deal with the pain and the rejection. I was only 14 years old. A very troubled teenager. And for the next 6 years, I was on the road to self-destruction. Yeah. The mental and emotional pain led me to behaviors that were destroying my body and my mind. Have you ever been there? Thank you. I programmed myself to fail. Broken at 17 years old. And I knew then that I was either going to jail or I was going to be dead. I was at Penn State University my last 2 years of college. And I remember that day I got that report card. It said 2.0, cumulative grade point average. And I looked at that thing and I said, man, you are about to flunk out of school. You are messing up your life. And I knew I was failing my parents. But more importantly, I was failing myself. And I didn't know what to do. I had come face to face with the pain of failure. Have you ever experienced the pain of failure? Thank you. Most of us do at some point. But it seems that we've got to face our fears in order to reach our power and more of our potential as human beings. That power that's inside of you for greatness. It seems that it's housed inside of the pain. That power that we have, the power to grow, the power to heal yourself, the power to renew your life. It's all inside. With every difficulty, there's a relief or an ease that's inside of the difficulty. With the lessons, the opportunities to grow out of it. And I believe that we've got to learn how to see more than what we're looking at. Yeah. See the relief and the ease inside of the pain and difficulty. Lastly, at Penn State, I can remember sitting on the bed. I was soul searching. And I ask myself these questions. What is the purpose of your life? Why are you here? There's got to be more to life than basketball, parties, and girls. And the funny thing is, when you ask different questions, you get different answers. And those questions changed my life. Yes, the answers came, but the breakthrough was in the questions. Yes. Because they led me to new thoughts and new feelings and new actions that caused me to get on the path to succeed. Can you see it? Thank you. And I want to encourage you to ask different questions. Ask some empowering questions. Here are 4 you could start with. What is your new goal now in your life? The thing that's important that will transform your life. Be very clear and specific and measurable about that goal. And then what is the new attitude that's required to support your goal? What is required to improve your work ethic? And where are your mentors to help you grow? How will you reach them? Can you see how these questions can change your life? Answering them and taking the actions? Yes. Thank you. So starting with these questions, you can break through and begin to rebuild your confidence by taking focused action every day. And with every little step you take, your confidence will grow. Your energy will grow. Yes. And you'll reach your goals and you will have changed your life forever. Well, some might be skeptical that a few questions can do all of this. All I can say is it happened to me. And I believe it can happen for you too. But first, we got to understand what confidence is. It's trust. Confidence is faith in yourself and your own human power for excellence. That nature that's been put inside of you by the Creator to be excellent. It's always there. It's just sometimes we have to make choices to be outside of that nature so that we can learn the lessons that we need to learn in order to become. Yes. So one step from the great Arthur Ashe, the first Black to win a major tennis tournament, he said that the key to self-confidence is preparation. A friend of mine, Andrew Morrison, who was small business coach extraordinaire, he said that feeling confident speaks to your wholeness. And the truth is, you can be whole. You can be whole in an instant once you realize that everything you need is already inside of you. Everything that you need, you already have it. It's inside of you. You're not trying to add something to you. You're trying to release what's already there in that nature to be human and to be excellent. Yes. So break through the fears and release your confidence. And you really can retrain your thoughts and your feelings and your behaviors to a new identity. Identity is key. But you see, what happens is there's a status quo formula that most of us have been conditioned and programmed to fall into. And it starts with these false, basic concepts. It starts with ideas that are not true. See, by the time we're 7, between 0 and 7 years old, we are programmed with all types of ideas. Conditioned. Isn't it true that we're programmed and conditioned? Yes, thank you. Families, teachers, friends at school, television, music, the news, social media. All of these are programs. And there's so much indecency, immorality, and falsehood inside of these programs. And so as a result, the hearts and the minds are corrupted. And people become diseased with ideas that they think they're not good enough, or that they can't do it, or they don't deserve better. Or they make excuses. They say they're too young or too old, or they don't have enough money. All of these things are false. It's not the true reality. Scarcity is not the truth. Abundance is the truth. Just look around you. So these ideas have put limitations on the possibilities and potentials. And as a result, they put people in this sunken place. I call it the sunken place. Did you remember? Did you see that movie, Get Out? Get out! Remember the black man, he was hypnotized by the false social and cultural influences, and he sunk to a place where he couldn't even move. Yeah. And of course, that could happen to anybody. And that sunken place leads to confusion and asking negative questions. Like people say, well, what's wrong with me? And why does this always happen to me? Garbage in, garbage out, right? Negativity in, negativity out. Then that leads to more fear. And you know, fear is an acronym. It means false evidence appearing real. And it has two components. The first is it's future oriented. It's not something that's happening now. If it did happen, it would happen in the future. And the second, that is made up in your own mind. It's not even true. And they say 92% of what we fear is not even going to happen anyway. And then that fear causes a knee-jerk reaction. And now we find ourselves back to the false ideas, and it's this endless cycle of negativity. And then what does that do to your potential as a human being? Or my potential, or anybody's potential? Don't you see in the diagram that it snuffs it out? That it limits it? Yes. And if you've been there like I have, then you know we've got to change it, right? Here's the choice. Choice that you and I have every moment. You see, you can continue to define yourself by the memories of the past and be stuck in that old model, or you can begin to identify yourself by a vision of the future that you want to create. As a human being, you've been given the power to create your own life. And you've done it so far, but what's going forward is better. The future is better for you. And the best time for a breakthrough is when there is dissatisfaction and pain. That's when the real transformation begins. And now is your time to break through. And I'm going to show you how right now. This is the breakthrough model. It starts at the bottom with these truthful ideas, truthful thoughts. See, you've got to become consciously aware of those false ideas that you've been living by, that have been sabotaging you. Because self-awareness is the key to freedom. And once you're there, write those negative beliefs down and then change them to truthful ideas and truthful beliefs about yourself. That you are good enough. That you do deserve better. That you can do it. Because you can. And when you write those new beliefs down, look for the evidence in your life that shows that they're true. The truth is you are good enough. You have plenty of evidence that shows that you have been good enough in your family, at your work, in your community. Let's think on the truth, not the falsehood. And then our energy will go up just like it's going up now. And you'll have more clarity in your life and start asking better questions. Because I learned back there at Penn State that when you ask different questions, you get a different answer. But more importantly, I learned that the quality of your life will be determined by the quality of your questions. Dealing with the truth, the higher energy, the clarity, the better questions, then trust the process. Trust that there's a source, there's spirit, there's the universe, God, whatever you want to call it, is here to support you. You just have to get in line, get in the jet stream. And that's what this model will help you do. Can you see it? Yes. So let's recap. Actually, it's 5 steps to breakthrough. First one, have the courage to decide on new concepts, new beliefs, as we just talked about. Second, write that list of new empowering beliefs. Look for the evidence that shows that you are capable, that you are a winner, and that you can do it. And then read that list out loud every day. You got to reprogram it, put it in. You see? Because whatever we focus our attention on is what's going to show up in our lives. We want the breakthrough. Yes. And ask those positive, empowering questions. Open-ended questions. You'll be amazed how Spirit will respond to you and bring you the answers that you're looking for. And make this a ritual. And read the signs and respond to them with daily actions consistently. And you will break through your fears and increase your confidence in your life. Thank you. And if you like this teaching, then I want to invite you to opt in to my website here, drzhappiness.com/contact. I'll send you more of this type of teaching, videos and articles. And if you really want to make a change, I encourage you to make an investment of $10 to get one of the ebooks on the site here. And if you do invest $10 in yourself, then I promise I'll give you a free 30-minute coaching call. It's worth $250. So you're going to get $260 worth of value for only $10. And I promise I'll give you some value. You'll see where you might be stuck, but also some exercise inspire you to move forward to your destiny. And so I thank you. I love you. And may God continue to bless you. Breakthrough!
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good and grateful. That's my
Good,
response
good.
to that question. Good and grateful.
Good
Yes.
and grateful. Yes.
Yes.
An
Thank you.
attitude of gratitude. I
Yes.
love it.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, I so enjoyed your talk. It was, I have a whole lot of notes here. The breakthrough is in the question, and the breakthrough method was absolutely on point.
Well, thank
I
you.
remember
Thank you.
in school, my college professor also said to me that the question that you ask, no question is a dumb question. So make sure that you ask the question.
Yes. Yes. Well, the right question is the beginning of wisdom and learning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's good. Thank you. It's nice to be here with you.
Well, let's go ahead and get started with your interview. And how can you help someone discover their purpose? That some people say, I don't know what it is. What is my purpose? What do you say to those to help them define their purpose?
Yeah. So, we first got to understand. First we got to ask the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I asked that question, I was led to divine guidance that said that never did God create any non-physical or physical beings like human beings except to serve and worship him. And so this idea of serving God, I didn't know what it meant to do it. So it really gets down to serving people. that our purpose is to serve people and serve creation. And so the thing to do is begin to look and see what is the gift that you've been given by the Creator. And you can get an idea of that by looking and seeing, what do you love? What do you do that you love so much that it seems that time stands still, right? Something that you do, you love so much that you would do it for free, but you do it so well that people will pay you for it, right? And sometimes that purpose is going to come out of some dissatisfaction and pain, you know?
Yes.
It's like we experience dysfunctional love as a child, most of us in our families, so that we can learn how to live unconditional love, right? And who can teach someone about justice except the person who's experienced injustice? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think, again, looking at those gifts, looking at what gives you energy, what you love, and again, looking at your pain and your disasters, because as one of the speakers said earlier, I forget, Dr. Oliver, I can't quote it the way he said it, but it's got to pay you back, right?
That's right.
Yes, yes.
And the and something you were talking about earlier with the children and being programmed and everything, breaking free from being programmed is really a big deal. I don't think people pay attention to what they've been programmed through, and just the things that they watch, the people that they're around, the things that are surrounding us, you know, the things we listen to. So, and like you said, social media and all of that. What is some advice you could give to someone on breaking free of what we've been programmed?
Well, yeah, I mean, be aware, become consciously aware of what you're thinking and what you're feeling and what are the images that you have in our head. You know, that's how we've been given something as human beings that other creation doesn't have. And that's the ability to think, the ability to imagine, create a picture in our head and then produce something. And so, you know, we want to begin to really become conscious of what we're thinking. And it's not just, we've been programmed. They say 95% of our personalities develop by the time we're 6 or 7 years old. Right? So heavy programming there. But even though we were programmed early in life, as an adult, who's responsible to reprogram ourselves? Right? We are. So the idea is to become constantly aware of the negative programming that you have and then begin to change it consciously, deliberately. And then we have to do that training and that practice, like Mr. Price was talking about. You know, he wanted to run. So it's about the practice of putting these new ideas into your head. I mean, I would even suggest turn off the TV.
Oh, totally.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't turn it off. I don't watch the news for sure. I figure whatever I need to know, somebody will be talking about it, so I'll hear about it, you know.
Well, you know, I turned off the TV many years ago. I'll never forget when they came out with reality TV, and I won't get too far off track, but they came out with reality TV, and we used to watch it here and there. But I didn't let my children watch TV during the week, you know, only on the weekends. And one day my daughter said in front of a group of people, they said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" She said, "I'm gonna marry a basketball player."
Oh,
I said, yes. "Oh, okay." But we're definitely turning off the television. Yeah, Basketball Wives and all of that. We won't have that. No. So I turned off TV long time ago. I just got cable last year. I'm not lying to you.
It's good for you, Mom. That's good. Yeah, I applaud
you. It's right, because it's really programming us to believe in something that is false.
And it's everything.
And it's
everything. I mean, right, when you go on Facebook and look at all that stuff that people are talking about and doing, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Right? So we have to take responsibility to put the ideas that's going to help us achieve what we want to achieve. You know, more of our potential and our power as human beings. Because whatever we put in, what's going to come out, right?
That's right. Exactly. I love it. I love it. So confidence is I put down, as we're becoming, confidence is trust and faith. So what are some of the prerequisites that you can give us in developing self-confidence? I know you talked about that a bit, but let's hear a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, one clearly is a positive mental attitude. I mean, I would even go back on and say we got to first have courage to make a decision and want to change, right? Persistence in that process, positive mental attitude, and then self-discipline. Those are the prerequisites, because the self-discipline leads you to self-confidence. And so this idea of self-discipline really starts with being aware of your calling, right? Why are you here? Again, purpose. Right? What's your calling? And then having a goal around that calling. And then moving to higher levels of joy, higher levels of peace and happiness within one's own self. And then taking that action. The more steps that you take toward that calling, the more confidence you're gonna have. It's a process, and it's a daily process.
It's a very intentional daily process. And I love the action that you were saying, because some people just lack the self-discipline to put forth the action.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the key to everything else. I mean, we're going to act, right? So the question is, are we going to act towards where we want to be, or are we going to act towards where somebody else wants us to be? Right?
Which way you going to go, right? Which way?
Yeah, you're going to grow. Yeah, because the nature is to grow.
Exactly.
There's no middle ground, right? And so one of the things that's important is changing our identity. Right? Begin to see ourselves, see yourself by, or identify yourself by the future that you want to have, instead of defining yourself by the memories of the past.
I love it. And the key, you put down also that the key is in preparation, because oftentimes in life we are reactive instead of proactive. So can you give us any keys to and getting towards that preparation? I know it's a process.
Well, we've got to decide what you want.
Decide what you want.
What you want, not what somebody else wants for you, but what do you want? And I love the speakers we've been having. Mr. Price talking about the 4 W's, right? Who are you? What do you want? Where is it? Why do you want it? I mean, we've got to answer those questions. Again, questions are so powerful.
Yeah.
Become aware of what kind of questions have you been asking that's gotten you where you are. And then how do we change those? The questions that will take us to where we want to be. And I just learned that, first of all, the law is when you ask, an answer is going to be given. Now, whether we become aware of the answer, whether we respond to the answer and run with it, so to speak, that's a different question. But the answer is always given. So, self-awareness is the key. Questions that we ask. And the answer might not come right away. Matter of fact, don't you try to answer the question. When we ask the question, when we have to become aware of what begins to show up to us. Because I believe Spirit is going to respond to us and bring us the answers to what it is we're looking for. We just have to be consciously aware, pay attention to what's coming, to what's around you, right? And then respond to it with the action. That's, to me, that's the preparation. I mean,
and be tapped into it, right? Because you have to tap into that spiritual side to make sure that you can hear it, wherever it may come from.
Absolutely. I mean, we are spirit. That's the essence of us. And when that spirit is gone, we call that being dead. Right? Because the physical, it's the spirit that caused the body to get up. Right? Not be a corpse. So I just, I think in my experience, these things are most relevant. Belief system, questions that we ask, paying attention to the signs, and just going with the flow. Go with the flow.
Going with the flow.
Get out of, I've learned myself, get out of the way. When they say, okay, well, we're going to do it back from broken. You got opportunity to speak. Okay. Now, what do I need to learn to prepare for this? And some kind of way it all works out, right?
Some kind of way. But we put the action behind it, right? And we moved on it, right? So we kept
Absolutely.
pushing, even though didn't know how it was going to happen.
Exactly. And I would just, can I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Take baby steps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't look a mile down the road. This is not Superman, one leap and bound over the big
Right.
building. No, just what's the next step right in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
Take that step, and that step will lead you to the next step, and the next
Right.
step, and the next step.
Right.
And then after a while, you look up, you say, wow, I was way back there.
Mm-hmm.
And look at where you are now.
Yeah.
So we love it. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Oh, you're so welcome, and I thank you for joining us because I truly got a lot of gems from your talk, and hope to continue to hear you more with the Back from Broken Nation, and maybe within the clubhouse. So continue to connect with you from here. Can you tell people quickly how they can get in touch with you? I know we saw your slide, but could you tell them real quick?
Yeah, I like to send people to Dr. Z Happiness. That's DRZ happiness.com/contact. drzhappiness.com/contact. CONTACT. And we can send you some more good stuff.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you go on over to Back from Broken Nation on Facebook so you can also maybe add some comments in and add your contact information there. Jump on those clubhouse streets so people can DM you. We like for people to jump in our DMs. So,
Yes.
all right.
Yeah,
So nice
you.
talking to you.
It's really my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right. Take care.
All right, so listen, we got a whole lot of gems right there as we heard about the breakthrough method. Oh my goodness. Listen, I hope you all have your pen and pad in front of you because I have mine and I'm just running out of paper up in here today. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go to our next speaker. We have Miss Tammy McCarter, and I cannot wait to hear from her. So, Sean, go ahead and share the video with us now.
Hi, my name is Tammy McCarter, and it is an absolute pleasure to be before you on this platform today. My desire at the end of this conversation is that you will be able to confidently say, I am not what I see. I have a question for you today. Is your focus blurred? Is your path unclear? Do you feel naked, uncovered, and ashamed? Simply because of the traumas that you've experienced, thinking that everyone sees a scarlet letter placed upon you, signifying that you're broken beyond repair. Is your vision blurred because of the images that you see playing on the recorder of your mind? And the audio is so loud that it causes you grief and despair, causing you to be in an ever-existing cycle of existing and never living. Does that sound like you? Well, I bring good news to you today, that today is your day to see clearly so that you can stop existing and start living. But I hear people say, how, Tammy? when I'm broken beyond repair? How can this be when I have nothing to offer? How can this be, Tammy, with all of my setbacks? Well, I got good news for you today. There's healing in the midst of your brokenness. There is new life being birthed in the midst of your despair. And for every setback, there is a comeback. But I gotta ask you today, what do you see? What do you see? Now, for you to be able to effectively answer that question, we must understand what sight is. Sight is the ability to see things as they are. Sight is physical because it employs the eye. It is a function of the eye. Sight is limited to time and distance and is constrained to your current environment. And the things in your current environment can affect your sight. That's something right there. But there is another division of sight called vision. Now, vision is the ability to see things as they should be or could be. Vision is a function of the brain and the heart. Therefore, it is considered mental. Most people equate it with faith because it is based upon truth in God's word. Vision has no limitations because it employs imagination. Now, imagination or imagination are or is the images that you create in your own mind. That's what brings about vision. So therefore, it has no limits. So as we continue to explore what sight and vision is, so that you can clearly answer that question, what do you see? You have to understand something, that there are things in the natural that affect your sight, whether you are aware of them or not. Because again, sight is physical. So as I began to study for this, I looked up things that affect your sight. So I want to give you 4 things that affect your sight and 2 ways of looking at it. Number 1, there is a condition called farsightedness. Now, in the natural, this condition causes you to be able to see things that are far off clearly. But everything that is up close and personal is blurry and out of focus. How does that equate to you going through your traumas and your tests? I'm glad you asked. This condition causes you to appear that you are cold and calculating, that you are disconnected, simply because you are seeing things afar off and wishing that they were yours. And you can't even see what's up close and personal to you. All the times and all the victories that you've been delivered from, all the gifts and the talents that you have, all the love that is being poured upon you because it's blurry and out of focus. Number 2, there is a condition called nearsightedness. Now, nearsightedness is a condition that you can see things that are up close to you, but those things that are far away are blurry and out of focus. In the natural, when people see you and you're going through your tests and your trials, it appears that you have a why me syndrome. Why me? Why me? So therefore you become weary, lethargic, and hopeless because you're too focused on what you're going through that you can't see the victory in the end. The third condition is a condition called astigmatism. Astigmatism is a condition that causes you to see double, causes you to see shadows and ghosting. This condition, when you're in the midst of your trials, causes you to see your situation being magnified. It's double the trouble. It's ever so slick and so sly that it makes you believe that it's over for you. What's the use in praying? What's the use in asking God? He don't hear me anyway. That's astigmatism. Now, the fourth condition is a condition called presbyopia. This condition is a hardening of the muscles in the eye. In the natural, everything's out of focus. But when you're going through your tests and your trials, it appears that you are bitter and angry and sarcastic, and it's everybody else's fault that you're going through besides your own, because you're out of focus. Those things affect your sight. But there's 2 ways of looking at it. Number 1, there is a vision called central vision. Now, central vision is only 3 degrees of your vision. It is the smallest degree of your vision, but it is the strongest. Simply because it allows you to be able to estimate time and distance and to gauge the journey. The second way of looking at it is called peripheral vision. Now, peripheral vision is not as strong as central vision. However, it is more sensitive. This is getting good to me. It is more sensitive because it detects light and motion to the side of you. It detects things that are in motion around you, even when you are not focused in on them. And those things are things that may affect you. So simply put, your peripheral vision detects things that will directly affect you, even when you are not paying attention to them. That's good news. So, in the natural, most doctors say that your sight can be corrected with a prescription for either glasses, contact lenses, or surgery. That it will improve your vision to help you focus so that you can see clearly. So I need to encourage you on today to get quiet for a moment and ask your own self, what is your diagnosis? Is your diagnosis farsightedness, nearsightedness, astigmatism, or presbyopia? Diagnose yourself so you can understand how you're seeing. You have to understand how you're seeing in order to correct your vision. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So, beautiful people, I want to encourage you with this. In the midst of your tests, your trials, you have to understand something. Your central vision helps you to focus on the journey. It helps you to estimate in the journey the distance to your victory. Central vision. Now, it doesn't disclose to you everything that is on that path. However, your central vision causes you to understand that your present position is not an indication of your future potential. Simply put, what it is right now that you're going through is not permanent. It's only temporary. This too shall pass. And although the journey may seem like it is unbearable, and because you do not know the distance in the journey, your peripheral has detected the motion of his love and his presence and his workings and his miracles all around you, even though you're not focused. Because those things directly affect you. All of his grace and all of his mercy, your peripheral, while you're on this journey, has detected it because of the motion and the light of his love to the sides of you. So, beautiful people, as I close, I want to close by saying this. We're merely here to fulfill the purpose of God in our lives. Because you did not detect the issue you were having with your sight, I came and I gave you the diagnosis. And I'm giving you the prescription. Will it be glasses, external? Is it places, people, and things that you need to remove? Or is it internal, contact lenses that cover the eye and inside working on your heart and your forgiveness and your love? Or is it surgery that you need, a cutting away? Let this mind be in you. Forget those things that are behind you. Only you know what prescription you will need. Now, once you have obtained the proper prescription, your sight will become clearer. Your vision will become focused. And I promise you, you will no longer exist. You will begin to live. And in living, you can confidently say, I am not what I see. Beautiful people, it has been an amazing time before you, and I'm honored. Remember, you are absolutely not what you see. Change what you're looking at, and the things you are looking at will change. Have an amazing day on purpose.
Hello.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you, Sherry?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Now we up here understanding how you're seeing so that we can correct the vision.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I love it. I have a page full of notes. Hello, where am I supposed to get started here? As we try to diagnose these vision problems here, y'all. Okay? We're gonna get on central vision, not far-sighted, not nearsighted, not stigmatism. We're gonna get on central vision.
Absolutely.
All right. So we have a little bit of time here. So I just want to ask you, what drives you in purpose? What drives you?
That's a very good question. The thing that drives me the most is two parts, but the main ingredient to those two parts is love. I am very driven when it comes to love because I learned that love can change anything. It's stronger than death. And the other thing that drives me is invisibility. And what I mean by that is we live in a society where we're literally invisible. I've been in corrections over 20 some years. And the number one thing that I noticed in corrections was invisibility. Most people there didn't have a voice because you don't see them.
Right.
They call it institutionalism. I call it invisibilism. Being able to be seen. And when you truly love people, you want people to be seen. You want them to have a voice. So that's what drives me. Love.
Oh. Why are you so passionate about helping other people? I know we've heard a little of your backstory of being in corrections. I know that might have an impact, but what is your purpose, with helping people? Why are you so passionate about that?
The main reason I'm so passionate about wanting to help people and my desire to help people is simply because of what I said before. We live in a society where people are invisible. And I'll give you this short example. Have you ever gone and stood in the bank line or stood in the grocery store line and someone sees you walking up and immediately they get on their phone so that they don't have to speak, so that they don't have to acknowledge you? That's invisibility. We don't want to acknowledge, because once we acknowledge it, either we're going to have to answer to it, answer for it, or acknowledge that part of it may be us, or it may be something that we don't want to see. So when I said all of that, I just simply mean this right here. When I was in corrections, I learned that people became invisible because they didn't want to deal with the problem. All they want to do is house it. They don't want to deal with the problem. So my main goal is, and my passion that drives me is, because I want people to have a voice. Because at the end of the day, everybody has trauma. And that trauma keeps traumatizing people simply because they don't have a voice. The real healing when it comes to corrections and when it comes to people is if they can articulate, whether it's on broken pieces, whether it's crying, screaming, whatever. If you can open your mouth and articulate what it is that you have been through, going through, may go through, looking at, whatever it is behind ... that's when real healing begins. But because people are invisible, that trauma keeps happening over and over and over and over again on the recorder of their own mind. And when it's happening in their mind, they think that you know. So you get the repercussions of that, whether it's anger, whether it's violence, whether it's mistrust, whatever it is behind ... So my passion that drives me is I want the invisible to have a voice. And really, the only way you can do that is through communicating. And the greatest sign of communicating is listening. Being an effective listener. And people won't readily tell you their story unless they can trust you. And that trust is built through love. So that's what drives me. That is why I want to help people.
She just communicated that well, y'all. Okay, just there it is. I love it. I love it. And in your talk, you brought out the peripheral, and that God is and it's the motion around us. It's detected in the motion around us that God is there, and that we feel the love. Could you add, like Dr. Ed says, could you add a little more mozzarella on the peripheral?
I love the peripheral vision, because when I was looking it up and I was studying it, I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. Have you ever been driving down the road, but you're looking straight, but you can actually see to the side of you, or standing in a restaurant or a store and you can actually see what is going on around you? Your peripheral vision, even though it's not as strong, to me, in my opinion, it is the most important, because those things that are around you directly affect you. The cars that are on the road with you, although you're not driving those cars, if you don't pay attention, that car could cause you to have an accident and get off track.
That's
Because
right.
it affects you. Even though you're not focused in on it, it still affects you. So your peripheral detects that motion and that light, and it makes you aware, even though you're not focused. And even though you're not focused on those things that directly affect you, that could have detriment in your life, those things that affect you have the ability to also change your life, because most of the time we don't see how God is working in our lives. That's why we go through those symptoms of those different things with our sight. We don't see the goodness and the grace that is in our lives. We don't see that we really do have a team that is helping us. We think we on this journey by ourselves. We don't see that trauma that came into our lives, irrespective of us, that affected us, really did do us good. Our pain produced our purpose. We don't see that until we're in the midst of our purpose, that if we didn't go through that, we wouldn't be in the midst of this. If we didn't have that setback, we wouldn't have been set up for greatness. And
Yes.
it's those times that we don't see that directly affect us. So I love your vision. I really do.
I see. And I love how you break it down too. You know, I've never heard that the way the story being told like that, but that was just amazing. You know, oftentimes we'll get stuck because we can't see, right? We won't have that peripheral, and always one track mind, straightforward. We're not even looking. We're not bothering to look. We just like the horse that has the blinders on, so he doesn't get distracted when he's in the parade. You know, that's for the horse for a reason. But like Dr. Z was saying earlier, the difference is that we have a brain to think and to change that and to think differently so that we can use that peripheral and look out for those warning signs. I love it. Yes.
Absolutely. Because they're all around us. You know, I learned a long time ago, because at the end of the day, we're all the same. Our stories may be different, but I guarantee you have not met a person that is honest enough to say, I've never been through trauma. I have dysfunction in my family. It didn't work the way I wanted it to work. There's sorrow, hurt, disappointment, anger, bitterness. Shall I go on?
Okay.
We've all had it. We just articulate it in different ways.
Right.
But for anybody that can say that they did not have it and they arrived, they're telling a lie. I'm the first one to say, you're lying.
You're lying.
Bypass me with that. Because at the end of the day, we've all been through something. But if we can just articulate it and bring it up and out, that's where the healing begins, because the shame of it starts to stop.
Mm-hmm.
It really does.
Yeah. And that's something that we've gone through, can oftentimes break us if we allow it. How can individuals, because we do have a little bit more time, are you able to share with us for a little while?
I'm here.
Okay. So in that something, as we get stuck sometimes, you know, people will say this is in their way, that is in their way. I can't do it because of this. That something is there for a reason, right? So that's in our natural sight. Am I saying that right? That's what we're seeing, but we can't see past.
Right. That's what we're seeing. We can't see past that. I always equate it to this. You know, I always say there's facts and there's truth. The fact is that I'm sick and I feel weak in my body. But the truth is, because truth always lines up with the word, the truth is I am healed. So I may see the facts. The facts may actually be there, but I only acknowledge the truth.
Right.
And the truth is what you have to see. The truth is what you have to speak. I choose not to align myself with the facts. Anybody that tells you they don't see the facts is telling you a lie, because facts are they're physical.
Yeah.
But you have to align yourself with the truth. The fact is maybe ... But the truth is I'm healed. The truth is I am victorious. The truth is I will never be broke another day in my life. The truth is I'm above and not beneath. The truth is whatever it is behind ... And we have been institutionalized, because I love using that word, even though we're free creatures. We're still institutionalized because we focus in on facts rather than truth. So we got to learn to reprogram ourselves. What is the truth? I'll use this one. I love to use this one right here. Wear that hair in front of your head. I mean, in front of your forehead, because you got a big head. You know, grandmas used to say that back in the day. It was, But the truth is, I am beautiful. The truth is, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. The truth is, I am a designer's original because nobody has my fingerprints. That's it. But the fact of the matter is whatever it is behind ... So I've just learned through the Word of God, through meditation, through changing the way I see things, to change my speech. And that is something that I want to teach people. Those are things that I taught the people that were incarcerated. They would say, I would go in, good morning, sir, how you doing? Pull your pants up. What? Why? I mean, why? I'm not here to impress anybody. It's not about impressing anybody. You're a king. You were created for greatness. I'm incarcerated. So what? You're incarcerated in body, but not in mind. Pull your pants up, young man. Thank you and please. I appreciate you. And I keep on going.
It's amazing how your story and just what you're sharing has really touched on a lot of what the other speakers have also said, using the prison mentality, the prison thinking. And it's just, I love how it's all coming together. This summit has been amazing. And yes, I'm so glad that you were a part of it. Can you tell us more about what you have coming up or how people can get in touch with you?
They can reach me by my social medias. On LinkedIn and on Facebook, I am Tammy McCotter. On Instagram, I am TGAL2000. That is TGAL 2000. You can also reach me through my LLC. I do have an LLC. It is called My Sister. It is an acronym for manifesting your sexy inner self and taking authority. And what sexy means is your confidence.
That's right.
So it's your way of gaining back your confidence. So you can reach me there at my sister at AOL.com. And once again, I am on Facebook. I am on those streets in Facebook. I am Tammy McCotter on Facebook. And I also do a room only on Sundays on Facebook in my club called Yes You Can or Yes You Matter. And that room is how your pain produced your purpose. So those are the ways of reaching out to me. If you reach out to me, I promise you, I will respond.
What is the room on Sundays? Yes, you can. What time?
The name of the clubhouse is Yes You Matter, and the room on Clubhouse it is called Yes You Matter, and the room that I do is Your Pain Produced Your Purpose, and it's only on Sundays at 2:00, which it won't be today.
Right, Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. See, folks, if you're not down with the Clubhouse and you need an invite, listen, reach out to one of us because y'all need to get down with it. Clubhouse has been, I know you might hear a lot of negatives, but if you're in the right space, in the right place with the right people, I'm telling you, it can be life-changing. It has been for us here at the Back from Broken, and I'm so glad that you're a part of the nation.
Yes, I'm honored to be there. Let me say, because I know the time is short, Dr. Ed, I bow to you. I appreciate you. You are awesome. You know you are my big brother. Sherry, I have just fallen in love with you. You have such a woman and inviting spirit. And I just love you. And now that I know that you're not too far from me in Maryland, because I'm an implant from North Carolina, I will be getting with you. And Sheen, thank you for all that you've done behind the scenes. You are absolutely phenomenal. We thank you. 3 snaps. Yes, 3 snaps.
Well, I appreciate you too.
All right. I didn't know you were that close, but okay, we'll talk behind scenes.
All right. See you later. Thanks, Tammy.
Bye.
All right. So what we're getting ready to do right now is we're going to jump right out of this one and we're going to go right into the next stream. So all of the speakers that are, I think you put it in the chat on Instagram, the the one that we're going to do for the remainder of the summit till we get through the rest of those speakers. So we're going to go ahead and get out of this stream, and I'm going to go right into the next one and start it right up. And so hopefully we'll be able to roll at 2:30 Eastern, which is in about 3 minutes. And the next speaker that we have after Tammy was Dr. Larry Carnes. If that's not the right one, please let me know, but that's who I'm.
That's
okay. All right, brother. All right, let's go.
All right.